a ir iniciando el directo, a ir compartiendo aquí en las redes sociales. Mientras tanto, bueno, acá no ha entrado nadie, voy a compartirlo, aprovechar para compartir en las redes sociales. Si estoy en directo, ¿no? Sí. Obtener enlace para compartir. Ok, arreglando todas las cosas aquí. Bien. Ya casi está el mundial. Vamos a ir viendo aquí. Ok. Ya estar por empezar. Twitter, vamos a ir. Sí, limitaron en mi controller. No, este no es. Ok, ya en la pestaña de comunidad. Ok, el mundial está empezando. Ustedes no me pueden ver todavía porque estoy terminando de configurar todo. Lo que sí es que creo que sí se escucha la musiquita. Debería. Ah, no se escucha porque la tengo muteada. Entonces aquí sí sería escuchar la música. Vamos a darle un poquito. Si se escucha, prueba. Coño, hice una publicación en la pestaña de comunidad. Me dice que hace 0 segundos. Pero diga, hice hace como. Ah, bueno, 25 minutos. Está bien. Sí. Vamos a ir quitando esto. Voy a poner este en mayúscula. Y todo lo demás lo abrimos en la otra pantalla del monitor. La cámara que me enfoques a mí. ¡Ey! Baja la música, está muy alta. Ok. ¿Cómo estás, Ignacio? Okay. Me avisa si ahora se escucha un poquito mejor. Le bajé bastante el sonido. Seguir haciendo aquí y preparándonos para el mundial y comentando un poquito. Bueno, aprovechar estos minutos para ir conversando sobre el mundial. Alta un segundo para terminar de configurar. Ok. Segundo. vuelto. ¿Cómo va todo? Matías, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo va todo? Si puedes bajarle un poquito. No sé si se escucha bien ahorita. Se la bajé bastante. Lo que pasa es que claro, como tiene delay, no se va a escuchar al instante de que la bajo. Pero ustedes me van avisando si se escucha bien o no. Puse la cámara, está como rara. ¿Qué tal, Matías? ¿Cómo va todo? ¿Qué tal, Andy? Bueno, vamos a ver la final. Vamos a ver cuánto dura. Se va a estar aquí como el resto de los días. Muchas horas. Por lo menos espero estar unas 6 horas aquí. Espero que, bueno, que menos, pero no creo. Y bueno, ir comentando un poquito. Que bueno, como yo lo comenté por Twitter y por YouTube, solamente podía hacer streaming hoy, día sábado, porque como me tocaba trabajar, estuve jueves y viernes trabajando y no pude hacer la transmisión. Entonces bueno, le comenté a la encargada de contactarnos para hacer este tipo de publicaciones, de co-streaming, que lo podía hacer era el día sábado. Entonces bueno, me dieron el permiso y además eso, me dieron la opción de sortear 1000 monedas entre mis seguidores. Entonces bueno, súper bien. Es más que todo por la comunidad, porque como estaba viendo en el stream del jueves, que lo pude ver un rato, el de Slay, él decía que bueno, que esto lo hacemos por amor al arte y al juego, ¿no? Porque de esto el único beneficio que sacamos es, bueno, tener la oportunidad de estar de ser parte del stream de Riot Games y que ustedes se vean beneficiados con los premios. Es todo a nivel de comunidad, un esfuerzo que hacemos los creadores de contenido. Entonces bueno, para que lo tengan pendiente y los que vayan a ver esto después o en diferido se suscriban y apoyen, porque al fin y al cabo es la forma más fácil de nosotros sacar beneficio de esto y no cuesta nada tampoco. Entonces, súper bien. Tengo aquí mis lentes de sol. Va a ser burda de raro usarlos aquí. Tengo para tener estilo, pero bueno, también los voy a usar de vez en cuando sienta la vista cansada, porque tengo una luz que me va a estar ahí apuntando directamente a la cara durante mucho tiempo. Entonces es un poco cansino y fastidioso. Entonces bueno, también comentarles que el mundial sí lo empecé a ver el jueves. Sí pude ver muchísimas de las partidas que se jugaron. Mucha Catarina, mucha Gwen fue lo que pude ver, pero sí vi bastante variedad. Norra, Jaime, Atrox me sorprendió que se jugara tanto, porque tenía menos de 24 horas de haber salido cuando se empezó a jugar. Entonces ahí está la cuestión esta de que cuando sale tanto en League of Legends como en Legends of Frontera, sí me escucho bien, ¿no? Que bueno, que en League of Legends y en Legends of Frontera, cuando sale un campeón nuevo, no sé si hacer todo el stream así con los lentes de sol, creo que me veo más cool. No sé qué opinan ustedes. Super Scheletorlls para la final del mundial. Creo que lo voy a hacer, sí. Aunque claro, mis lentes tradicionales, que son estos de acá, los uso para ver mejor, ¿no? Pero con estos veo bien también. Pues si se me cansa la vista, empiezo a llorar sangre. Entonces bueno, ahí sí me cambiaré y me pondré los otros lentes. Pero mientras tanto, bueno, usaré estos. Te quedan bien, XD. Gracias, sí. Sí, tenemos más, así tengo más estilo. Y bueno, como estamos en una ocasión digamos especial, pero bueno, en fin, vi mucho las partidas del día jueves. Había un coreano. Yo no sigo mucho la escena competitiva porque soy, digamos, un híbrido entre casual y que sí me gusta el competitivo, pero no tengo tiempo para verlo. Pero había un coreano que jugaba muy bien, me imagino que pasó porque ganó, eran 3 partidas que iba a jugar y ganó 2 de las que había visto. Entonces, cuando lo vea diré, mira, ahí está el coreano que yo había visto, pero de nombre no lo recuerdo. Y bueno, no sé, había un chileno, pero ese sí le estaba yendo bastante mal y yo le estaba apoyando porque, bueno, era América, de Latinoamérica. Y saludo para todos los amigos de Chile que nos vean. Pero, no sé, le estaba yendo medio mal por lo que vi. Y las de ayer sí estuve bastante ocupado porque, bueno, los viernes en mi trabajo hago entregas de reportes, entonces tengo que ir preparándolo. Y no, o sea, el mundial me gusta apreciarlo, ver lo que se está jugando. Entonces, bueno, yo tengo 2 pantallas, que una es la que estoy haciendo el streaming ahorita, y la otra es la donde hago el seguimiento de todo, de los comentarios, del navegador, si necesito buscar algo, u otro tipo de cosas. Y entonces, bueno, el primer día sí podía medio ver lo que están jugando las personas mientras trabajaba y esas cosas, y prestarle atención, pero ayer sí se me hizo más complicado. Entonces, bueno, ayer también fue el mundial de fútbol, como hoy también, y ese sí lo pude poner un rato para verlo y no era prestarle tanta atención. Entonces, eso, yo con Legends of Frontera soy muy de concentrarme en lo que está pasando. Paso es el único de América que quedó. ¿Qué pasó? Es el único de América que pasó. Es Mati 24, el chileno, único. Ya. Sí, perfecto, menos mal que pasó. Eso, yo vi que jugaba bien, pero no sé, creo que precisamente perdió contra el coreano. Pero bueno, menos mal. Ya lo veremos hoy durante las partidas. Entonces, eso, hicieron el mismo. Déjame mover un poquito el cuadro de chat, hacerlo un poquito más pequeño porque para que no moleste durante la transmisión. Ya, cuadro de chat aquí. Más pequeño para que no, bueno, ahí se ve un poquito bien, igualito yo voy leyendo aquí los comentarios. Y bueno, lo que tengo pensado es en un rato, bueno, después de que vayan pasando las rondas, las partidas, ahí iré haciendo el sorteo de las moneditas. Bueno, que están de primeros aquí viéndolo tienen un poquito de ventaja porque saben cómo va a ser un poquito la metodología, cuánto se va a entregar. Personas que vayan llegando después, les va a costar porque no van a saber, bueno, pues esta partida a lo mejor hay un sorteo o algo. Y bueno, lo básico, como en todos los sorteos que hago de Legends of Frontera, es que tengan su Riot ID y su correo enlazado a la cuenta de Riot, y bueno, también el nombre de usuario, que me lo puedan compartir. Porque bueno, para yo hacer la entrega a la encargada de eso, y ya, como siempre, esperar unos días, 2-3 días de la fecha que ellos me digan que se entregan, y listo. Y también este mes estén pendientes los que están ahora en el stream, porque ya me dieron las recompensas de lo que fue noviembre y diciembre, porque bueno, saben que creo que fue en octubre o el mes pasado fue el mundial de LoR, y entonces ellos se les retrasó un poco las entregas de premios, pero va a ser el tablero de los Darkin. Voy a sortear 20 tableros Darkin, y voy a anunciar la metodología porque ya tengo muy digamos, lo venía haciendo de una manera los sorteos, pero ahora lo voy a aplicar de otra manera, lo voy a hacer generalmente por Twitter. Y bueno, tienen que estar pendientes en los próximos videos de esta semana para que sepan cómo hacer ese sorteo. Va a ser hasta el el 1 de enero los puedo entregar, entonces bueno, hay bastante tiempo para hacerlo. Bueno, ya falta un minuto para que empiece el mundial de LoRcito. No sé, me parece que en cierta parte voy a ver lo mejor del mundial, aunque bueno, como les comento, ya vi unas partidas del primer día. Y bueno, aquí está el máximo nivel, ¿no? de lo que es Legends of Frontera y los mejores mazos. Que también creo que no lo comenté completo, pero me sorprendió eso, ver bastante Aatrox, porque la gente se supone que no tuvo, o sea, los jugadores en juegos de cartas testean listas muchísimo antes de participar en un torneo. Entonces, como hubo menos de un día de que salió Aatrox y ya estaban jugando más, bueno, menos que jugaron todos esos días Aatrox hasta la noche. Pero bueno, faltan 10 segundos, ya está por empezar el mundial. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vamos. Un poquito. Está rotísimo. World Championship.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championships. It is my pleasure and honor to be here alongside all of these incredible casters to bring you
ya los
the
campeones.
final
Tenían
day
acceso
of
a la
World's
expansión de
action.
sesiones semana y pico
This
los
is gonna be a big
competidores.
day.
Perfecto. Gracias por aclarar ahí,
We are
Matías.
looking forward to crown a new brand champion.
The world champion will be decided today. The players have struggled for 2 days of competition so far, and I know that they're going to throw down when
Aquí están.
everything is on the line.
Right now, it's time to clutch up or shut up. This is the last chance to get through and find the win. You cannot lose here. It is that single elimination. You have to put everything out there. And to quote one of our good friends who dropped out in the top 16, what am I? You got to play a beautiful game.
I think all of our players are going to be playing beautiful, incredible games today. But it's been already a long road to get here. We've had 2 days of competition action, 24 best of 3s total. As 16 players started off in this World Championship, and we've already
4
whittled it down
groups,
to the
round
top
robin.
8.
¿Cómo estás?
Those 8
Bienvenido al
players
stream.
will be playing in a single elimination bracket today, and all the matches are best of 3.
Okay, este es
and
top
you're absolutely
8.
right.
Y
While on
aquí
days 1 and
es
2, maybe had a little bit of wiggle room there
el
playing
bracket
those
final,
round robins, but today
con los 8
it
mejores
is
jugadores.
for all the marbles. You lose, you're out. So the stakes are super high when you look at the matches that we've got going on today, but when we look back at days 1 and 2, there were so many incredible moments, so many incredible players already. What were some of your favorite moments?
Oh, by far the Teddy's game where he played Vayne against Leona, where he had
Vayne
those
también se
perfect
jugó
hand reads.
muchísimo.
He took a risky line to have a read if there is any pale cascade, single combat. Once he had a read, he just went full in and he closed the game within 2 rounds.
To execute at that level where it's almost like you can see your opponent's hand is exactly the sort of thing we're expecting from a world championship level competitor. My favorite moment certainly was
reroll es el coreano que les digo
completely pivoting after his sun disc was
que
destroyed into
jugaba
a
muy
rock
bien.
bear beatdown showdown.
Rock Bears!
Absolutely love the Rock Bear beatdown. That was insane. For me, it's got to be Aragorn with that Talia Ziggs, running the Black Flame, filling up the stack. It was such a creative and interesting deck list and lineup decision from him. One we did not expect to see at all. It wasn't really heavily on our radar. And then Aragorn coming in and piloting it so expertly as though he had just millions of reps on this deck.
I think all of us were surprised how well Rock Bears performed.
Yes.
And how well they lined up with the 5-5 stat line.
It's been really cool to see all of these incredible tech choices.
Están
I mean,
geniales
the
las figuras
player expressions as well during these games. We've gotten some high highs, some low lows, but to see how these players have performed under the pressure, like how they feel, that was great timing, Bowies, thank you. But it's like to see that though too, like you can feel how much this tournament means to every player.
Oh, most definitely. If you now in the top cut, if you're gonna lose a game, you are almost out. You have to bring your A game. If there was a time, this is it.
And these are the 8 players that are performing today in a single elimination bracket. They've made it all the way here through the seasonals, through qualifiers, through days 1 and 2. And we have some incredible players battling it out for a $200,000 prize pool. But I feel like on top of that, on top of the title,
que estoy en Venezuela es una fortuna. Para los amigos de Argentina también probablemente sea mucho dinero.
You know what it feels like to hold this.
Oh yeah.
Y ahí están los trofeos.
Really where it's at, right?
Yeah, that's a shiny one.
Está hermoso ese trofeo.
Next year. Next year?
Next year, Alex. Maybe. We're replacing you this time.
Yeah, you gotta hand the reins over a little bit, but this is how the bracket is going to play out today, where all of our players have lined up. Is there any match that looking at this bracket sticks out to you as one you're excited to see today?
I think that first and foremost, I want to call attention to Aragorn and Bowies. These are younger players who, in their kind of interviews starting off, said that they were kind of just happy to make it to this level. They were happy to make it to the qualifiers and up through the top 8, but they need to keep that hunger. I hope they continue to strive and say, I can go for it all.
Alright, but we cannot miss
Estoy tratando de ver qué dicen los comentaristas. A ver si se escucha bien el stream, aunque bueno, no todo el mundo entiende inglés, entonces por eso no le pongo tanto énfasis en esto que se está viendo.
At the start of the tournament, we had predicted Baya and Reroll as 2 potential favorites to win the whole thing. They're matching up here in the round of 8. That's going to be an absolute masterpiece of a match. We definitely cannot wait to see that one. That whole top side of the bracket is terrifying.
A ver, con todo con Latinoamérica, muchachos.
Essentially, I think a grand finals from an alternate timeline. If this bracket shakes out any different way, we're regardless going to see monumental matches here.
I feel like you could look at a lot of the matches in the top of 8, literally across the bracket. You'd be like, oh, well, both of these 2 players could have made it to the grand finals. Like, it's all grand finals matches in the making here. But when you look across the regions that are being represented in these top 8 finalists, Alan, there's a pretty good possibility you might be handing the trophy over to a European player.
Okay, guys, no one is surprised. 5 EM EA players make through. The only question is it gonna be 3 AM? Is it gonna be 1 AM, 2? And how many APAC players? How do you guys feel about it?
I mean, as we've gotten into the kind of makeup of the top 8, we know that South Korea has shown up big. They really didn't have a chance to prove their medal on the bigger stage last year, and now they are showing us that they've been overlooked and they're here to compete.
Well, I will say it's one of the big things with the APAC being combined together this time around, being able to have the strength of
en otros juegos de cartas que he seguido el competitivo en Yu-Gi-Oh! O en Magic era muy común antes de que ganaran los jugadores americanos o europeos. De un tiempo para acá es que los asiáticos, siempre ha habido de todo, ¿no? Bueno, en especial de Magic porque es un juego más americano, pero en Yu-Gi-Oh! Era un juego japonés generalmente, duraron muchos años en que saliera el primer campeón asiático, que fue en 2008. Aquí en LoR a mí me gustaría que ganara alguien diferente a asiático porque League of Legends ya de por sí domina mucho lo que es los jugadores de Corea y China. Estaría genial que dominara otra región. Pero bueno, vamos a ver, como les comentó, no sigo mucho el competitivo, sobre todo digamos el global. Sigo un poco más los torneos que se hacen a nivel local aquí en en Latinoamérica me gustan más porque, bueno, no sé, lo tengo más cercano, tengo una buena relación con el capitán del equipo de Trials of Fate, con Ajim Blanco. Me parece que es una persona bastante genial, un líder nato para un juego de esto. Ojalá que gane la TAM. Sí, exacto, Matías. Bueno, vamos con todo con la TAM. Eso, sigo como que más la escena, a veces veo los streams de la taberna del Borri. Hace poco hubo una copa que iba a hacer un video y todo de reaccionando a la final, que creo que ganó Top también. Pero no recuerdo cuál era el nombre de eso. Soy malísimo para, bueno, sobre todo ahora en mi vida de adulto, ¿no? Para seguir los torneos y saber todos los nombres y todas las cosas. Me gustaría traer más esta escena competitiva. Mira, está Mati 24. Sigue con su camisa de Chile ahí en alto. Me imagino que la lavó de terminando el jueves para tenerla limpia el viernes, o tendrá más de una. Entonces, en el gaming la TAM la tenemos muy difícil, sí, pero en juegos de cartas no. Es más individual, yo creo que por eso hay tanta variedad de buenos jugadores en todas las regiones. Hola José Pablo, bienvenido al stream. ¿Qué está diciendo? Bueno, es que sigo más la escena latinoamericana y creo que es bastante buena. La conozco un poquito más de cerca, no conozco los nombres de los jugadores y eso porque precisamente no le hago seguimiento, porque no puedo hacer seguimiento de nada prácticamente por el trabajo. Por eso es importante, sería bueno ver a un LATAM ganar para variar, sí. Vamos con todo, aquí vamos 100% con Latinoamérica. Ahora que sabemos que pasó Matías, Matías no, bueno sí, Mati 24 de mayo, Matías es el que me comentó esto, que me está haciendo de analista aquí de apoyo.
Thank you so much, Necro. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Silverfuse. Silver, I'm sure you are more excited than anyone for this top 8 because half of the competitors left do have Jinx in their lineup.
Pero bueno, aquí en Latinoamérica eso hay una buena estructura, pues. Yo me imagino que de las regiones en las que se juega LoR es donde quizás haya más creadores, sobre todo por la extensión territorial, pues. Y porque los americanos ya se han ido bastantes de los grandes. Fue Mogawai, que era el más grande, jugando LoR, Free Champion Action. Está jugando ahora Mogawai, está jugando Marvel Snap, que a mí es un juego que me pareció un poquito repetitivo, entonces no lo jugué más. Y estaba este otro, que era grandísimo, que tenía como rasgos asiáticos. No recuerdo cómo se llamaba.
Horo Cannon able to discard and make plenty of units on. It's just, this deck is a masterpiece.
And you can see here, it's broken down by region. Only 3 Demacia cards in the entire deck. It's just Ranger's Resolve, Broadwing, and Champion Strength. This is almost a purely PNZ deck.
Era hacia guías y todo en modo fire.
From Maddie, you can see 3 stress testing there. Going over to Maddie's lineup, we actually have 2
Champion
strength decks. It's the Nora Poppy, as well as the Timo Lucian Jinx, playing a little bit more than just the mono. That conservatory that has been a little bit of a question mark from us around Maddie 24,
Annie, Katarina y Twisted Fate. Eso más me gustó bastante. Con todo y que le lanzaron esos nerfeos hace tiempo al hito del asilo. Están los más a jugar mundial, lo que va a spamear la gente. Bueno, que son formatos diferentes, ¿no? Formato de torneo y formato de ladder son bastante diferentes. Hola Scheletorlls, hola Jinx, KDA, otra fiel seguidora del canal. Siempre pendiente de todo, bueno.
Yeah, and not only that,
Mati,
it also
bien,
does run the
sí.
golden ages.
Vamos
A lot
con
of
todo
players have cut
aquí.
this
Bueno,
card,
ustedes
saying,
también
you know
tienen
what,
derecho a
if I
apoyar
don't draw
al
the
que más les
champion
guste, ¿no?
strength,
Pero
I still want a way
aquí en
to
la Legión de
rally my
SCHELETROLLS
powerful board and be able to
apoyamos
end
a
games.
Latinoamérica
And we've got a couple
con
of
todo.
healthier units out of that list, but it looks like we are going to get into the
Bueno, vamos a
bans
los
here.
cuartos
And
de
I
final.
believe I am seeing that both Jinx have been left open and Conservatory
Okay.
was actually
Banearon
the
al
ban.
mazo
Wow,
que
that's
de Ani.
not
El
really
otro no
expected
detallé
here. I mean,
cuál
there's something about
banearon.
this deck
Ah,
where
el de
Teddy felt
Víctor
like his lineup didn't
es Real
go
y
well into
Seraphim.
it, because we've seen the struggle of this deck, so
Coño.
I'm surprised. I mean, Teddy is
Bueno.
a brilliant player, so I assume he just didn't like some of these matchups, or maybe some
Bueno,
mind
empezar con
games
el
were
mazo
at
más
play.
agresivo,
We've got a
Mati.
Jinx mirror for
Vamos,
game
Mati,
number one, Silver
aguante.
Fox, and it's in the
Me
opening
desperté
hand
para
for
verte
both
desde acá,
players.
más que fin.
And we even see two in
Brutal.
hand. I
Bueno, aquí
assume
vamos a estar un rato.
probably won't be keeping those. You kind of want to find her later in the game to be able to put her down.
Vamos a ver.
But I think
Estará bueno
this
este
is
duelo,
an
vamos a ver.
interesting matchup
Subirle un
because
poquito para
Maddie
que se vea,
has ways
escuchen
to
las
generate
animaciones.
additional
No
value
tanto.
here.
Bueno, yo no puedo
Maddie is also the
ser,
one
o
with
sea,
the
no estoy
champion
de
strength
caster,
in
pues,
the
yo como
opening
les
hand. That is
comento,
something we are gonna have to
soy
keep
un
an eye on as
humilde
this game progresses.
servidor
Maddie,
aquí.
the one that's really looking to get it, and
Que bueno,
will have the
no.
attack token on 6,
Salió la
not
oportunidad
5.
de tener el
And also,
stream
too,
aquí.
Teddy is stuck with a double Jinx here in hand. I mean, we love Jinx and we know she's powerful, but having two, meaning that you either have to
bueno.
play a pretty expensive Get Excited, and
A
there's
ver.
not really the removal here too, where it's like, oh, you removed my Jinx, I guess I'll just put down
Okay.
a second Jinx.
And it looks like it was actually a hex or a anomaly picked up by Maddie. That is going to be changing every
Vamos,
single
Mati.
turn until we can get that online. But Maddie, definitely advantage here, having that champion strength in the opening hand. And like you
Mirror
said, the
match.
Jinx is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I must point out that this Hextech Anomaly, personally, one of my favorite
Yo
cards.
estoy tan
I mean, you
pegado
would
con
never
el
guess
camino de los
why,
campeones con
but it
Jinx
can
que
allow
pienso
us
que
to
cada
see
vez que juegue una carta le va a
something
pegar
really
uno de daño
interesting happen that's
a la
not
mesa.
I'm worried that
Y que por qué
we
no
will see
mató al
something
mono.
expected. Another champion strength. It is something that it can turn back
Ooh.
into. It is an 8+ mana card, and if Maddie can find 2 copies of that to slam back
Bueno,
to
la
back,
ventaja es que esta carta se
before
va a
we get into the
transformar
champion
en
strength, as the players are kind of building up their
hechizos
boards here,
nuevos
you know,
en
we
cada
mentioned
turno.
Maddie, the one probably going to be less likely to trade, but
Le sirve
Teddy
para
doesn't have
adaptarse en
much
cualquier
agency in that.
momento.
Teddy doesn't have anything to trade with. You don't want to throw those Poros down and take off the units for it, because we mentioned Poro Cannon plus champion strength alone is 20 damage.
Yeah, I mean, if though
Okay.
Teddy does find a champion string soon, these Poros are looking pretty nasty.
And we've got
Bueno,
a couple of units on board for both players. Both players actually banking 2 spell mana into the next turn thanks to the Eager Apprentice, giving that back over to
bueno, son
Maddie.
esos hechizos
But once we
pesados que
look at
tiene
the
Mati en la
hands,
mano.
that
Pues
Get
acá se los
Excited,
Juan.
that Jinx's Get Excited for Teddy could be a big difference maker here, as Maddie really cannot empty the hand.
Sí,
Yeah,
exacto.
Maddie's
No se
hand,
puede limpiar la mano, entonces
I mean,
tiene
does
que
have
ir
those
robando
high cost
hechizos,
spells,
cartas
but
que
does have plenty of ways to
le
discard
permitan
in the
descartar,
future. So there's
curar la vida.
potential that Jinx will see level. I mean, there's so many different ways to take
Entonces,
this, and that's why discard
bueno, ahí hay uno.
aggressive decks are so interesting.
And I'm actually kind of concerned for Maddie. Picking up the Get Excited, very good, because
estar
this
un poquito
anomaly is
complicado.
looking like something that's going to be a little awkward to get out of the hand if we want to level the Jinx or
Bueno,
protect her
puedes
from a Get
jugar,
Excited.
exacto,
And on
una
the side of
Jinx
Teddy,
o-
if you can get off that super mega Death Rocket before the champion strength comes down, that will be game ending.
Pero
But Teddy does
sería
not look
arriesgarse
happy
mucho a
about the current
que,
hand state.
a que el
Yeah, I still feel like that
tuviera
double Jinx is... It's tough to deal with
comience a
because if you
emocionarte
play
o
a
algo
Jinx
ahí
into a Get Excited, that tempo isn't really where you want it to
en
be.
la mano y que se la matara.
Looking at these 7 mana spells for Maddie, the burning, piercing
Mati versus el
darkness,
hechicero
Darling
supremo,
Light, whatever it's
sí.
called, not really a great option, not available actually on this turn.
Mati versus
I'm really
Wong.
keeping an eye on this. Maybe we can get a big removal spell. And honestly, Ruination, something that might be in the cards here to really shake things up a bit.
With Hextech Anomaly, anything is possible,
Okay.
and we will see that first Jinx get removed.
Bueno, tiene dos
Yeah,
Jinx
no
en la mano.
Ranger's Resolve coming out of Teddy, saving this for probably a Super Mega Death Rocket
Bueno,
down the line.
tiene
And
6
Rummage
de mana,
picked up
puede
means Teddy is
aniquilarle la otra
Hex
Jinx en caso de que la
Obliterator, though,
vaya a
for
jugar.
Maddie. If Teddy tries to throw down
Ojalá
the
la
Jinx
juegue.
this turn, we could get a big punish.
Ya.
Oh,
Sí,
are we going
bien.
to see it right now?
Se la puede matar.
I hope so. I mean, Maddie's
Se
still...
le puede quitar.
Oh, Maddie's just
Bueno,
going for
no.
the champion
Pressure
strike.
on.
Maybe just kind of hovering the eye, seeing what this looks like, because this will just
Yeah.
rally.
Cálmate,
It won't give
Mati.
Scout over. It's not
Piénsalo
it's
bien.
just board clearing.
Piénsalo bien, Mati.
Yeah, I mean, being able to clear the Jinx, too. I mean, we've seen how
Es-
strong she can
Bueno,
be when she
yo no
does
sé, yo
go
no soy
off.
jugador
I mean,
competitivo,
I
pero es lo
wanna
que
see
yo haría.
more,
O
but
sea,
she
le estás
will be
quitando ya dos
removed. That's
Jinx.
just the power of her, though. You have to
Y
get
ahí
rid
le
of
estás
her
quitando
because
mucho
when
su win
she levels
condition.
up, she does so much damage and would clear Maddie's board.
Vamos.
Yeah, and I think
Oh,
Maddie might have
Mati.
been sort of contemplating that champion
bueno, no tiene nada que responder, yo estoy hablando aquí. Bueno, puede robar cartas, pero se va a quedar sin maná para responder eso. Bien. Vamos.
Yeah, at the time, Teddy's hand is looking pretty awkward, but did find that
uno de
range to
daño
hopefully be
un
able to
poquito
discard in the
irrelevante.
future here. I
Lo
mean, if he's
lo
able to
importante es
draw
que
to a solid
Mati,
card, I can see this flipping on its head pretty quick.
ahí tiene otro comienzo emocionante y tiene otra Jinx. Ahí creo que puede jugar una para... claro, fan de Mati también.
would have had no mana left to play the Super Mega Death Rocket, and with just one more mana, I think that rocket clearing Maddie's board could have been a huge swing, but now we're seeing the champion strength.
And Teddy staring down the champion strength, not able to
Perfecto.
do
Ahora les
anything
puede
about it.
hacer
+4/+4
dos ataques.
and scout to Maddie's
Va a hacer
entire
muchísimo
board.
daño. Bien.
Gonna push through all of the blockers here, but with Rummage and 2 more Flame Chompers, I'm pretty sure Teddy's
No,
not
está
going to die here.
muy adelante.
Yeah, I mean, this
Está
Rummage
muy,
is
muy,
going to come in
muy...
clutch,
Tiene mucha ventaja
allowing
Mati.
it to not have to play
Vamos.
one unit at a time.
Vamos.
That makes an incredible difference
Bueno, va a
here.
robar.
And
No
looks
sabemos
like we
qué
will
puede
see
hacer
it
con...
right now, so Teddy can plan his future moves by seeing what this draws.
Bueno,
and
pero
he
le
finds
hizo una
his own
limpiada de
champion
mesa.
strength.
Oh, and then actually, because of that, gonna pull back the Daring Poro. There is still Scout and a Challenger
bueno, pero no
on
tiene
Maddie's
mana.
board, so this Poro likely to end up going down anyway, but Teddy is gonna force the
Va a
block.
tener
And that's
bloqueadores, es
part
lo
of
malo,
the
pero
reason why
Mati
I
tiene
was saying
bastante
Teddy
chance
has
de
played
limpiar mesa.
so clean. He's thinking about his future turns. He's not just saying, oh, I need to live this turn. Hopefully this works out.
Bueno, claro,
He's
te puede
drawing,
jugar
he's looking at his board, he's planning his
ejército de
future
torretas,
turns to be able to
pero-
take down Maddie.
And he can actually take a
Vamos, Mati.
couple of hits here. You know, there is a Get Excited as
Aguante,
well as
Mati.
2 Jinx in the hand of Maddie24 Mayo. Just 1 Get Excited in the deck. So you can't fall down
Ataca.
too low here. You do have
Quita
to be a
el otro
little bit
Poro.
respectful of the ranges. And I think
Bien.
that's why we saw Maddie pull the trigger on the Champion Strength this turn. Just knowing that you can get
Bueno,
through enough
hizo una
damage,
limpieza
clear
de
Teddy's
mesa
board, take
y
their Champion
tiene
Strength
bastante
off
ventaja.
the board, and
A
go for
tiempo
the Jinx
le...
win con.
I mean, Maddie's still here. I mean, he's still looking pretty good here. I mean, Teddy, you kind of saw the head shake, 10 health, does have the champion strength, but lost most of the units that would benefit from it.
And now you can use Champion Strength just to get
Comienza a
Scout onto a
emocionarse si
Challenger,
se la
but with
jala.
only 1 Challenger, things are a little awkward, and Get Excited in the hand
sí.
of Maddie with 3 mana
Estamos
means that you
todos
actually
así.
could kill the Petrified Broadwing. No mana for Ranger's Resolve if Champion Strength is played.
Vamos.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie's looking good here. You can see
Tiene
Teddy's
ventaja
like,
de
this is
todo,
not
tiene
the way this
ventaja de
wanted to
de
go.
mesa,
I mean, we saw Maddie at the start
puede sacar
have the
el-
champion strength in
el-
hand,
la pasiva de
and
Jinx.
that allows you to formulate your game plan
Tiene
in a way
ventaja
that
de
you're able
vida,
to take
o sea,
advantage
está
of it,
muy,
and
muy
making
arriba.
sure not to play it earlier, waiting that one extra turn to get the most value possible.
It's Teddy's
Exacto.
turn, the rope has come, and you can see the hands
O sea,
not even on the keyboard. Teddy just kind of
Mati
contemplating,
está en
what am I
muy-
going to do in the next game?
una
This
muy
one
buena
is
posición.
looking all but doomed here. Teddy, no
Muy,
way
muy
to
buena
refill the
posición.
board.
Puede sacar la
That's
pasiva de
stress
Jinx,
testing
puede
Silverfuse.
llenar
Sitting
la
dead in
la
hand, we
mesa.
were wondering about this when we were going over the deck list. You know, sort of forced to rummage
Bueno,
for blockers
tiene
here,
que
so now
matarle
you
uno,
look at that
exacto.
fleeting draw.
Te va a
I mean,
matar a
on
Jinx,
top
pero...
of that, we do see that he has so much draw in this deck and was
Está-
still drawing
o
the
sea, le va a
champion
quitar dos
strength
unidades,
second.
pero-
In this case, being able to play champion strength first, being able to clear the board is what needed to happen in this game.
And now we have no challenger on the Broadwing that is bumped
Bien,
up by the champion
brutalísimo.
strength. Very easy blocks for
Brutalísimo.
Maddie24 Mayo, who should be picking
Incluso
this
se
up
puede
on
dejar
the next
meter
turn
el segundo
once the
golpe.
Jinx levels, but Teddy just unable to get on board, stay on
Sí,
board.
se puede
didn't
dejar meter el
have the
segundo
tools
golpe,
available. That
luego,
double Jinx nowhere near as good as the first champion strength of the
lo
game.
desafía.
And the fact that this didn't
Ya
have
es de Mati,
challenger
sí,
to challenge the Jinx, but here we go, we're going for the attack.
Le va a tirar un cohete de requete mortal, ya está listo, sí. Bueno, depende si si Teddy roba algo, ¿no?
Is a potential blocker for the situation. Save a little bit of HP because you just need to stay above 4 so that
Pero
this
con el
rocket
cohete
doesn't
requete
kill you,
mortal
as
está
Maddie can just
frito
play
ya.
out the rest of their hand.
And let's
Depende
see
de
what
que
he draws. He
robe.
gets a
Vamos a ver.
fleeting Jinx not going to help him here. Oh, not looking good.
No, no.
Deal.
Listo, Mati.
I do not
GG,
think
sí.
Teddy gonna
GG
be
de
able to do
Mati.
anything about this Super Mega Death Rocket from
Juega los
Maddie,
dos
who you can start to see
unidades.
popping off a little bit, is in the zone, knows that this one is all but wrapped
Si hubiera
up.
jugado primero el...
Yeah, and we'll be going on to game 2 quite shortly
El
here.
apellido era Saunita,
I
sí,
mean, we see
porque
Maddie
así veo
jamming
si...
out, having a
si
great
robaba
time. Champion strength first
otra cosa.
helps a lot.
Vamos,
and
Mati.
Teddy was the one with the more favorable attack turn for that. You know, would have been able, if they had the board, play it on turn 5, get the scout off of it. It's kind of
Cohete.
weird if they're just bumping into each other.
Super
but it's not how
animación
it played out here.
de-
You get to see the
subida de
Star
nivel.
Guardian Jinx level up animation, a little bit different than the traditional, and the Super Mega Death Rocket should be coming in for both
Perfecto,
players
perfecto.
post haste.
But one will be destroying a Nexus, and the other not doing so much.
No, it's gonna clear out an entire board just a little bit too little, too late. The champion strength has already resolved. The damage has been done. And Silverfuse, Maddie 24 Mayo, the last representative from the Americas Shard.
Le tira el cohete como para hacer algo, pero...
I mean, giving America a nice
muy
fresh
tarde.
air because we needed it,
GG.
especially against someone as strong as Teddy.
Maddie
keeping our hopes alive for the Americas to advance. However, Teddy is an
Excelente,
amazing player, so game 2 could go to anyone.
That is true, but for the time being, this is a big win for Maddie, and that conservatory taken off the table from him means that the decks that are left are ones that he has not lost with yet with this tournament. He's only lost on the conservatory in the group stage.
GG.
Yeah, I wonder if Maddie kind of felt just a weight off his shoulders when he saw that conservatory ban.
It's kind of hard to say because like he brought the deck,
Bueno,
so he's
está un
probably
pasito
not like, oh, yeah, this is my weak point. I'm sure
de
that he
las
still feels
semifinales.
comfortable on it, and actually had some decent matchups lined up with it on paper. You know, the red card, the Make It Rain, doing a lot of work against specifically that Jinx matchup that we just saw. But now we're getting straight to game number 2, and it's going to be another champion strength
va a ser
deck
Jinx
for Maddie,
otra vez
and
y
another
va
one
a
for Teddy as
ser
well.
Norra,
Both players with it in the
Norra
opening
Poppy.
hand. It looks like Teddy has the attack token on odds.
Y bueno, Norra al principio.
Ooh, this could just come down to champion strength on 5 being the big winner.
Yeah, Maddie's got, you know, Nora as well as the Teammaker actually ships it away. A lot of ways to generate portals and additional units here, though. Maddie probably going to have a wider board once this comes down. If the portals come out in a timely enough
tiene
fashion.
ficha de...
Yeah,
o sea, va a tener
also
ficha de
too,
ataque en
with this
turno 2,
Nora, we'll
entonces
be
va a
able to
poder,
stop Poros in the
en
future.
teoría,
Acorn in the opening hand for Teddy,
bueno, no,
and no
un
turn one
buen
elusive
blocker
for
ahí.
Maddie. Teddy's got the attack token. That's going to be a 7-mana champion strength. That could be really impactful if we've got enough elusives to rally when the time comes.
Yeah, that is... I mean, these Acorn slots making this
Imobot.
champion strength already only 8 mana, going to 7 mana instead, can make some impactful turns.
Not just that, but if Teddy does still stick to the traditional game plan, play my champion strength on 5 when I have the attack token, because it'll have a reduced cost, it'll have mana for Rangers resolve. And usually if both players go for the champion strength, they're just running their boards into each other. If Teddy has the tough keyword on top of that, that could close out the game.
I mean, yeah, the stats on top of Rangers Resolve make removing almost impossible. Makes the Jinx Rocket not hit as hard. We don't see Jinx in the hand after
Claro,
time.
él le interesa.
We are seeing a slightly awkward hand for Maddie. He does have the Nora. Hopefully for him, he can pull out some
no lo hace,
impactful
lo va a poder
portals.
matar, pero...
He's got more elusives than Teddy does, and the portals, you know, they could be anything, Silverfuse. They could be an elusive, they could be a detrimental card. I mean, I think one of the cards that I'm really looking for here would be Stony Suppressor, as something that could really shake up this matchup as a randomly generated unit.
Golpear para meter unidades en la...
That would. Oh, I've seen it happen before. It could happen.
Claro, lo va...
At the moment, though, I'd say Teddy's got a better chance at going wide.
Lo va a desafiar y va a bajarle... Uy,
sort of a, maybe an awkward card to play here specifically. You do have Jinx
claro,
and Champion
cuando él
Strength, you can still pick
baje
up
la
not
pillera
enough mana
zonita
left
y
over
el...
to really sort of feng shui
el
with that one, but
el
Maddie,
masca
you know,
cosa.
kind of a cut and dry turn here.
Mati
We've got the
feliz,
auto
sí.
close, we've got a 2-drop that we
Se
can
nota
throw
que
down,
está
start
escuchando
to play
musiquita
more
para,
of the board while Teddy builds up for his
para
attack.
los nervios.
And we do discard a stress testing and find a flame chopper.
Pero
However,
robó.
that rummage
Está
in
feo.
hand right now is looking pretty good.
And even if the rummage doesn't go onto this flame chompers, fleeting
Todos
cards get
masca-
discarded at end of round. It's just
cosa,
going
no
to
me acuerdo
summon
cómo se
itself.
llama
It
en
doesn't need to
español.
be discarded by a card effect.
I was more thinking of you have 2 discard targets besides that into a potential champion strength in the future.
Ahí
You
le
have a
puedes
full
desafiar
board
a
with
Norra
challengers
y
ready
al
to
otro que
go.
te queda la unidad en la
with
mano.
Maddie
Y...
not playing the Jinx, there's nothing to deal with your 1 HP board. You could actually pull both elusives out of the way and hit with Acorn one more time, and there's no real punish for those 1 HP chompers.
Yeah, I mean, that extra Acorn pull, I don't think it will be
Termina.
super necessary, but it could be.
Passes up on the rummage. Only 6 mana, no champion strength going to be available for this turn, and Maddie going in with his elusives, going to get a portal into the top board as well as a Hungry Owlcat immediately to the hand.
Mira, se le fue la cámara a Teddy. Vamos, que se vaya el internet y pierda.
Teddy
Vamos.
wouldn't be trading here anyway with his champion strength in hand.
No, and I'm really excited to see we're about to get into turn 5. Teddy has a little bit more development.
Bueno, la broma está bastante bien por el...
Especialmente
para subirle el costo al buff.
Going into this.
Ah, no le pegó.
Time, and he did not hit it.
Rangers Resolve
No le
might be
pegó.
a good hit here, though. We talked about how that could be a big counterplay if both players fire off this champion strength on the same turn, and yeah, gonna prank up that Rangers Resolve 2-3 mana.
I mean, not hitting the champion strength though. If he would have hit that, he would be able to play champion strength first.
Yeah, it would be kind of awkward
Claro,
because
ahora
on
en el
Maddie's
siguiente
attack turn it'd
turno
still be 9 mana for
Teddy
Teddy, so like the
tiene
cost
la
reduction and the cost addition still kind of playing out well
Champions
enough
Strength.
in the future, but now we're getting a
Preparando
run
la
to a
mesa
6
para
wide
eso.
board for Teddy, really getting ready for this big champion strength.
He is
Sí.
ready to go, and
Ah,
I'm looking to see Maddie's
va a estar
face. He's trying to see, hey, does this have champion strength here? He's waiting for it, and there it is. You saw a little bit of a grimace there. It's like, oh no, that's not
Lo
what I want to
contrario.
see. 7 mana. I mean, knows the Ranger's Resolve. There's 2 of them, so there could be another one.
También
Going
tiene
to
que
play his
responder, juro,
own
con
champion
su
strength
champion
here.
strength.
But Teddy has a wider board with challengers.
Sí,
And
qué
Maddie's
lástima la
units
puta
don't
madre.
get
Sí,
scout
sí.
here. It just rallies if you didn't already have the attack token.
¿Cómo va la
and
cosa?
Maddie
Bueno,
has more
aquí
elusives, but it's not
Ignacio,
gonna be a
estamos
game-ending
apoyando
push
a-
from Maddie, at least.
A
I
Mati,
mean, there's
el
still
chileno,
so much damage and pressure
todos
coming in,
bancándolo a
and
él.
Maddie having to use this defensively.
Pero bueno,
He will get
la
some
partida la
elusive
tiene un poquito más
attacks in,
complicada.
but it's just not
Pero bueno,
chipping away
pudo
enough and
defender
seeing his
bien aquí.
hand.
It's looking not great here, and unfortunately Acorn gonna not be able to reduce Ranger's Resolve back down to 1 mana in a timely enough
Bueno,
fashion for
los
it to
dos van a
play
quedar
out in
bastante
this turn,
golpeados.
but Maddie being forced to block here. We're gonna see 3 units left on the side of Maddie and 4 on the side
No,
of Teddy
o sea,
once
está
this
mal
combat is over.
la partida como para Mati, pero no está tan feo.
Flame Chompers has always been a pretty good card, but since Lulu and now this champion strength, it just makes being able to trade with it. Ooh, no attack!
Pass from Maddie, actually not trading into the Acorn and letting this go back over. This is going to live at
¿Cuál es el mazo
1,
meta con mejor win
which
rate
is
ahora
not
mismo?
a very high number when Teddy does
verlo,
have the
no, ni
reach
idea.
of the get excited or jinxes in
No,
the
revisar
future.
las
Not only that,
estadísticas.
but Teddy still has the board.
Oh yeah, Teddy's board
Supongo,
is
creo,
incredible.
bueno, hace
If he
días
finds
entré y
any
creo que era
way
el
to
de
discard
Wayne
these
con
stress testings
con
to draw
Catarina
additional
y
cards as well. I mean, he
Elise,
does have the
creo.
Zonai Urchin in
Bueno,
hand,
en la página
but,
que yo reviso,
I
que
mean,
es la
he
de
can just
Runeterra.
continually refill his hand and find this extra damage he needs.
3 portals off the top and a few elusives to boot for Maddie 24 Mayo.
Y tiene otra
I
Nor.
mean, if he had a champion strength here, it
A
would help.
second copy. Wouldn't have the mana to play it, but it would be impressive
sí,
nonetheless.
exacto.
Unfortunately, because Maddie didn't get to push any damage last
Okay.
turn, this Golden Age is not really looking like lethal either, even with the amount of elusives. And we're just going to prank up another Ranger's Resolve.
I mean, there's both of them. Oh, who was that? For a
Bueno,
second, I
no
thought it
salió
was
tan bien
it's the
esta,
stress
pero-
testing.
Oh, gonna hit the stress testing with it. Interesting.
Bueno,
Not wanting to give Teddy the option to hang on to the fleeting spells. If it was a champion strength that was drawn fleeting, you don't want them to be able to cast that for a
Sí,
nominal
bien.
amount of mana and just hang on to that spell for the future. It would be game ending.
bueno, Mati no
And
está
we
tan
will
mal.
see the attack
Bueno,
come
va a
in,
sacrificar
trying to
otra vez
trade
sus
in
unidades,
these acorns,
pero
and
sí, sí sabe que tiene.
Looks like this is going to be a proactive Ranger's Resolve on the side of Teddy to preserve
Exacto.
one of the acorns
Sabía
as
que
well
le puede
as
hacer
this 2-1.
both of
ese
the
el 1-2,
acorns.
no debe
2-1
atacar.
still
¿no?
showing is dying here. Because damage will go to the Nexus. This will turn into
Ah,
a
ya,
3-3.
hizo daño al. Ah, claro.
But Teddy, like you mentioned, hanging on to the acorns, but still so many
Bastante
elusives on
inteligente.
the side of Maddie
Bueno,
that you
claro,
can't
por eso
push
él
one
está
of
ahí,
these
yo no.
through. And Teddy really needs to find either a Jinx or a Get Excited to get this one finished out. Another
Creo que no puede.
champion strength, of course, would do it as well. Going for another prank here.
Sí, lo ideal sería subirle más el costo a.
Maddie decided to prank. I mean, one of these is fleeting, so
Al
it's going to be
examen, ¿no?
going onto the board.
Ay, que le
And
queda uno de vida.
this is going to be the prank from Maddie anyway, who
Depende de lo que
looking a
roben
little
aquí. Bueno, tiene
disheveled here.
palito
The pokey
pinchado.
stick for Maddie, not enough,
Para
but actually that's
defenderse bien.
very important protection. And a champion strength off the top for Teddy, who has the Ranger's Resolve with the Poro Cannon. Silverfuse, I think this might just be the end of the game.
It's looking like we're going to be going to a
No.
game 3.
And this has been
Carajo.
so quick from both of these competitors. The champion strength coming down so fast. And when we look at the decks that are left for both players, it's champion strength again. Teddy is playing a couple of copies of that card in his Vayne Quinn Aatrox that'll have to take the win over
No,
this
no,
Poppy
aquí Mati la
Nora.
tiene
He's going to move
súper
on to the
complicada.
semifinals.
I mean, I feel like we're finally seeing the true power of this card. When you draw it and when you're able to play it on 5 with a full board like this, I do believe that these are the better
no tiene
builds of
mana.
it. Using the Poro
Ay,
Cannon,
cómo duele.
using Jinx. I mean, there's just so much
Cómo
pressure and
duele.
it's non-stop.
Ah,
A champion
bueno,
strength off
F,
the
sí,
top for
F.
Maddie, but no mana to play it in
Ah,
response this
no
time
tenía
around.
mana
Teddy
para
has sole
lanzar eso.
control of the board, gets scout and +4/+4 onto all of
Ahí
his
podía
units
responder y bueno,
with 3 elusives on the board and only 3
beneficiado
elusive
del
blockers for
bloqueo.
Maddie. This is going to be the GG
Sí, sí.
Shen actually thrown up from both players and the surrender from Maddie tying up the
O
series.
sea, la carta que tenía que robar estaba abajo de la
Yeah,
carta
saving some time there.
que
Really want to take everything
necesitaba para defenderse y durar un turno más y bueno,
thinking
intentar
about
ganar.
future turns for this game 3. It is
Teddy no
maybe the
merecía
most
ganar,
important game
de
of
hecho
their
ni cámara
lives.
tenía.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Teddy move onto this Vayne Quinn Aatrox, which playing champion strength, but
sí.
not nearly as committed to it as we've seen out of the Jinx build. You know, only
No podía
11
ser tan-
followers in the
tan
list. While the
maravilloso,
Darken
¿no?
are going to
Hay que
help out with
poner
that a little bit, getting those Darken Thralls
Coño,
online.
pusieron
from the
mal los nombres
Bloodletters,
a
just
los
kind of
jugadores.
flooding the board a little bit more. This is not the dedicated champion strength build. It's not going to match Maddie on board.
Sí, se lo
And we saw
cambiaron.
Maddie have a little bit of an awkward hand start, and oh no!
Another awkward hand start. 2 Golden
Double.
Aegis in the opener.
Double Golden Aegis, oh that's brutal!
Ugh.
Decided Teddy. Not a bad curve here. The Steadfast Elkin really going to hold down the early game alongside that Darken
No
Aegis.
puede ser ese robo tan,
I mean,
tan
Maddie's going to have to
asqueroso.
play this game carefully. I mean, double Golden Aegis is just, it's tough.
Bueno, esperemos que
Champion
ayude
strength again in the
el
opener for
robo,
Teddy,
¿no?
and actually not a bad hand to open with it because we do see the Darken Bloodletters, those Darken Thralls. Sure, they can't block, but they'll be 5/5 scouts all the same if you let them sit on board for a champion strength.
And these Demacia decks with Vayne and Aatrox often have a pretty good
Mati.
time against some of these champion strength decks because they have so many challenger units. They're able to pick off the small health units that you're looking to add buffs and rally.
no tiene
But when you
la
have
curva
challenger,
tan mala.
they're not too much of an issue.
Speaking of not being an issue, with 2 pranks in Maddie's hand, this champion strength might not be an issue. Could, if you know, the RNG favors Maddie, could prank this card all the way up to 12 mana, unplayable until turn 9.
Yeah, turn 9 is a little bit farther along than what Teddy's looking to play it, but it is kind of a second or maybe even third
jugar
win
una
condition
broma,
here
¿o no?
because, I mean, a lot of times
había
the
jugado
World
una.
Ender is the win condition.
That's true, and actually we see 2 really good prank targets here, either the champion
Sí,
strength or the top one. Like you
realmente
mentioned,
los
secondary,
targets
the
que agarró
primary
fue la
win con
mejor.
for Teddy here is Challenger
Terminando
into
el mundial le
Challenger
va a
into
dar
Vayne.
un nerf a esa carta de coste 8, sí.
And we do see
Demasiado
the
fuerte.
champion
Por eso
strength
se está
get
jugando,
that
bueno,
extra 2 mana added to it.
a ese
And I think
nivel.
that's important for Maddie, just not wanting that as an option for Teddy as a defense against Maddie's copy of Champion Strength should one come in a timely enough fashion. Portal actually going to hit an elusive unit here. Maddie, something like 3 for 4 on elusives off of these portals so
Pero
far
esa
this
mana
series.
está
I mean,
no
that's,
joda,
that's
terrible.
just a skilled player.
And actually one with Augment
terrible,
as well. This
terrible.
Android going to get more powerful when Maddie pranks again. We've also got the Yor
Para lo que
Squire and that
tiene
shield. This elusive
el
damage
Teddy.
could rack up rather quickly.
I mean,
Ah,
with elusive and a
de la
potential
shit.
top deck of champion strength, is Maddie ever able to push it through here?
It's
No,
possible. It depends on how much of the board Teddy can clear up
Mati,
this
¿por
turn.
qué,
You do
Mati?
have 2 challengers as well as a Dark and Harp to put on the Fleet Feather, and Maddie does not have any copies of Pokey Stick right now to defend against this, so a few units going to be lost here. This Neandroid probably not going to be as impactful as we might have hoped.
Unfortunate here for Maddie. I mean, if you had 2 other options in hand rather than double Golden Aegis, and I don't think having the Golden Aegis in here is an issue as it does add another win condition, but getting 2 of them stuck in your
tiene
hand is so
ataque
brutal,
rápido.
especially in a match like this.
If we could see a Poppy top deck from Maddie, you know, would do a lot, not just in terms of building up the board, but keeping them healthy against the challengers that
puede
Teddy's
intentar una
outputting would
Norra.
synergize very well
Lo que
with
pasa es
this
que
Golden
tiene para
Aegis,
bloquear
but
elusivo.
We're going to lose an Otterpuss, we're going to lose the Neandroid. It looks like 3 damage. I don't think Maddie's too keen on blocking this Vayne.
Essentially, Maddie needs to find one of his win conditions to stay in this game.
A 9.4%
porcentaje
chance
de
to draw
robar,
Poppy. We saw something similar yesterday in
9.4%.
the final moments. Player had a 10% chance to draw the card they needed, didn't quite find it, so the odds not looking great for Maddie for this Poppy.
I mean, this next draw is critical for him.
I mean, at champion strength, you've
Ese
got the
robo de
mana
la
for it
doble
off the
gira
top,
dorada
Maddie. What do you
fue...
find off the top of the deck? It is a 3rd Otterpuss.
At the bottom of the variance bucket.
Oh,
just not where you
Mati.
want to be. It's so brutal in card games because variance, when it hits like this, it's so hard when you're 1-1.
Exacto, que cuál eliges y vaina,
Your world
cualquiera.
championship bid is on the line. It's just
Maddie pranking 2 copies of the Darkened Bloodletter is going to pick the one on the left, if I saw that correctly. And I mean, this is the problem with the Champion Strength decks, right? Yes, you want to draw the Champion Strength on curve, the game-ending card, but you play so many 1-drops that it's just so much more likely that that is going to be the card that you draw. But these pranks,
Sí,
not
sí, se
really
acabó el
paying
Champion
dividends for Maddie
Strength.
in a way that they would have hoped. Yes, it was good to hit the Champion
También
Strength initially, but now that we're hitting
le remontaba la partida, pero... qué mal robar así.
I mean, what do you do here is Maddie. You can buff up your units. You can go for an attack. Kind of?
Yeah, the question here is how much does Maddie want to attack, because you do need to preserve your board to give yourself the top deck out of the champion strength. There are no more units in hand for Maddie. These 5 are what he has to take home with him. So if he starts sending in trades now, it's not really up to Maddie. Teddy still has 2 challengers, one with quick attack even, and if we just want to go in with the Nora, sharp sight in the hand for Teddy.
I mean, Teddy has all the answers right now, and unfortunately for Maddie, this draw, I can't get over how devastating it must feel. I love how he's still focusing. He can tell this isn't going his way, but he is trying to find the only way out, and there aren't many ways out.
Maddie seems to be very concerned with the option. Oh, okay, gonna go in for a full attack. Pull it back just a little bit there, Sport. But what I was gonna say is, as we get further along in the game, Teddy's champion strength was not discarded. The cost was just increased. It is still a threat to come down on turn 7, which is Maddie's next attack turn.
Oh yeah, Maddie would love to switch hands with Teddy right now.
Even a 10-mana champion strength, Maddie would be more than happy to find. We're actually going to get a tiny spear onto the Otterpuss and a full send of the units from Maddie, understanding that Teddy doesn't want to block with this Fleet Feather Tracker, wants to take advantage of the quick attack, and might be able to push through a little bit of damage here, but I don't know what range we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Maddie feels like he has to do something here. He knows the clock is ticking. He knows the champion strength is in hand. So you might as well try to make trades now, because once that champion strength comes down, there's no winning anymore.
And we might still get the sharp sight in order to take out the Nora. Hasn't happened yet, and I'd like to think you'd get those portals under control. We've seen how many elusives Maddie has been able to pull off of that, and just a portal elusive into a champion strength could be enough to find the win and secure the series. But for now, Maddie very much on the back foot, losing
no puedo ver esto.
Let's see if that Nora does get a block.
Sí, claro.
We do see the
Limpia la mesa. Y sin unidades, ya que no puede hacer nada.
Tracker stays alive too.
4 units lost for Maddie, 2 units lost for Teddy.
No tiene, o sea, tiene 2 ejidas doradas. ¿Qué carajo hace?
Darken Thrall summoned as well. 9.7% chance, equal odds to draw either champion strength or Poppy from this position, but now Silver with just an Otterpuss left. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Rápido, desafío y ya limpia la mesa.
No,
llegó un turno tarde la Poppy, la
puta madre. Lose the Otterpuss here, and Poppy, she's scared to go in alone. She needs a team around here if we're going to progress that level up. So these Golden Ages, these Poppy, these are not just the impactful cards that Maddie needs. It's too little, too late.
Y un turno después, a Mati las 2 partidas ha tenido tan mala suerte de robar un turno tarde la carta que necesitaba. Y tiene Aatrox ahora. No, pero si quieres rebajar, no sé. Mamá en pantaleta.
Can't play anything this turn. You cannot just throw your Poppy to the wolves. We're actually going to have to see a Golden Aegis just to preserve our unit from this Fleet Feather.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way of really refilling the hand here. I don't think there's a way out of this one for Maddie.
No, and I think this actually might be lethal anyway. The Darken Bloodletters onto the Darken Thrall would be 14 power coming in at Maddie 24 Mayo once this Otterpuss is pulled off to the side. So Teddy, if he wants to go for that, he might be eyeing the Tumble instead. A couple of different options with this 1 spell mana remaining, but you know, gonna play respectfully of what Maddie could still have. 4 mana is a lot, and there is a little bit of interaction in this list,
including Pokey Stick.
Yeah, Pokey onto the Fleet Feather would completely derail
Teddy's la carta esta de los Dark, de la subida a nivel de Aatrox. Bueno, lo bueno es que él no tenía tantos hechizos de Dark. Teddy está muy OP, sí. Ay, y que Mati robó, bueno, malísimo. Malísimo, malísimo. O sea, la doble ejida dorada.
Yeah, I mean, that's no more mana left here for Teddy. We'll see a swing here. We know that Maddie can't do anything about it. I mean, could play a Poppy, but
son 10 de daño.
Really
vuelve a atacar.
If there was a world where you could win, she could not die.
Yeah, I do not believe that there are any portals left for Maddie either. No units going to be coming out. We've got the Otterpuss still online, but Maddie can't go in for an attack here thanks to the Aatrox. Might even have to just rally for a barrier. Inspiring Light still not enough to get through the Aatrox, and a Cataclysm top deck for Teddy is catastrophic for Maddie, who didn't even leave enough mana for the potential top deck of the champion strength.
I mean, this game was a bit brutal.
Surrender from Maddie 24 Mayo means
que no podía hacer
Teddy
nada.
will be moving on to the semifinals. America's eliminated from the World
Teddy ganó
Championship.
bien merecido,
I
aunque
mean,
bueno,
Teddy is a spectacular
mala suerte
player.
de Mati
Even though
también.
we saw the hand from Maddie Brick,
No voy a apoyar a más nadie porque va a perder.
Teddy will also have a really hard match in the semifinals, no matter who he plays against. But
bueno, vamos a
he's just so good.
animarnos un
First
poco.
game going the
Vamos
way
a
of
hacer
Maddie
uno de los
really gave
sorteos
us hope,
de
but as we mentioned on the desk a little bit earlier, in a
de
bracket
las
with
1000
three
moneditas, ahora que he
seasonal
terminado una de las
champions
partidas.
between Teddy, Reroll, and
Y lo vamos a
Biotech.
hacer de
Teddy,
la siguiente manera. Voy a cerrar
fresh off of a
esto
win in
esta
the
gente,
seasonals and now fresh off of a win here
al
in
pelirrojo y a la
the
chica.
in the quarterfinals. Our first player guaranteed to advance to the
Vamos a hacer un sorteo de las primeras 1000 monedas. Lo vamos a hacer de la siguiente manera. Totalmente.
I mean, we've already been singing Teddy's praises throughout the course of the tournament, even leading up to this point.
Lo vamos a hacer de la siguiente manera. Necesito, bueno, como ya les comenté al principio del video, pero como ha llegado gente nueva, necesito, bueno, que tengan su Riot ID con su respectivo hashtag, todo en orden, su nombre de usuario, correo de asociado, perdón, a la cuenta de Riot. Eso serían como que los tres cosas que serían requerimiento. Y lo otro es que me lo manden, me lo pueden mandar a mi cuenta de Twitter que van a encontrar aquí abajo, o al correo que tengo que revisar si está aquí abajo. Si no, bueno, lo voy a colocar al final de la transmisión porque no sé si lo coloqué ahorita. Déjame revisar rapidito.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And then we saw Alan was calling it out, the way that you win that matchup as
Para ver si lo agregué.
Aatrox is the full mulligan for champion strength. Maddie did it. He just didn't find it. It just didn't happen. Sometimes that's how the cards fall. And with that, Teddy is going to be able to move on and continue his pursuit of the triple crown of Runeterra with his win in the Masters, win at the seasonal, and now trying to win the World Championship.
El correo en la descripción, ahí está el pobre Mati ahí sufriendo, estaba feliz y le arrancaba una sonrisa, necesitamos venganza, necesitamos que eliminen a Teddy. Pero en fin, abajo está en la descripción mi correo personal y mi cuenta de Twitter. El ganador de este primer sorteo me manda un pantallazo del stream, del comentario, y bueno, me dice yo soy tal, este es mi usuario. Y lo que vamos a hacer es que el primero que me comente cuál fue qué campeón está en la última miniatura del último mazo, no video, mazo gameplay que subí. El que me comente qué campeón está en esa miniatura, no es necesario que comenten la skin en la que está, pero si el campeón se gana las primeras 1000 monedas. Entonces bueno, lo pueden ir dejando aquí abajo en los comentarios. El primero que lo diga se lleva las 1000 moneditas.
Yeah, and Maddie finally got a chance to play the Nora Poppy, right? That had been banned away consistently, and Teddy was confident that since I have this Vayne Aatrox, and Silverfuse mentioned this on the desk, it has secondary and tertiary win conditions, different things that I can try to still win the game of champions.
Algo característico de.
Yeah, and I was still really happy to see Maddie take a game against Teddy here and really bring him down to the wire at the end, because if he finds champion strength in that matchup, Maddie is going to be able to take that. So he, I think, did Chile proud.
No, raíces del último video, del último mazo.
Making it to the top 8 here. Yes, he was our sole representative. I would have loved to see him go further as an America's caster myself, but I'm very happy with how Maddie played. Good job, Maddie. Good job. Good performance here at Worlds.
It's been awesome to see Maddie play.
Todos saliéndose del stream para ver pero hablando en otra pestaña, no sean ratas.
But who is his opponent going to be?
Timo es el campeón del último mazo que subiste. Timo soy, sí. El ganador del primer es Thor is Rempe 19 bueno, eres el primer ganador de las primeras 1000 moneditas. Como ya lo comenté, tómale un pantallazo al stream y me lo mandas al correo electrónico que está aquí abajo o a la cuenta de Twitter. Igual, bueno, como son un grupo reducido, probablemente las 1000 moneditas queden entre todos ustedes, que son los miembros más fieles de la comunidad, por decirlo de alguna manera, los que están siempre pendientes y los que están activos. Entonces no se preocupen, no te preocupes, Matías, probablemente más adelante tengas unas moneditas a ti nada más
right now. He
por
is so good.
participar.
He's playing very clean Runeterra, and he's shown it so far in the tournament. So
gracias, no, gracias a ti por estar aquí. Eso es, el stream es para la comunidad. Yo lo que les comenté al principio, no gano nada.
Thank you so much, Necra. And now that I am back on camera, I want to talk about South Korea.
Sí, nada más, claro, para dejarle a los demás.
A pseudo mirror match, right? Both these players have red white.
Ya ganaste tú, ya vamos a dejar para repartir a todos los que vayan pasando por el stream.
I mean, yeah, that's shocking.
Bueno, ya, la siguiente partida cuando termine, hacemos un siguiente. Ahora está baja attack. Aphelios está interesante. Ajá, no pasa nada, no, tranquilo, exacto. Sí, es que eso, como yo no tengo tantos views, lo más probable es que te mando más por Twitter, sí. Te mando un mensaje por Twitter, perfecto, no te preocupes. Probablemente eso. Yo creo que de todas maneras yo tengo los datos de Matías. Ahí vamos viendo, igual cuando te la ganes o cuando te toque. Ahí vamos bien. Aurelio Sol, ahí viene reroll. No voy a apoyar a nadie. No voy a apoyar a nadie porque lo de Matías ha sido un golpe muy duro.
And to me, Elise feels like it's not slotted as well into this meta right now.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a few fearsome blockers coming out of some of the hardier decks
Legión,
from Apóyame. So it is going to be interesting to see if the players want to take the full mirror match, if we just leave Red Gwen and the Vayne Aatrox mirrors up. I know we had a little bit of predictions earlier. Taking a look now at
el doble Harrowing. El doble Harrowing es... Y eso es que esa carta está nerfeada, que es lo más fuerte. Está nerfeada igualito cuando lo juegan es GG, es un OTK.
Triple redeemed Prodigy. We have seen the work that this card has put in.
Not only that, but I mean, so we can talk about the matchup, the slight
differences, the 2 Fallen Reckoner as opposed to 3 from Reroll versus Baya, but it might still just come down to who draws that Harrowing first.
Ponen el código del mazo, pero ya lo voy a copiar, ¿viste? No, probablemente después lo pongan en las cuentas oficiales o en las propias páginas de...
Your mulligan would mean a lot.
De
Both wins are left up, it looks like, so we could see a mirror match.
Yeah, it's the double Aatrox ban. Another player willing to go up against that. You have to assume
bueno, banearon a Aatrox, y hubiese baneado también a ese cerdo, porque tanto en el mundial de LoR como en el mundial de LoL como en el mundial de LoR ha estado cochinísimo.
And now we are going to get
con Katarina Wen,
from Reroll, a deck that I am very excited to see. You know, the Unforgiving Cold has been a premier card throughout the entirety of this tournament. Does very well in this matchup, but Baya has the Harrowing in the opening game. Actually going to ship it away.
I mean, on top of that, there is 2 pairs of the Rite of Negation here. So a pair with the Rite of Negation could stop that Harrowing, so I can see not wanting to keep that in your starting hand and wanting to apply as much pressure as you can.
Me deja mandarme mensaje por Twitter, qué raro.
While Baya does not, so this redeemed Prodigy might not be able to get as much value as you would hope in a matchup like this. We are underway here for match number 2, the quarterfinals 2022 World Championship.
And looking at the first card, we have the Predict here. It does have a Fanatic, which is a Cultist, Shapestone, and the Merciless Hunter. There's some cases where Merciless Hunter hitting 3 and being able to trade in could be big.
Yeah, we see the timer almost run out there for reroll. I'm not sure what was selected. We'll see it on the draw here. Maybe it was no, it was the Merciless Hunter, like you mentioned. So no off-turn Katarinas for Baya.
Directos.
And we have seen these darkened weapons
déjame ya intenta mandar, ya arreglé aquí la solicitud de mensaje. Intenta mandarme el mensaje y ya debería estar activo para todo el mundo.
Because this card itself does not have Hallowed, right? It needs to summon the Ghastly Band. That's where you get your Hallowed proc in.
El Red Gwen sigue muy fuerte, sí. Sí, por eso, y con el Harrowing es un OTK prácticamente.
And that's exactly what you want when you're playing Katarina Gwen. If you're attacking on turn 3, you want to get the Katarina online. If you're attacking on turn 4, you want to get the Gwen online.
It's the sort of awkward thing. Okay, actually just not even going to go for it. It would have been a huge commitment for reroll.
No, entonces envíalo ahora, porque cambié la configuración para que todos pudieran mandarme un mensaje. La tenía deshabilitada.
And all the while, by attack, the redeemed Prodigy just stays on board, and it looks like it is going to stay on board regardless, as we are going to take out this the Blade's Edge.
La gata.
And Katarina level up, first one of the quarterfinals.
Bueno, se llamaba la gata de una amiga, entonces por eso lo digo.
Prodigy not getting one attack in, but potentially 2 attacks in.
It might be a
Catarina ya subió de nivel.
Into Sivir. It's a pretty good
yo
for it, but Baya does
el
have
volumen
that second copy, and we've seen these Hallowed triggers get out of control very quickly so far this event.
Estos locos hablando
10 plus into the death pool in some games.
And I mean, pretty solid board here from Reroll though. The tempo is looking good.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a game where Baya can just throw down Katarina after Katarina, which is why so many players have been critical of this champion for so long. You need a board to back it up, and it's been a while since Nox has had a sticky enough board or a region they could pair with well enough in order to just continuously throw it down.
And taking a look at this Akshan Sivir Varus deck, I mean, lots of low-cost cards in it. I mean, once you get past the early game, not taking too much damage, we'll be able to continuously apply pressure. I mean, Sivir is also just a monster.
Yeah, now we've got 8 damage coming in from Baya. No shot that we're blocking with the Gwen here. This Gwen-Katarina level-up combo is something that we've seen swing a lot of games back, but that quicksand in Reroll's hand, the ability to take the quick attack away from both champions while Baya has no interaction for it. Now finds a glimpse beyond, but it might not be enough if Baya loses this Gwen and this Katarina. Not even out of the game. We have the Eternal Dancers. We can bring back the Katarina.
That's the thing about this Gwen deck. You can take care of the units on board, but they will always be back.
And now we're just going to see the quicksand onto the Gwen, a block with the Sivir. This might be a glimpse beyond from Baya. It might not. There's a lot of things that he can play down if he keeps the 5-unit mana, but it is going to be a draw.
Silenciado.
And we will see the glimpse beyond, as mentioned earlier.
Sacrificarla y acelerar un poquito el más.
And we can say goodbye to Gwen for now, but we'll see her again. She's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Baya drawing an Arachnoid Sentry, still has some 2-drop to throw
tiene que poner bloqueadores, sí, porque
Lethal not looking likely for the next turn on reroll, but you know, without a harrowing, Baya's not having a likely kill turn either. Katarina not particularly well set up here.
muy tocado.
I mean, this hand for reroll though,
porque en la mano no tiene para hacerle
down really low.
Yeah, could throw out a 4-drop here, could be the Varus, could be a weapon.
Aquí puedes jugar a la araña y estunearle uno, ¿no? Y bloquear con la araña. Y eso hecho creo que, bueno, claro, no le está viendo la mano al otro. Ay, coño.
Though that Sivir is what you really want to be stunning, and no interaction through the spell shield currently.
Not feeling too worried here. We don't see that Arachnoid Sentry coming out or the Reckoner.
Estaban esperando como que mucho para...
So being able to calculate this turn and saying, hey, also, do I need this Arachnoid Sentry for my own offensive turn?
I actually really like this from Baya, understanding that there's almost no chance that reroll is just throwing down an option pre-combat. Probably wants to get more online, otherwise it would have been more damage on the open. So understanding that reroll is sort of telegraphing further development. If you do want to play the Sentry this turn, you've got a little bit more of a window.
Pero yo no sé, yo no soy jugador profesional. Me lo estaba planteando. O sea, no ser jugador profesional, sino como que ser un poquito más competitivo. Pero para eso sí necesito dedicarle tiempo a eso y ya tengo que tener una fuente de ingreso propia. Ya mandé meses, no sé si me faltó algo de mandar. Tiene buena mesa de reroll. Sí, sí. Por eso, pero esa lo mejor. Bueno, a lo mejor como eso no tenía letal, preferí armar
Yeah, it would definitely end things on the next attack turn, and it is worth noting that because this is not the Demacia variant of Sivir Akshan, you don't actually have to be worried about Cataclysm or Golden Aegis or any of the other rally-style effects that we've seen, so it's going to be pretty honest in terms of who has the attack token.
Bueno, y me llegó el mensaje. Eres el Rubens. Okay.
Challenge available onto the Reckoner.
Rubens 25.
Also, too,
solo para confirmar.
Reroll is out of mana. Baya does not have to worry about momentous choice.
Para los que veo que han llegado unos cuantos espectadores nuevos, estamos haciendo sorteos de 1000 moneditas, entonces para que estén atentos al próximo sorteo.
Yeah, this double fearsome. I mean, making it where one of them is going to get through here.
And now, gonna push it down to 5 on the side of Baya. Varus unlikely to get high enough for a big overwhelm push through, given the hand state of reroll. There's really no way to accelerate this option. There's so refusing. We need to top deck some choice cards that are able to target our own units and, you know, maybe getting the Darken Thrall back online, but I think it's kind of committed at the moment.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, I mean, this isn't the Demacia variant, and there aren't really ways to do much reach without units in this deck. It's just unit based.
Ya todo perfecto, ya lo mando. Probablemente al final de la semana o algo estén haciendo la entrega de las moneditas. Entonces, bueno, no doy una fecha exacta porque eso no lo controlo yo. Yo opino que Teddy está muy fuerte, sí. Vamos a ver. Bueno, la semifinal estaría buena, sí, dependiendo de aquí si gana reroll, que decían que era uno de los favoritos. Y que va bastante bien. Está tratando de sacar, de subir esa acción de nivel.
That sounds great.
Bien, loco. Eso le puede tumbar una... Gracias por las monedas. No, tú te las ganaste. Gracias a ti por estar aquí, por apoyar este stream. Yo debería hacer, bueno, me lo he planteado mucho, sí, hacer stream más seguido, pero es que por las cuestiones de tiempo, incluso he pensado de hacer stream de juegos en general. A mí me gusta, aparte de jugar Legends of Frontera, jugar otras cosas, jugar juegos AAA, jugar otros juegos. El propio Yu-Gi-Oh, que por ahí se viene un proyecto bastante interesante con Yu-Gi-Oh. Pero bueno, tengo que tener tiempo para hacerlo. Y bueno, estaría bueno hacerlo de vez en cuando con más premios y cosas así, ¿no? Porque a mí me gusta hacer este tipo de cosas. Por eso es que acepté más o menos esta oportunidad de la retransmisión, por el hecho de que esto de leer los comentarios, compartir y ofrecerles cosas a mí me motiva demasiado. Entonces, bueno, y como tengo esta oportunidad con Riot Games, en estos días me debe estar por llegar algo especial. Bueno, probablemente sí, bueno, si me llega, estaré haciendo un unboxing de ello. Ya le vi que le llegó a otros creadores, probablemente si ustedes, todos somos una comunidad pequeña, seguimos a la misma gente, ya habrán visto, pero bueno. Guillermo Ignacio creo que es el mazo más fuerte de Vaya Attack, sí. Sí. ¿Cómo estás, Guillermo? Ignacio, bienvenido. Sí, el mazo está muy fuerte, pero bueno, habría que ver la ventaja que tiene reroll. Pero sí, a nivel de más. Claro, él nada más tiene ventaja de vida. El Vaya Attack tiene ventaja de mana. Y eso, con una Catarina, ataque rápido. Tiene para defenderse mientras tanto y tiene para robar cartas. Como un bloqueador.
I mean, now that Baya is tapped out as well, reroll, I mean, he just has to really play a unit here. I mean, there's definitely one better than the other, but I love the consideration here, taking things step by step.
Con un ojo en el mundial de fútbol y otro con el de LoR. Oye, yo no puedo hacer eso. Ayer estaba así. Ayer lo intenté ver un ratico el mundial, pero de LoR, pero tengo que pararle a lo que está pasando para... Si me pierdo una jugada ya pierdo el hilo de toda la partida. El Matías así con los ojos así, como decimos aquí en Venezuela, virola, sin ofender a nadie que tenga estrabismo, ¿no? Pero así con un ojo para un lado y el ojo para el otro. Bueno, si estoy yo con el chat así, esa es lo chimbo, que chimbo en Venezuela significa malo. Que tengo las dos pantallas, pero en una tengo que estar pendiente del chat y en la otra tengo que ver lo que está pasando. Se no puedo ver el mundial normal, el de fútbol, no normal. Matías le juegan, no sé, el Harrowing y Matías gol.
The Bloodletters put back on to the auction, down to 4 on the Warlord's Palace. Possible that it
Yo le hubiese limpiado una de las unidades. Bueno, yo siempre digo lo que hubiese hecho yo, pero ellos obviamente son mucho mejores jugadores que yo.
For this South Korean seasonal champion.
And if things do end up looking bad somehow, still has this Bone Skewer as a little bit of an out.
Coming in for 6 on the Arachnoid Sentry would threaten the life of any of these units if reroll throws out a blocker, but getting a unit off the board, not the worst thing in the world. Might even offer up this Cultist as an option. Could just take the damage. It's no additional burn coming out of by attack, no decimates, or there is no copies of Noxian Fervor actually for either of these competitors in their Red Gwen deck. We've seen it as a one-of in some of the lists, but this player's a little bit more focused on the more traditional board-based gameplay, not going for the cheeky burn or cheeky removal.
I love how Baya does. He's still looking at a way to win this game, though. I mean, he definitely looks disappointed, but I don't think he's completely given up, and I think that is a big thing when it comes to players at this level.
It's actually going to be the Bone Skewer onto the auction.
Qué bueno, tenías eso.
Baya, no answer for this one. It's just going to be the unit taken out. Auction back to the top of the deck. Bloodliners unable to be re-equipped as it was put down already this turn. And the Midnight Raid disappears. An open attack from reroll. A Legion rearguard top deck from Baya attack means that this will be lethal. Reroll going up 1-0 here in the quarterfinals.
I mean, two
outstanding Marisol, uno para el mal y otro para el sol, exacto.
I want to see who wins the next one. Is
Ajá,
able to take
pasó Marruecos a cuartos, o sea, me interesa ver quién pasaba, sí, claro. Claro, más bien están haciendo mucho, pero yo creo que ya lo que le dio el cultista, así, el tipo LoR. Ahí va reroll. ¿Qué, va a jugar Víctor? Ah, no, va a jugar otra vez el
triple one drops in the opener for reroll post mulligan.
And these decks are quite similar to each other. I mean, small choices here and there that get changed, ratios. The big thing is the Elise and the Katarina, in my opinion. But after that, I mean, it even comes down to, I guess, 2 Mark the Isles for Umbaya here. Maybe he's able to
vamos a ver cómo está, porque yo no sé cómo va el mundial de fútbol.
Yeah, when we're looking at Ravenous Hawks, the main removal to a Mark the Isle can really upset that math. It kind of depends on exactly what unit's going down onto here, but reroll has the attack
pasó Marruecos. O sea, pasó de los cuartos de final. Eso es lo que quisiste decir, Matías. No me lo creo. No me lo creo. O sea, Marruecos es el campeón.
Will be tough to navigate with the way this is set up. I mean, we see both have Katarina. No wins yet. I feel
Nomás
like
pido que la final no quede entre asiáticos para
game.
quitar ese estereotipo. Sí, totalmente, es lo que comentaba al principio. Ya, o sea, los asiáticos está bien, les gustan mucho los videojuegos y dominan y tienen una industria con millones de dólares y muchas cosas ahí de ventaja. Pero estaría bueno que de vez en cuando dejaran algo para los demás, pues para eso que como Marruecos que acaba de ganarle a Portugal.
To me, I think a lot of this might end up coming down to draws. I mean, Gwen and Harrowing are going to be huge.
Aparentemente, mi estimado Guillermo Ignacio.
Here 5 actually, a little bit more than a little bit, if I do say so myself. But reroll getting a good setup here with the Redeemed Prodigy, now going into the attack token with some spell mana as well as the Katarina, and just a second Katarina from Baya, not the punish you were really looking for, like the Arachnoid Sentry picked up from reroll.
However, this Blade's Edge being able to take out another Hallowed unit, but still, these stacks are going up so fast.
Yeah, Baya gonna already be at 3 if this Phantom Butler goes down. That's quite a bit, but reroll, no slouch either. Gonna go up to at least 2 once this Prodigy gets in there and the Ghastly Band is summoned. We'll see exactly how everything plays out, and I gotta say,
lo que hay de hacer un mundial de LoL. Es que, hola John Molina, ¿cómo va todo? Bienvenido al stream, estamos aquí apoyando a los latinoamericanos que ya perdieron, que perdió Mati, y deseando que no sea una final de asiáticos ahí, porque ya está bueno de los asiáticos. O sea, en cuanto a ganar finales de videojuegos, no es que tenga nada en contra de los asiáticos, no me cancelen, por favor. Vamos a ver, bueno, cómo va. Esa Catarina va a golpear. No. No, bueno, puede sacrificar su propia unidad y evitarlos. Va a dejar que ella suba de nivel. No, claro, porque sí. Sí, este bloque está complicado. Sí, va a dejar que no le dé su nivel a la Catarina.
Actually up to 3 hallowed for both players. Level Katarina in the hand for reroll.
¿Qué tal, John? Estamos haciendo sorteos de moneditas, entonces para que muy al pendiente. Ya les estaré diciendo cómo es la siguiente dinámica.
One turn early on the Eternal Dancers. Here comes the Katarina for Baya, but reroll has the Sentry Flock combo.
Sentry and Flock ready to go. I mean, reroll making sure that's still his best choice. Does this Katarina?
Really? Okay, yeah, just saying, hey, Baya, if you want to go in with Katarina, I will also go in with Katarina, and we can play this fun little game of chicken, as this would push Baya down to 6 if both players do go in for their respective attacks. And if Baya just leaves his Katarina around on board, reroll still has that Sentry Flock combo.
I love the pressure this Katarina puts on too, and also making a zero-cost blade too. I mean, that value there says, hey, you want to develop more? I got you. And that's a huge read because last round, Baya passed with 2 mana left for development because the Blade's Edge was in hand. So reroll is actually playing pretty proactive here, saying, I dare you to play into this.
And I love to see so much proactivity from these players. Get on board, get in your opponent's face, start shouting at them. We actually see the attack here from Baya attack. If we look at the hand states for each player, Baya very favored if the game goes long, but I do not think that is going to be the case. Silver 6 attack on the Katarina coming in, reroll just going to take it.
It's just feels like top laners just kind of punching each other. 2 top lane Katarinas for some reason, like the tank Katarina once upon a time. Just kind of bam, 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 back and forth.
And we're going to see the Katarina return for both players. No board states left over. Baya unable to develop the Phantom Butler into the Blade's Edge unless he wants to commit the Glimpse Beyond as well. You really don't want to lose that unit for free, and there's no tempo last on the side of reroll. Still going to bang 3 spell mana into the next turn.
What do I do with this 2 mana?
And we're going to go ahead and pass both
discarding the Duskblade here.
And actually, so this Iron Ballista will have 7 attack. Once it goes in, Baya cannot develop Phantom Butler as a blocker. Needs something a little bit more impactful. The Eternal Dancers, but there's still mana for the Arachnoid Sentry in reroll's hand.
Reroll might be taking here. I mean,
this one-up Iron Ballista is such a difference maker in this moment. You can see Baya sweating, scratching his head. How do I get myself out of this situation? This Iron Ballista that I'm staring down, is that really what eliminates me?
I mean, we've talked about how these open deck lists, throwing in a one-of copy can be incredibly impactful because it makes your
It's the Eternal Dancers. We get the stun from in. You can see reroll give the thumbs up. He knows that he's got it. Baya has a draw spell here, but what are you going to do with one spell mana? No damage units, no Ravenous Flock top deck. Reroll looking like the favorite here to move on to the semifinals, eliminating the seasonal champion Baya attack.
And Baya knows at this point, he's like, just give me a second.
Reroll certainly knows at this point too, jamming out, getting in the zone, preparing for the rest of the day.
I mean, reroll has been looking incredible.
O sea, va a intentar robar algo para...
To play well. I
pero es que con uno de maná que puede jugar.
Saying, hey, you want to develop into this? Like, I saw you not develop earlier. You obviously have something that you can't play into my blade, so I'm going to keep doing it.
I feel like a lot of players would have, they see the Katarina come down, they go, okay, yeah, this is a pivotal champion in the matchup. I have the Arachnoid Sentry Flock. I need to get this out of the way. But not reroll. Reroll says, oh, you want to play this game of chicken? I have the higher life total. I have the bigger Katarina. I'm more than happy to play this with you.
Just such great play from him.
We even see Vile Feast in response to the Glimpse Beyond. The game is all but over, and reroll still looking to play perfectly here.
And that's exactly what he needed to do. The pressure is here, and wow, reroll, what a game, what a series.
No playable cards from Baya attack means reroll going to take it 2-0
de reroll.
Favorites from the EMEA region. South Korea knocking out one of the EMEA competitors.
Bueno, lo que pasa es que tiene mucho nivel. Pero
a game. And, I mean,
bueno, va a
we've
estar
been
buena esa
talking
final,
about South
esa
Korea
semi
coming
Teddy
in
con
and being
reroll, ¿no?
strong the
La
entire time,
siguiente.
and they have performed so well.
We knew that this upper half of the bracket was going to be one of the stronger ones,
Sí.
right? 3 seasonal champions
Ya,
top
nosotros
loaded
estamos
into
viendo
it.
la-
A 2-0
aquí
rather
la-
unexpected result for this with the red Gwen. The
Guiones.
defense performed so well for Biattack over the course of
¿Qué
this
les
tournament.
pareció?
Not
Bueno, ese
quite
mirror
able to
match
clutch it out, but we're going to throw
estuvo
it back to
muy
the analyst desk
descantado
to
para
break it
un
down
lado.
for you.
Now we know the
Creo
two players that are
Bueno,
going to be
aquí
going
vamos
into
a
the
mutearlos
first
y mientras tanto vamos a
semifinal
hacer
match,
otro
and that's going to be
sorteito de 1000
reroll.
monedas.
Now heading into
Sí,
the
porque son
semifinals
4, después otros
after
4
a
y la
mirror
final y
match
sí,
between those
serían
two
10
red Gwen decks. What was the
sorteos, ¿no?
difference maker there
que
in that
serían
match?
Draw and attack
sí,
token.
después de cada
The
partida
way that both players drew.
son 4 partidas,
Unfortunately
después
for
2
the
y
reroll
después
here,
2.
the attack
Sí,
token with the correct
exacto.
units on those, and it was just
Bueno,
the tempo,
vamos
like
a ver
later,
con el
like
siguiente
you said on the
sorteo
back
de
area,
moneditas.
and it's just unfortunate for
Ahí
him.
nomás, sí.
Yeah, the
La
players
Cata
were
dio la
playing
partida, sí.
incredibly aggressive. I learned
Y esa
a
jugada
lot from
también,
watching
por eso
that
es que hay
match,
que
to be
pensar
honest,
mucho,
because
pues
I
si él
realized
se
I
podía
kind of
jugar otra
violated
unidad,
the red Gwen matchup incorrectly.
pasar
I'm
esa
trying to
ronda
answer the
también
Katarina, I'm trying to keep
fue
the internal
fundamental.
dangers under control, but they're like, no, I need
Bueno,
to
vamos
end the game.
al
I want to go
siguiente
for the
sorteo de
beatdown,
1000
and it
moneditas.
pays off there.
Oh, you just need to go
Vamos a
fast.
hacer que
Just go fast.
el primero
Send
que
it all to the next
me
game.
ponga en los
Actually, you know,
comentarios
speaking of going face, we got to see a bit of a throwback with a reroll teching in a single Iron Ballista.
cuál
Now, of course, he
es
did have a big lead
la
there. It's not
frase,
necessarily like the Iron Ballista
la última
won
frase
the
que yo
game,
digo
but
en
it
siempre en
was
los
the
videos.
finisher at the end.
Coméntamelo
It was
ahí
the
en
nail in the
los
coffin for
comentarios.
Brian not being able to
Y
deal
ahí hacemos el
with this
sortito de las
overwhelm.
monedas.
It made it so he couldn't test the waters with the Butler as a blocker because the Iron Ballista's overwhelm would have gone through. Instead, he has to play a beefier unit, and the Arachnoid Sentry is able to clean it up. So it was very cute to see this one of that really we haven't seen much of recently come in and take the win.
Yeah, reroll, we could tell by the build
ver,
of Red
¿quién se la
Gwen
lleva?
was prepared to be aggressive. Rear guard, running Phantom Butler alongside the Redeem
ahí nos
Prodigy,
solemos,
the
sí.
pseudo replacement that a lot of players have been swapping him out
Ahí
for,
nos-
and that Ballista just wanted to hit hard and
Exacto,
hit
ahí nos
fast.
solemos. Guillermo
And
Ignacio,
game
bueno,
one, the action
el ganador
Philip Rose were
de la
Maya couldn't really do much there.
es para ver si
He went
están
for
suscritos
the
al canal y siguen mis
value play
videos,
with the
si no,
Katarina
y que
level up,
bueno, los que
and
no
he
lo
just
hacen,
got out-tempoed and he
que se
was
pudren.
never able to develop the Katarina and catch
Guillermo Ignacio,
in on
el
this
ganador de las
level up.
1000 moneditas,
But after seeing such a
coméntame,
fantastic
bueno,
set,
no mentira,
reroll
tienes
now
que
advancing
mandar
to take on
Riot
Teddy at the
ID,
next stage of the
usuario
bracket.
y
I
correo
wanna take a
de
quick moment
Riot,
to just say that,
que
you know,
sea tu
Bad
cuenta de
Tech
Riot.
put up
Me lo vas a
such
mandar o al
huge,
correo que está en la
like,
descripción
fight.
o a mi cuenta de
To get
Twitter,
to
ya
this
están habilitados los
point,
mensajes.
we're
Me lo
all
mandas
proud
como
of
un
the
pantallazo
boy.
del stream
He's so young
y bueno,
and
ahí
has
ya
been putting up
estarían las monedas para
consistent
el...
results coming out of a powerful shard in the EMEA region. And I know that even earlier in the year, right, when he was kind of popping off, and then he felt that he was
Yo soy uno de tus
backsliding a bit.
primeros
Every
sus.
competitor goes through
Bueno,
this.
ahí
He was
está,
like,
claro.
No, I lost my touch,
Ser
I'm
lo
walking out. And I said
de
to
esa es
him,
la
you know,
ventaja
you gotta
de
stick with it. We all
estar
have
desde
your
los
back.
principios
And he made it all the way here to
del
top
canal,
8
¿no? De
against
que
such an
ha
incredibly
tenido su
stacked
recompensa ver
qualifier.
cada uno de mis ahí nos olemos. Entonces nada, Guillermo, felicitaciones. Muchísimas gracias a ti por pasarte por estar en el Steam. Espero que sigas aquí ahí, porque no sé, a lo mejor se me va, como dicen en España, un poco la olla. Y sorteo de una vez los tableros por aquí, vamos a ver. Pero vamos a ver si está bien. Iba a poner, pero me darían ban si gano de nuevo. Exacto. No, tampoco. Tampoco vaya. Dejarle a toda la comunidad un poquito. Entonces nada, y bueno, ya.
I'll be mean to him later.
Me mandas eso a la captura, Guillermo, y todo. Y bueno, que no sé, ¿qué les ha parecido hasta ahora las partidas?
Listen, we are still highly ahead. We still have 4
Hasta ahora han estado súper bien.
Hey, Europe has been a titan of a region for the
Solo hemos
entirety
visto una vez a Atrox y no fue representativo en la partida.
I know. Before we get into a
La
long
primera
TED
tuvo
talk, we've
mucho
already finished one
agro,
half of the
está
bracket to
poquito
see who's
menos,
going to be moving on to that
más
first
mid-range.
semifinal. And we've got the second half of that bracket and our last top 8 matches coming up after this.
A little bit, sort of force you to not develop further
Aquí
this
está
turn, so
la
that I can play my
reposición
block.
de lo
Is
que
happy
pasó,
to trade it, so
como que la jugada clave.
to actually up to 3 hallowed for both players, level Katarina in the hand for reroll, and a full cleared board on both players.
And we'll have to see if Violet ends up
Por eso abajo está el correo y el Twitter. me mandan resultado. Teddy versus Reroll. Bueno, van a estar 5 minuticos fuera. Aprovechar de tomar agua, comentando. Lo subieron a 6 minutos. Los drops. ¿Verdad que sí? Hay drops en... Lo que pasa es que a mí me da como cosa verlo en Twitch, porque como estoy transmitiendo desde YouTube, es como... No quiero que me baneen la cuenta. Pero... Eso. Están dando unos drops, una cajita prisma, bueno. Lo que voy a hacer es ver si la puedo dejar en segundo plano desde otro navegador, de otra pantalla. Porque sí, soy un muerto de hambre y quiero mi cajita. Aunque honestamente no sé qué opinan ustedes de los recompensas prisma, pero yo casi no las uso muy poco. Cuando veo que... Por eso sí, eso siempre ha sido como que mi pelea, ¿no? De la única cosa que no me gusta mucho de LoR, que siempre se enfoca mucho en las recompensas prisma y no me parece que sean tan atractivas. Pero no sé si ustedes... A mí me gustan, sí, pero o sea, yo opino que lo que hacen por ejemplo en Hearthstone, de que te dan un dorso al final de cada... O sea, te pueden dar las recompensas prisma, pero sería bueno un icono, un gesto, un dorso que fuera un poquito más representativo. Entonces esa es mi opinión, pues. Está bien las recompensas prismas, pero eso ya yo lo puedo conseguir jugando. Sería bueno una recompensa que fuera, digamos, más atractiva para uno jugar rankeds. No sé, aparte del icono, como que un dorso o algo. O no sé, al final del mundial que digan, mira, esta temporada, bueno, vamos a hacer una temporada general y el que haya llegado todas las temporadas a, no sé, a oro, vamos a dar un dorso especial o una mascota especial o algo así. TFT lo hace. TFT termina, son 2 meses de temporada, una cosa así. Y al final te dan tu mascota de premio, pues. Y en LoL normal, bueno, pero en LoL es un año, te dan tu skin victorioso. Entonces, deberían ser un poquito más representativo. LoL es como medio la oveja negra en ese sentido, ¿no? En el sentido de que lo que jugamos es como más por pasión que otra cosa. Matías dice, le falta algo más a las primas. No, a las primas no, a las prismas, amigo. No, yo sé. A los prismas, sí, es que están bonitos, pero no sé, falta algo. Los comunes ahora sí te regalan toda la semana, sí. O si sea, eso es otro tema. Sí, es que incluso eso, no, te las dan también por jugar laboratorios, te las dan por jugar partidas normales. Es como que jugar Ranked no tiene debería tener un premio un poco más exclusivo. Pero ya eso tendrían que ver ellos cómo se hace. Algo que motive más llegar a Master, exacto, por lo menos como dice el amigo. Si llegas a Master, ok, dame los drops, dame las recompensas de final de temporada. Por llegar a, qué sé yo, hasta diamante, puedes dar prisma. Pero si llego a maestro, dame un dorso especial de maestro. Entonces así los jugadores se motivan más a llegar, más allá de los competitivos, sino un jugador más casual. O por lo menos la primera vez que llegues a master, que te den algo, no sé, una mascota, algo así, ¿sabes? En Hearthstone, que sigo haciendo esa comparación odiosa, las comparaciones todas son odiosas. Pero en Hearthstone te daban un dorso de leyenda la primera vez que llegabas a leyenda. Entonces es como que, coño, implementen lo mismo, ¿sabes? Algo que me motiva a decir, llegue por primera vez a Master o algo. A los más casuales, a los jugadores competitivos o los más tryhard, bueno, lo harán por hobby porque les motiva hasta un logro estar ahí. Dice, yo creo que, Guillermo dice, yo creo que no muy lejano estarán las skins victoriosas. Ojalá que sí. Llegando, Camus Slayer, ¿cómo estás, Camus Slayer? Yo he llegado a Master varias veces. Ajá. Eso, 40.000 como refiere. Sí, $40.000 para un juego que no es tan masivo. Es plata, es dinero. Con eso, bueno, si ustedes creerán que es mentira, pero aquí en Venezuela con eso yo me compro un apartamento en una buena zona. Claro, con la economía del piso que hay aquí, ¿no? Pero es bastante atractivo y yo cuando lo vi yo dije, oye, ¿será que me pongo a jugar ranked así todos los días, tryhard y vaina? Pero y incluso los otros premios son $10.000, $6.000 está bien, porque desde la comodidad de tu casa ganarte esa cantidad de plata, claro, para eso le habrás tenido que invertir montones y montones de dinero, ¿no? de tiempo, no de dinero. Bueno, y no se compras skins, esas cosas, pero
able to take a game off of Teddy was absolutely
incredible,
and I think we were all very surprised at the conservatory game, but as we mentioned,
la skin victoriosa. Sí. Solo con 5.000 salgo de Venezuela y el resto me voy a USA a montar un negocio, exacto, como dice Camus. Es así. O sea, aquí en Venezuela eso es estar en el top 8 ya, en el top 16. Ya te aseguras una buena plata. Pues. Una skin por llegar a Master de las comuncitas, nomás, exacto. O sea, llego a Master, dame una skin, no sé. Elise, victoriosa, qué sé yo, cualquier cosa. Lo que pasa es, lo que me gusta de LoR es que no sea tan pay to win. Sí, es que te sientas y te relajas y juegas y no te preocupas por tantas cosas. O sea, ya tienes tu colección. Si quieres te compras el pase de batalla, que a mí me está tentando bastante. Lo que pasa es que bueno, será para el otro mes. Y porque aquí comprar el pase en Venezuela, bueno, es imposible. Eso deberían también arreglarlo. Por lo menos habilítame PayPal o aquí no hay nada. Solo es pay to fast, exacto. Pero yo creo que la colección, bueno, ahorita para un jugador nuevo con 1.000 y pico de cartas sí es más tedioso conseguir toda la colección, pero es lo que yo creo que dije en un video de cómo conseguir la colección. Es primero armarte los mazos que te interesan, los que te gustan, seguir jugando y luego completar, qué sé yo, regiones o cosas así, ya después completas la colección. Pero armar un mazo con jugar una semana te armas un mazo competitivo. Creo que incluso sí, si juegas bastante lo armas rápido. No es nada pay to win. Exacto, creo. No es pay to win nada. Sí, claro. Solo por estar en el top 16 te dan plata ya, por eso. O sea, estar ahí ya es un mega logro. Pablo Quiroz mandó una copita, bien. Yo llevo 2 años jugando así bastante y aún me faltan varias cartas, sobre todo champs. A mí me faltan de la última expansión. Yo sí tengo toda la colección antes de la última expansión completa. Lo que pasa es que este último mes no pude jugar tanto por estar tan ocupado. Porque, bueno, estoy haciendo otros proyectos precisamente pensando al futuro para no depender de un trabajo de terceros, sino tener mi propio fuente de ingreso. El canal es algo que me gustaría convertirlo también en un negocio, que más adelante sea así. Ya por lo menos cuento con el apoyo de Riot Games por el programa de Mazotalilla de Six. Ya por lo menos contamos con el apoyo de Riot Games. Eso es bastante bueno. Veo que tengo una comunidad bastante fiel, bastante activa. Entonces me falta la mitad de camino, pero bueno, cuando ya me pueda dedicar a vivir de mis propias cosas, este canal lo tengo pensado ser, no sé, uno de los top 3 mejores de Legends of Frontera de Latinoamérica, respetando a todos los otros creadores de contenido que me parece que son geniales, pero soy bastante ambicioso con eso. Lo que pasa es que ahorita no tengo el tiempo para hacerlo, pero estoy trabajando para que el año que viene ya se pueda hacer.
ban on Ziggs Talia
Yo,
or Red Gwen, he can just
entre meses jugando regularmente puedes sí, tener las cartas más importantes. Sí, es que es eso. Primero te vas por las cartas tech, las cartas que, o bueno, no las cartas tech, sino las cartas core. Principales cartas que se juegan en todos los mazos: Venganza, Festina Atroz, cartas que son básicas en sus regiones, y luego te vas armando bueno, primero lo ideal es que tengas un mazo competitivo si quieres empezar a jugar competitivo, y después te vas armando cartas core, cartas tech, y después terminas tu colección poco a poco. Yo creo que ganará en esto. A ver, Pausa, y estos sí no los conozco porque, como les digo, estos creo que son del otro bracket que se jugó ayer, entonces no lo pude ver. Aragorn, pero bueno, sí. Yo no voy a decir nada, yo no voy a decir con quién voy, porque después pierde y entonces es una mufa, como dicen en Argentina. O pavoso, como diríamos aquí en Venezuela. ¿Sabes si van a sortear tableros? Si vas a sortear tableros, leí ahí que se viene tablero de Arken, sí. Slayer. Sí, hace rato lo mencioné. Tengo hasta el 1 de enero para sortearlo, pero bueno, hay que estar pendientes tanto en Twitter como en el canal de YouTube. Ya desbloqueé la pestaña de comunidad, entonces muchos por ahí también se van a enterar de las futuras cosas que voy a ir haciendo. Entonces, sí, este mes, probablemente entre semanas, haga un video y por ahí haga el sorteo. Les diré cómo va a ser, porque ya tengo bien pensada cómo va a ser la temática de ese sorteo.
Reconer top deck on top of that follow-up. Let's count to 5. Jesus, look at this hand. So basically, here you just say, I'm gonna just curve out.
Bueno,
on turn 6 I'm just gonna follow another threat, turn 7 I'm gonna finish the game.
Guillermo Ignacio dice: lo que creo que pasa es que en las dos últimas expansiones han salido muchas cartas épicas que si son épicas, o sea, son al pedo. Eso también va elevando la dificultad del game, lo que es bueno. Sí, claro. Exacto, y la dificultad de conseguir las cartas también. La otra.
So this is important to make a decision if I want to attack, because this is gonna be buffing your further units. Like you want your
generando
Katarina. If you do not
los
make
consagrar,
later your Gwen might have
bufando sus unidades.
To the Aragorn because she will be lacking that buff from the
Katarina para bloquear ahí.
So Katarina does come down in response to the Buru Cultist. There's going to be some bonus damage coming through thanks to its effect, and the Darkened Spear going onto this unit. Big HP, big tankiness now. The Blade's Edge might just be saved, floating that mana. I don't know if Bois is going to go incredibly aggressive and send it to the face.
Bois probably doesn't block with this hand, but again, that's a 6 damage already coming down. And he's afraid that if there is a more development, he might just lose to the tempo. And like, yeah, you're gonna level up your Katarina, but she might not have time to come down anymore.
So Gwen comes through, we've got one hallowed stack coming, shares with the Katarina, she is big enough to attack
aquí ya tiene, bueno, tiene creo que consagrar dos, ¿no? Bueno, se me olvidó activar el sonido otra vez, como me pongo a hablar con ustedes, se me va la pinza, como dicen los españoles.
That's absolutely devastating.
Eso debe doler.
Damage on the Gwen. This is very, very tough spot for the Bois.
Katarina now denied. There's a second one in hand.
No nadie,
with this outcome, might not have the tempo to play it. Attack token now in Aragorn's hand. Another unforgiving cold. He's gonna just have his way with this game.
The problem is he doesn't have much to go for now. Like, Aragorn has slowed down in development. This turn you have a swing into 2-0. Perhaps he's gonna heal up his cultist by equipping the spear, but not much besides that.
Yeah, we have momentous choice. Aatrox finally coming. Aragorn may feel content to just float this mana, right? Just have a little bit more towards the World Ender. With these darkened weapons, the Assimilate can be very powerful. Bowie down to 8 HP. Not too much to deal with here.
So what Aragorn is like here by passing, he's hoping maybe to see some flock, so he could play Jorald this turn, so he would have some sort of development.
And if Bowies does play down Katarina, there is always the threat of maybe a Furious Wielder with that mana being available too.
Yeah, also bluffing stuff is very nice here, but again, we have to keep in mind that he could only Furious Wielder with the 2-4.
Katarina.
Risking the death against the flock.
Bueno, tiene el Harrowing ya en la mano, lo que tienes que aguantar, pero...
So Katarina does come down after all. Again, the Blade's Edge not too much to clear this 3-1 because of tough. But as the attack token comes back over to Bowies, we have another attempt of Katarina and Gwen to synergize and take over the game, but Aragorn has the counter once again.
So if you're Bowies here, you already know that opponent has no Furious Wielder, it would 100% of the time come down on Katarina. You save up mana, you take out the big threat, it's very correct to do it. So at this point you must be thinking, alright, so it's most likely 8 drops, maybe some weapons, and 2 random cards that you are unaware of.
Oye, mira, llegó el Asdrúbal, háblame, Asdrúbal, otro amigo de la casa. Viendo el stream ahí, cómo va todo.
Bowies not looking too scared right now, despite the double unforgiving calls.
Son el crew de los que siempre perdemos en League of Legends.
You do not have anything else to do this turn.
De que van a aplicar las rankeds en Harán, en LoR, que es lo que mayormente jugamos ahí para perder como los grandes.
Just to apply a bit more pressure, like he wants to kill that Gwen to get more hollow stacks for the harrowing. This is looking very good for Bowies because of the Aragorn just missing on turn 5, turn 6 development.
Ahí ya tiene el Harrowing, pero no creo que sea buena opción tirarlo ahorita. La cara de Bowies. Ahí como que...
is that players put on early pressure but can't keep it consistent, and it gives them so much time to set up for harrowing, start getting the reckonings down and claw back into a winning position. Aragorn afraid to develop all in on Aatrox.
So here you are thinking about it's either Aatrox or Joral. If you develop, because you want to take down the Katarina if it comes down.
World Ender's 4 mana already.
That's a
qué linda la rama ahora, sí.
Está...
Lo que pasa es que no me acostumbro. Ya ayer me puse a jugar y me iba a pie todavía, no usaba los portales, me estorbaba la torreta nueva que se caen y tapan la mitad del camino, pero está brutal. Brutal.
We're gonna probably see just the defensive play from Bowies and just try to stay alive this turn.
We know that the Darkened Aegis went back to the hand. We've got a Darkened Spear in play. Yeah, Bowies just gonna go for the Harrowing immediately.
Ah, ya entendí lo del sol.
Because of the Katarina,
lo que pasa es que tengo una luz que me está apuntando directo a la cara. Entonces tengo que... Ya tengo que... ¿Cuánto en vivo? Ah, mira, jugó el Harrowing.
Now it's going to be the harrowing, the power of the Shadow Isles coming down versus the World Ender. Aragorn has to stop and calculate just to make sure that this is appropriate.
Yeah, he has some alternatives to do. He can,
oye, llegó Juan, ese es el otro miembro del... No estoy entendiendo nada, pero lo importante es apoyar, exacto.
Or just do the World Ender. He has to do the math on the Hollow Stacks, on the Katarina procs. Katarina
no sé qué está pasando.
Oye,
bueno, yo te explico. Jugaron Harrowing. Ahora hay un Aatrox, está viendo si juega el World End. Y los dos tienen ficha de ataque ahorita y bueno, se armó pero una reyerta super épica en el juego.
So here we definitely want to make sure we order correctly the attack if you are Bowies. Once Aragorn decides what he wants to do, make sure we buff the weakest unit, or we could decide to buff Fearsome because there are no Fearsome blockers.
Sí.
And that means Aragorn has to pull the trigger on World Ender. If you summon a big board, I have to respond in kind. Aatrox now at 10-10, and the assimilation begins.
How much Hollow we have?
My count right now is 3. Could have missed 1 or 2 there.
Okay.
But we've got double Anaka with the attack token. If these do stay alive on the attack,
the
swing back from Aragorn will be lethal. Bowies has to end it now.
He has his one off, I think.
Mucho daño.
He can double block the Gwen, which are buffed. He can block the first unit attacking.
Lo que tiene que ver es exacto el orden en el que va a atacar.
2, 4, yeah, he's one off with the dagger.
One off for Bois, so tragic.
Ahí le tiene 15 de daño nada más con esos ataques, pero es que después de que termine de atacar se va a quedar sin mes. Está jodido. El otro estaba mamadísimo, sí, está mamado, está súper mamadísimo. Sí, tiene que tener un bloqueado. Me imagino si ataca con la otra Gwen, pero...
Yeah, you could. Is there a world where you dagger one of your 1/1s here? Doesn't go for the full swing.
Yeah, he realized that he doesn't have lethal. Unless opponent. Okay, what if you just attacked with the one? If you buff to the 1 HP units and you dagger them, then that would be lethal.
Yeah, deny the 2 healing from the Aatrox. Maybe didn't see the line.
Bueno,
and
me
now,
perdí la...
with the World Ender online, these Geralds are also 0 mana.
Yeah, I think that was the play. Just bait opponent.
¿Cuántos consagrar tiene? Creo que tenía 3. ¿No? Sí, creo que tenían 3.
Because this board is ephemeral, it's going to go down no matter what. Even if Bois gets another true attack token, it's not going to be enough. Blooming Cultist pulled off of the Anaka, and another one also pulled from the top. It's Stratu.
¿Cómo vas a bloquear eso?
Card draws coming through a full swing versus Bois.
Además, todos los hechizos le cuestan más.
That's a board.
There's going to be scholars analyzing the math on this one. But I think Bois, as Alan said, maybe did miss a line, and Aragorn gets to
Aatrox está demasiado fuerte. Ya lo hizo en el mundial de LoL hace unos meses. Ahora lo hace en el mundial de LoR.
Yeah, and at this level you can't take into account
pero si no
what
es Donald, es Aragorn, ¿no?
plays badly, but Aragorn taking that one in a flashy fashion.
Creo que lo van a arreglar, ¿no?
Now that he's picked up the win on Red Gwen, the second win he has to find.
Que le están buscando rápidamente así.
On the Talia Zig
that
got through.
Y mientras tanto el enfoque así de Aragorn incómodo. Bien. Buena organización. Para ayer sí, turno 7 mira esa mesa. O sea, yo hubiese baneado, yo siempre que vería a Aatrox lo baneara. Claro, ellos arman un setup de cartas para competir ahí con eso, ¿no? Pero muy jodido.
We see quiet for that Rockbeard Shepherd. Excellent answer to that play. Very good tempo swing.
As we jump in, oh, I did see the top deck there of the Rockbear Shepherd. Bowie's going to open us up now with the Boisterous Host, a little bit of chip damage.
And we see Katarina as well in hand, looking
muy jodido.
Up on turn 4.
The curve was so strong last time from Bois. The harrowing isn't as big of a late game component for him because of Rite of Negation in Aragorn's list, so he is forced to play a much more aggressive idea in this early game. Katarina comes through to prepare for next turn.
The problem Bois has, like, he has not much going on for him next turn. Like, he doesn't have any good development. Only if he can do is just play removal.
And if, you know, Bois tries to go for a cheeky play, blocking with the Boisterous Host into the dagger to finish off the Devout, opens up the Rite of Arcane, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, most definitely.
Menos mal que no es con
he should consider picking Nexus because
sería una grosería.
Play, but when he top decked the Foyer, suddenly made this turn way better.
Yeah, gives you a proper development. You have plenty of mana floated. The Foyer
turno
does give you a lot of long-term value, which this matchup might not go that long, but it's going to certainly boost Bois's mid-game.
It improves your long-term grind. But it downgrades Harrowing by a lot, especially when you are casting Harrowing on your own attack token.
Yeah, Bois, I think, has basically signaled to us that he's not going to be relying on that at all this turn. Rock Bear Shepherd comes through. Bowies immediately goes for the attack. Wants to try to force this Rock Bear Shepherd to block down. Has the Quietus in hand, so this means Aragorn could get another proc if Bowies is too afraid to pull the trigger here.
I really like holding the hoist back because of the just not having any blockers in the hand. He doesn't want to try.
Lo malo de sacar el hito tan rápido es que le va a dar mucho consagrar. Entonces
normally with the foyer you like to play it on your defensive turn to get another Ghastly Band as a free block, but Bowie's just trying to go much more aggressive, finds the Quietus, going to slow Aragorn down in the mid game, but without a lot of pressure coming from Bowie's just yet, Aragorn finds plenty of time to still dig for the Talia and Black Flame.
Según lo que he medio visto.
Now Aragorn has to decide how fast
un poquito más mazos agresivos.
Desert Naturalist coming through, destroying the foyer. There was a huge opportunity for a tempo play to get rid of the sarcophagus, get that restored to value as a 5/3, but understands the foyer gives too much lasting value, and this is just another 2/4 blocker.
It's a very good long-term play that Aragorn just did.
Puede bloquear con eso.
Honestly, that he would just get outgrown.
Preparando el Harrowing.
He cannot close the game anytime soon. There is no Talia.
Las mecánicas de revivir en todos los juegos de cartas son asquerosísimas, son rotísimas, rotísimas. Asombró la aparición de Six, Talia, sí. Sí, pero es bueno. O sea, está genial que haya variedad, ¿no? De demás.
So next turn it looks very interesting from Bowies because if you go for Katarina, there's not much else going except potentially playing the Flock with the dagger.
4 de daño, pero matarla igual.
You could go for the clean.
Y con el Open, él debería bloquear con 1, ¿no?
Oh, beautiful swing here with the right of Arcane, getting rid
mejor
of
los
that
7 de daño,
attacker for the
o sea,
next
bloquearle 2 de daño, lo que hace es avanzar en consagrar, pero pierde meses. Sí. No vale tanto la pena.
The Boisterous Host has to sit back and take it. Red Wen always suffers when you are on the back foot. Bowie's now going for Eternal Dancers to get a resurrection here to cast another can't block. It responded with Unworthy Soul to recall this expensive unit, perfectly finding its target.
Last turn we had a skill proc from the Desert Naturalist.
Ayer había un loco jugando Malphite, dije, este no quiere pasar. Bueno, tenía unas bolas del tamaño de Malphite y tal. Cojones del tamaño de Chip. Pero eso es una estrategia también válida. A veces la gente juega anti-meta precisamente para desconfigurar al adversario y no sepa cómo jugarle tan... O sea, evidentemente estos son jugadores profesionales y saben cómo jugar contra prácticamente cualquier mazo. Pero como están acostumbrados, mira, voy a preparar mi setup para jugar contra, no sé, Atros, Gwen, Jinx, Bane, ese tipo de mazos, Kane, todo ese mazos que sí son meta. Cuando les aparece un Malphite, un Yasuo o una cosa así por enfrente, dirán, ¿qué es esto? ¿Qué tendrá? ¿Cómo le puedo responder? ¿Sabes? Entonces me imagino que es por eso. Entonces, pero bueno, por lo que me mencionas, jugó Malphite y no está entre esto que estamos viendo, es porque no pasó. Entonces no le salió la jugada tan bien como esperado. Pero bueno, tiene mucha presión Aragorn.
Rock Bear Shepherd come through. This is just pure mid-range development and control.
I mean, 5-3 fearsome punching through. You have no blockers. 5-5.
Lining
up with stats very well. Might as well have elusive because you can block it efficiently. It just takes down your unit by unit, or eventually connects the face. It's really hard spot for Bowies to deal with.
Va a poner el consagrado.
With the stun coming through on the 3-3, Bowies was absolutely trying to get a fearsome blocker in play. Desert Naturalist gets another piece of chip damage on the Nexus.
Next,
Oye, me está gustando lo de los lentes de sol. No se me ha cansado la vista, porque astigmatismo y ya tenerlo muchísimo tiempo me cansa demasiado. Incluso el último stream que hice, terminé muerto. Tenía 9 horas de trabajar y después 3-4 horas de stream. Con la luz así pegada enfrente, bueno.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see an overwrite on the Desert Naturalist. They can't block anyway. Get the Ziggs down, get the free damage that's about to happen from these landmarks hatching. Aragorn has proven to want to be the control player in this matchup, so I think that at the end of the day, playing so cautiously is going to keep this mana open for the right of the Arcane.
Como Marruecos le ganó a Portugal, vamos. Entre el mazo más fuerte del momento, según lo que veo. Que ya tenía bastante tiempo, ya estaba bueno de Red.
With Bowie's trying to find a more respectful line, trying to navigate all of this removal, he's slowly falling behind.
En el último parche mataron le pegaron, bueno, no lo mataron, le pegaron al de Tariq Poppy, que según yo no era que fuera tier 1, pues. Y a este lo dejaron casi con todas las cartas igual.
Is it even anything big? It would be Fallen Reckoner, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to get another camp block that's just going to go over onto the 2-2. Still looks like a lot of strong chumping options from Aragorn.
La idea no era mala porque Malphite stunea toda la mesa, pero le costaba bastante los turnos. Y es que no sé, yo veo que como que cuando juegas para defenderte mucho, como que lo que haces es alargar tu derrot. Ese tipo de mazo, coño, ya subí a nivel 6. Es como he estado probando mucho el mazo de Rise. Bueno, es que están aquí, probablemente, bueno, se merezcan un poquito más de primicia. Oh, mira cómo se agarra la cara el Bowie de que haya revivido a los bailarines. Ah, se quiere mutilar las partes íntimas también. Yo también lo haría. Mala suerte. Lo malo de los juegos de cartas es esto, cuando la suerte no te acompaña. Ah, bueno, que estaba probando el mazo de Rise. Lo probé con Victor, lo probé con Norra, lo probé con solo con Islas de la Sombra y solo con Freljord. Y es eso, es aguantar demasiado y alargar a veces mucho las partidas para que no muera, sacar el OTK, pero mientras aguanta sale todo mal. Pero bueno, el Aragorn o Donut, porque le pusieron mal el nombre, está muy bien posicionado, ¿no? Para ganar. Se me fue la idea como medio un lag mental ahí. ¿Será que le intenta limpiar un poquito la mesa? Porque complicado, bastante complicado. Y le va a hacer daño al Nexo y todo. Sí, está. Ah, bueno, va a tratar de limpiarle así. Pero es que tiene demasiadas unidades, o sea, la ventaja es grosera. Se puede defender de todas maneras. No se va a defender. Dejar el Six morir. Claro, porque en el siguiente turno no tira el Open Attack, y si el oponente tiene algo, tiene negador en mano. Entonces GG para Aragorn, creo. No hay ninguna carta que lo pueda salvar ahora. Open Attack, vamos. Victoria para Aragorn, que bueno, no aguanta la emoción. Vamos a decir ahora sí ponen bien su nombre. Bien Aragorn. A semis. Perfecto. Muy bien jugado, me gustó ese mazo talilla. Sí. No, nunca lo he jugado porque como talilla no me gustó tanto.
We saw players really struggle to keep Red Gwen contained, right? You can remove the early board, but then you have to worry about harrowing. Unfortunately, the Shreeman
como de costumbre ya pasó una partida, vamos a ir con el sorteo para los que vienen llegando nuevos. Misma explicación. Igual ayer estaba jugando bien Ara. Deberían quitarle el botón de surrender en los words. Sí, o sea, bueno, en League of Legends también está, pero en los words, pero no es común que la gente se rinda. Dirías, coño, déjalo atacar, ¿sabes? Estás en Words. No sea, como decimos aquí, picado, caliente, qué sé yo. Ay, ya perdí. Me rindo. No va a dejar que haga su mega jugada porque le quita vistosidad al juego. Si el oponente por lo menos tiene una mesa, no sé, un Atrox, si tiene 7 Darking, bueno, 7 no se pueden tener, 5 Darking, por la mesa y quiere hacer un Open Attack y pegarte 50, es un poquito de, digamos, BM, Bad Manners, si es que el oponente lo está haciendo como para humillarte, pero si es de que él va a ganar la partida pegando con 5 unidades de 10-10 y tú te rindes, le quita vistosidad al juego. Entonces, sí está bien que le digan a los jugadores que, oye, trata de no rendirte para que el espectáculo sea un poquito mejor, ¿no? Soy fan de Scheletor y su barba, el gran arcano. Saludo para ti. Hicimos, bueno, yo no aparecí tanto porque era una cuestión de mi hermano, pero en estos días reaccionamos a los Video Game Awards y fue bastante divertido, la verdad. O sea, el meme era que yo no quería ver esa shit, pero la pasé bien viéndola con ellos y comentando, con mi hermano Andy y con Arcano, un creador de contenido que recomiendo que vean sus videos también. Oye, el botón de surrender está, pero siento que sería más ético dejar que golpee al nexo y acepte bien la derrota. Exacto. Ya, y que no han actualizado los brackets. O sea, sí. Yo entiendo que, bueno, estás perdiendo la oportunidad de ganarte $40,000 y todo lo que quieras, pero igual ya estás ganando dinero. Porque todo el top 16 ya prácticamente le van a pagar. Entonces, entiendo que estés caliente, que te quieras rendir y todo lo que tú quieras, pero deja que tu oponente ataque, déjalo que lo haga. Uno a veces le pasa así, que el oponente, bueno, cuando él te quiere humillar, ok, ríndete. Que él se ponga a jugar cartas y cartas cuando claramente ya ganó, eso es mala educación. Pero si el oponente va a hacer un open attack y no te humilla, no te hace nada, déjalo golpear, no te rindas. Estás en, o sea, queremos ver cómo baja la vida a cero, pues nosotros como espectadores. Entonces, bueno, sí, deberían prohibirle a los jugadores usar el botón de surrender, sobre todo. No, bueno, siempre deberían de quitarle el botón de surrender. O sea, deberían decirle a los jugadores, mira, por una cuestión de que sea más vistosa la partida, no te rindas. No te vamos a amarrar las manos, pero si lo haces, ten en cuenta que le quita muchísimo al juego. No sé si lo harán, a lo mejor sí, le mandarán un correo o algo y ellos igual lo hacen. Pero también por el otro lado, prohibirle a los jugadores humillar al rival. O sea, agarrar y decirle, mira, tú no puedes ganar, agarrar y tener un comportamiento antideportivo de si tú ya sabes que ganaste y tienes la mesa, el oponente no tiene mano y tú tienes una mano llena de cartas 10-10 y las puedes bajar todas. No, simplemente ganarle lo justo y eso es lo que deberían hacer, pues como un código de ética, tanto no humillar al rival como no rendirse para quitarle esa vistosidad al juego. Y bueno, creo que las de ustedes también que están comentando aquí en la caja de comentarios. Pero bueno, vamos a hacer el siguiente sorteito, que es lo que me imagino que a la mayoría también les interesa, les llama la atención. Bueno, vamos a sortear 1000 monedas para los que vienen llegando nuevos. Son algunas condiciones si ganan el sorteo. Está bastante sencillo. Un screenshot del stream en nombre de usuario dentro del juego, dentro del LoR.
So we'll see if maybe Red Gwen can pull out a win further down the road. But we have to talk about our next match
con el hashtag y todo completo.
We've got one more to figure out. So now it is time for Smooth Swallowist versus
y el correo que tienen asociado a su cuenta de Río. Importantísimo. Me lo pueden mandar al correo que está aquí abajo, scheletortcg@gmail.com, o a mi cuenta de Twitter, scheletortcg. Está también aquí abajo. Por mensaje privado, y ahí, bueno, se lo mando a la gente y ellos ya en el transcurso del mes, cuando ya tengan todo listo del Worlds, todo lo que se vaya a hacer, ellos están haciendo la entrega. Entonces bueno, para el sorteo, POTD y correo, y usuarios si pueden, de preferencia. Mientras más datos, más fácil es para mí que no haya problemas al momento de hacer la entrega. Ahora sí, el que me comenté primero, el campeón que sale en la miniatura del último video que hice de reaccionando a campeones de la última expansión, se lleva las monedas. Eso fue una confusión hace rato, entonces ahora sí es ese video del último reaccionando a campeones que nombre del campeón.
So I'm excited to see if that one can surprise us.
I mean, rightfully so. I mean, Jinx been looking pretty good.
Well, yeah, okay, I know you all have your favorite things to look forward to. It's very clear what you all are focused on, but we gotta look at the match now. So let's head back over to Skarzig and Alan to take us through this fourth quarterfinals.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. We're going to decide our final player to move to the next stage of the bracket. Smooth Swallowist versus Chenia. A matchup that is going to be very mid-range focused. These players focused a lot on darkness for their new world and their set deck building.
Participaste en el concurso anterior de la skin de Seraphine, si mal no recuerdo. Ya bueno, conoces el procedimiento, ya lo mencioné. Y bueno, gracias por participar. Moneditas. Sí, bueno, que continúes aquí en el stream y que nos sigas comentando, porque como has visto el resto de las partidas y eso, entonces es un apoyo muy grande el que estás haciendo en el stream. Entonces, felicidades. Y bueno, el resto, como ya le comenté a los que son más nuevos, como yo no hago stream tan grande y no hay tanta gente viendo, son hasta 10 ganadores. Entonces todos tienen como posibilidades de... reenvíenmelos para confirmar, pero yo creo que los tengo. Todos tienen posibilidades de llevarse las 1000 moneditas del sorteo. Yo no sé si, porque ya les comenté, yo soy muerto de hambre, tengo la transmisión aquí en... Pero no me sale la cuestión de los drops. O es porque ya yo me lo saqué el primer día. Deberían dar uno por día, ¿no? Bueno, Kane Vane.
He has already demonstrated his top player X factor. If you count him out, there is some sort of scenario where the Vane and the Tumble lines up beautifully to take a win in a best of 3.
Which deck would you like to see the most, Skarzig? Which matchup would you like to see?
I am honestly looking forward to another showcase of Smooth Soloist's Vayne Aatrox. The Widowed Huntress and Roar of Acacia has been fantastic inclusions for him. Both.
Claro, y lo otro es que, bueno, a los que son nuevos, porque hay que dejarle un poquito a todos, no vamos a repetir ganadores, van a ser 10 ganadores diferentes.
Very good for Smooth. There is a weak link of Vayne Kane.
Vamos a dejarle chance a los otros espectadores y miembros de la comunidad de la leyenda de SCHELETROLLS. Vamos con el último juego de los cuartos de final, Smooth Lost, el nombre es rarísimo, contra Chenia, FNP Chenia, que me imagino que FNP es el nombre de su equipo competitivo. Está genial el fondo de Smooth. Todo amarillo. Puedo robar esa idea para más adelante, tener el fondo para que no sea mi cuarto aquí. Cosas que tengo, mis juguetes de hombre de 30 años y mi gato arañándola. El mío ahí ustedes no lo pueden ver, pero está todo tierno el mío en la cortina.
We look at the deck and it has 3, 6, 9, 12 weapons, 11
Gracias, ahora te
weapons.
mando el correo. Tranquilo, tranquilo.
We have seen
Matías.
over and over again. Will
Bueno,
Smooth Brick. It's just
aquí
not
está. Me va a quedar sin voz porque me paraba a hablar.
He's so confident.
Aunque no sé, este tema de los
We've seen
streams
it
me
all
gusta.
across the group stages. We saw it in his winners
Pienso que no se me da mal.
interview.
Al principio
He
sí es como que
is so
difícil.
confident in his
Otra vez
prep,
tengo
his
desactivado el
prep
sonido
group,
de la
his
partida.
friends have his back,
Que vayan
and the
escuchando de
Roar
fondo
Vacathia
los
has
narradores.
his back too. 2 Mirages coming through, a 3, 4, and a 5, 2. We've got the Darkened Spear coming through now.
¿Qué estaba diciendo? Bueno, que este tema de los streams al principio cuesta porque uno no sabe qué hablar o tienes que hablar todo el tiempo y eso. Pero no sé, me gusta, creo que se me da un poco bien. Debería hacerlo más, pero como les digo, por cuestiones de tiempo. Vamos a ver cómo me organizo. Y ahora con los lentes, ahora que no me va a quedar ciego, que tengo estos lentes de sol en un cuarto oscuro. Puedo durar bastante rato. Matías dice que me va a poder comprar las skins de Rene. Perfecto, eso es lo que se obtiene ser miembro de la legión de SCHELETROLLS. Dinero y cosas chingonas. Eso, suscríbanse.
I think that Smooth might send it, right? The rest of the hand is
Venís
all
joya
weapons.
igual, exacto.
If you get the Unforgiving Cold out of your opponent early, before there really isn't a counter punish for their next development, it's fantastic for you. In these mid-range matchups, the Unforgiving Cold is the card that makes players hesitate to push their advantage.
Definitely love the play, just forcing it out as soon as you can. And it could be also Unforgiving Cold. It could be also a Furious Wielder, where it wouldn't give him
Tiene demasiados equipos en mano.
Unforgiving Cold did.
Wow,
Entonces,
bueno,
si no robamos unidades va a estar un poquito complicado. Pero bueno, no es por racismo, pero queremos ver cosas diferentes asiáticos. Ya en un bracket tenemos dos asiáticos, entonces vamos con todo con Smooth. Y porque su fondo de pantalla es genial y su bigote también, que se le está rascando. Cambio corte de Totuma, como decimos aquí en Venezuela, no.
Darkened Fan. We start to get Dragon Links coming through. That's additional chip damage and stabilization. I don't know if the healing will matter in the long term, Alan, but Smooth finds Vame. She's boosted from the Darkened Heart. These are some big green stats that I'm very nervous that Chenia won't be able to deal with.
So far we've seen the strat from Chenia.
Hay gente que ha salido, me imagino que bueno, están pensando en volver, voy a planificar un plan malévolo para los que se quedaron viendo la partida, tengan chance. Han salido un par, me imagino que van a volver cuando termine la partida y ya, bueno, a decir algo. No sé. Para el siguiente sorteo, lo voy a hacer en medio de la siguiente partida, para... No, al final de la partida, sino justo antes para que no sea tan predecible. El bigote le está dando poderes y rascarse el bigote aumenta su poder de pelea.
I mean, that puts him on the 2-turn clock pretty much.
All right, show it to us, Smooth. Gets a Faithful Wolf Dog off the top, summons a Geralt, wants to take down this Blooming Cultist. It's only a 4-3 right now, doesn't look like there's a way to save it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Me rompe demasiado. Esta expansión estuvo bastante buena. Bastante buena. Siempre hay como unas expansiones flojillas, pero bueno, como que guardaron toda la pólvora para el final. Aunque claro, tiene solo 3 días, ¿no? Ahí ya. esperar que se estabilice el meta. Antes de decir, bueno, que la expansión es buena, que la expansión es mala. La gente se quejó mucho de la última expansión de Seraphim porque que era muy dominante, pero bueno, creo que lo que hicieron al final, había también un poquito de variedad. Sí, es verdad que se jugó mucho Seraphim, pero eso también como que le ocasiona tantas quejas es que le maten las cartas como lo hicieron con ella. Que, o sea, se ha visto una que otra vez aquí dentro del mundial, pero fue muy cabrón el nerfeo que le lanzaron, muy cabrón. O sea, de 6 hechizos nuevos, de 6 cartas nuevas a 9, son 3 cartas más, o sea, por lo menos un turno más de no jugar cartas, de jugar cartas,
Now it's gonna go on the Joral if there was one.
When we looked at the first Unforgiving Cold, Alan, we saw that Smooth was okay with tanking that. There wasn't too much of a punish lined up. But if there is second Unforgiving Cold here and the Blooming Cultist does not go down, it means that Chenia can get continuous damage that could allow him to steal the victory, and it all connects. Huru Cultist stays alive, but the Blooming Cultist is down. That's more swings in for the World Ender discount, and because a unit went down, Faithful Wolf Dog also discounted to 1 and can pull a weapon if it wants.
There is a 10% chance he's gonna just naturally draw the Aatrox. Also, he can tutor the Aatrox next turn, but he won't have mana to play it.
Here comes Faithful Wolf Dog, pulls the Darkened Spear.
With that, he can. This doesn't tutor Aatrox. He has to naturally play the weapon.
That is true. The Wolf Dog isn't auto-equipped here.
We see a fish fight. That's gonna be excellent against Aatrox.
Fish fight la jugaban tanto en la primera ronda.
Fantastic to reach up and beat these big stats. Smooth has these Darkened Harps in rotation. The longer this game goes, the bigger the stats are naturally going to be from Smooth. Chenia has to rely on Aatrox to claw back. We've only seen this a couple times where an Aatrox is able to salvage a behind position. The HP is even, but in a mid-range matchup, if you lose control of the board, you're going to go down.
This is a very interesting play.
El problema es que te ganen con algo que no puedes predecir. Genera un montón de cartas y no se puede jugar alrededor de eso. Sí, esa era como que una de las principales quejas. Lo random. A veces te podía salir muy mal, pero la mayoría de los casos era positivo. Ese era el problema también con Seraphim. Pero bueno, no sé. A lo mejor cuando salga el tema de las rotaciones, se va a arreglar un poquito ese tema de tener que necesariamente asesinar como que las cartas para que no sean tan dominantes. Creo yo que también esa es una de las ventajas de la rotación y lo que ya he visto en otros juegos de cartas, como Hearthstone y Magic, que hay cartas que tienen incluso que banear en Magic, por ejemplo, en el caso, por lo dominantes que son junto con otras cartas de antes, pero en un formato estándar se puede jugar de 4 veces, creo que es el límite de cartas que hay en Magic, 3-4 veces, creo que son 4, porque no son tan dominantes en otro tipo de formato.
If Chenia wants to get an Aatrox back on the board, he needs to play weapon into World Ender.
The Bloodletters, just a 1-mana cheap weapon, triggers Aatrox to the hand. Smooth has 6 mana still for this Aatrox, and I am so excited to see how cheap this World Ender is about to be on his side.
It's lethal for Smooth next turn, and there are no cards for Chenia to save him from that for now.
And all Chenia can do is just get a wide board, hope for the best, equip that Darkened Blade to hope for a counter World Ender and go for a Darkened Showdown. Vicious Cultist pulls Shears, which is kind of nice. Darkened Fan already being established to set up for the World Ender 2. Once this assimilates, Pra the Breachwalker will generate 3 copies. So we're going to get a lot of wide blockers for Chenia if he has the time to cast this spell.
Smooth doesn't know if it's worth for him to cast the World Ender. He might be considering attacking first before World Ender.
Oh, he lets it rip.
Okay.
8 mana, fully tapped out. Here comes 10-10. Overwhelmed Aatrox. The rest of the darkened weapons on the Mirage and the Wolf Dog about to assimilate. We've got a Naka from the darkened spears. This is going to pull a wider attack. We saw how devastating this can be. Chenia to respond with one of his own.
Sí, pero
we're gonna see a 6 wide attack from the Smooth coming down. And we're gonna see a 5 blockers.
Bueno, está más igualado, sí. Se vienen los Darkin, sí, pelea de Darkin aquí al... Qué épico, sí está bien épico. Sí está bien épico.
I think Smooth didn't think through, there will be 5 blockers with the fun weapon.
And there is lifesteal now on the ephemeral Breachwalker.
El gato loco. Justo cuando los Darkin pelean, él se para y empieza a romper las pelotas.
Slightly stronger.
Yeah, the open attack before that World Ender comes through, you know you're winning. The stat lines already on board. I think it might come down to what this Anaka pulls. There is the chance that if it pulls another Darkened Spear, it will trigger again and try to pull another.
Oh, that's not it? Oh, that's very underwhelming.
So now we have free blocks all across the board. It looks like Chenia is going to stay alive here. We got the 1-1 trade into the Aatrox. A lot of lifesteal and the natural healing from Aatrox is going to keep Chenia stable.
So Chenia is looking for lethal next turn with the Varus and the Dawnbringer, but the problem is if he trades with the... Oh!
Sharesies off of the ambitious cultist, moves the Darkened Aegis over to Aatrox. He's now tough, will survive this trade. Smooth gets outmatched after this big World Ender swing.
No me lo creo.
From the 4-drop cultist. That's absolutely insane pull from the Chenia.
I saw the Sharesies would have some synergy, but I didn't quite spot that line. Chenia staying focused on any way he can swing this game back into his favor, and it looks like he's done it. With Chenia's Aatrox staying alive, it means that the Gerals are now 0 mana, re-equipping the Darkened Blade to get another Geral down. The open attack for Chenia looks absolutely devastating. Smooth Swallowist, no unforgiving cold in this list, of course.
I mean, that looks like a very dead Smooth.
Pelea de monos, LOL, sí. Todo calculado. Brutal, estuvo brutalísimo eso. No, no pasa nada. Gracias.
But there is unforgiving call to answer the condemn. Oh, that's a dead. Never mind, that's just dead mana condemn.
Plus 6 mana. What is a combat trick? Smooth Swallowist won't get a chance to respond to this.
Brutal.
Even if there was unforgiving call, he wouldn't be able to play it because it's 10 mana for any 4-cost spell.
Unbelievable. Because Smooth got so many darkened weapons into play,
Chenia le remontó de una manera.
The Roar of Acacia, the faithful Wolf Dog, they
por lo menos no se rindió bien por Smooth.
Didn't tutor Aatrox fast enough. We didn't get that immense pressure to close out. And somehow Chenia finds a way to take a game back that looked like he was about to lose.
It seemed like Smooth just forgot what the Darkened Fan does, and he underestimated that there will be actually 5 blockers for this turn, and he just ignored Chenia's World Ender.
The Darkened Fan has absolutely been popping off. Getting the Assimilate on Pra is something that really only comes into play with the World Ender, and I think that's maybe why players kind of shied away from it initially, but fortunately Chenia sticking to this tech is really paying off. Now is 1 up in this best of 3, has to find another win to take it all. Chenia going to rotate over to the Vayne Kayn.
So even though we know that Chenia is 1 up, he's still unfavored to win it all, because how bad this Kayn Vayne matchup is. His only win condition in this matchup is just blooming cultists. So if Smooth realizes that and keeps remover, keeps challenges just for elusive, he possibly cannot win. He has such 2 grindy decks left for that matchup.
Yeah, Buru Cultist comes through, just a 2-2. He doesn't want to give up this trade. He's hoping for another roll into Buru Cultist Darkened Aegis to get continuous value. Smooth, meanwhile, finds his 1-drop into 2-drop combo. Steadfast Elkin with the Darkened Spear. It generates tough onto itself when it's equipped, and then gets +2 HP, and now some more deck buffing coming through.
Chenia was definitely looking for a better hand. This is not it.
Guillermo dice que anda jugando ahora en ladder. Bueno, lo último que jugué antes de la expansión era Timo, ese que puse Timo Soy. Y jugué un ratito Serafín con Víctor, porque como a mí también me dan una skin de las que yo regalo. No sé, empecé a jugar fue con ella, pero no llegué ni siquiera a diamante, me quedé en platino 2. Y ahorita en la expansión, en lo que ha salido, no me he podido jugar todavía con Atrox, quiero jugar con él, pero estaba jugando lo que les comenté, Rice, probando cuál podía ser la mejor combinación para, porque me parece que sería un video muy bonito, ¿no? Sacar los OTK con Rice, pero o sea, si no tienes una buena combinación, pierdes muy rápido. Como es eso, como un mazo más reactivo que proactivo, entonces, bueno, le cuesta bastante.
But the steadfast Elkin has been able to get a couple sacks with the spear. If we can get some more big stats, this looks fine. Another Roar of Acacia and no weapons. Smooth, how many weapons are in this deck? You have to find them soon. Kane coming through. This is so unlikely that Kane can come down and start attacking into these smaller blockers in a safe manner.
That's exactly true. Like Smooth was bluffing here combat tricks, trying to get Chenya off the attack, but there is
la que no se ve por ningún lado es Kale, ¿verdad que sí?
Oh, I actually really like if he trades away the steadfast Elkin here.
¿Verdad que sí? Que él es como que el patito feo de la expansión. Rice por lo menos porque es divertido tratar de sacar el OTK, y lo que más está yendo es evidentemente Atrox, se vio en la partida pasada lo que hace Atrox, ¿no? Una grosería. Pero verdad que sí, que él ni siquiera las skins las das por Twitter, sí, las doy, o sea, trato de hacerlo híbrido. Mis dos redes principales, bueno, mis dos canales principales son YouTube y Twitter. Twitter no actualizo tanto, sí, porque bueno, me meto de vez en cuando y me río y esas cosas, y ese tipo de cosas. Pero por ahí anuncio, generalmente hago el sorteo, lo hago también por ahí, lo hago híbrido, o sea, lo hago en YouTube, pero también lo comparto en Twitter, y por ahí digo otra forma de ganar las skins. Entonces tiene que estar atento a los dos sitios, tanto a YouTube y a soy de nivel ya el Kane, porque eso, mes a mes, hay, todos los meses hay nuevos sorteos.
Now, Kane leveling in this matchup is so unlikely.
I was really hoping that this Elkin would carry.
No armas, sí, es que no, el problema es ese, que no ha sacado ningún solo arma.
No mid game to speak of from Smooth, and
bueno, tiene una sola que es la del propio Atrox.
As the champion now.
The Skarzik. I can make a bet for $10. This is elusive for Kane.
Matías dice, o sea que también te van a dar el tablero. Sí. Sí, a mí también. Este mismo que está aquí abajo, que tiene Chenya, ese es el tablero, creo, si no me equivoco, sí, que se va a entregar en este mes. Y bueno, me dan 20 PM para repartirles a ustedes, y yo puedo pedir uno aparte de esos 20 tableros.
Give me blue.
Tengo desde que tengo creo que 3, 4 meses dentro del LoR Partnership Program. He sacado la cena estelar, la Serafín, para el tablero que me lo den, y no me acuerdo cuál otra skin me han dado.
He's ahead on board, there is no blockers, it's still pretty good. It can pull out the blockers.
Son 13 de daño y se cura. No se cura porque
he might find an issue closing the game if there are big bodies that gonna come down.
And Chenya has the riposte. He has them at his choice, looking to just do some buffing here. Can you push through 7, 4, 5, 6, 1 short?
If he does riposte here on the Kane, and when he plays the Kane spell, he's offering 8.
Yeah, because
that has to be blocked.
Yeah, he drew the Kane.
8 more.
Smooth did see that, knows that we have the champion spell in hand to trigger a bonus attack to send Ross in for another dip. Here's 16 damage coming through, boosted up now with the Darkened Scythe. If Smooth develops a blocker here, he's playing perfectly.
Ah, la de Tari corrompido, sí. La de Tari. Bien ahí, Matías. Matías es un crack. Crack, a mí se me olvidan las cosas o no sé y grande Matías. Sí, la de Tari corrompido, la de Serena Guardián Estelar y la de Serafín Arco de Luz. Y ahorita bueno el tablero.
The funny thing is, if you went for a blow, he had a guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, I mean, you were right all along, Alan. Such a shame for Chenia not to hear you and go immediately for that play. But again, these players don't want to go all in with these aggressive plays. Chenia is still showing a lot of respect, saying that there are ways for Smooth to take this game back from me, so I'm going to go for something that gives me some stability in the long run.
No tiene nada así. Esa es una de las ventajas, pues, y de que te inviten a estos eventos, de que tengas la expansión un día antes para que la pruebe.
And when Chenia was kind of down and out against Smooth's early game, all he needed to do was play the cook, and the Shepherd's authority was monstrous. It doesn't matter if this cook can't block, it just puts out immense damage.
Still,
de verdad que otras empresas de videojuegos no son ni la mitad de buenos que Riot con creadores de contenido.
Yeah, if you don't develop here, develop next turn, the same thing happens to you.
It needs to be 6 HP.
Cae el otro.
And the Aatrox, 6 HP because of the Darkened Blade, and here comes the swing. This is going to pull Aatrox into combat. Ross usurping the World Ender and going for the KO.
Beautiful. That's crazy that Vayne can just take out Aatrox like that.
And now we're back over to Smooth. He has the Darkened Blade. He has a carrier for it.
¿Cuáles son los tableros favoritos de cada rareza? Oye, tendría que verlos todos. Tendría que verlos en... Bueno, el de KDA es bellísimo y el de arcade, ese me encanta. Brutal ese tablero.
Yeah, if we try to equip the Darkened Blade and assimilate to revive the Aatrox, the Furious Wielder is going to stop that in its tracks.
De resto los otros tendría que verlos para recordar, pero esos son los que más me gustan, los que yo tendría, pues. Y principalmente el de arcade y el de KDA, no tanto. Ajá, es que siempre estoy pendiente del sorteo. Bueno, está bien, porque así vas ganando cosas, pues, sin tener que invertirle plata al juego. Y tienes tu cuenta más bonita. El MG de máximo esplendor está en esta partida, sí. Tal cual.
Unbelievable that Chenia has gotten, I would say, better with this kind of clunkier Darkened build. We've seen how it can be so slow to set up, but once it gets stable, once you give it that time and opportunity, it pops off just like this.
Sí, podría ser. Yo por eso, porque yo me guío mucho, evidentemente, yo tengo años jugando LoR, más de 10 años. A ver, sí, como 10 años. Y como que las cosas que están ahí en el propio LoR, como que los llevo mis gustos al LoR. Pero me parece, o sea, le he cogido también cariño al LoR, porque yo no jugaba Gwen en LoR. Me gustaba cómo era aquí dentro del juego y por eso me empecé a jugarla en LoR y de ahí me gustó mucho el personaje. Entonces, es como un sentimiento de que no es ya que tanto que juego LoR porque es un juego variado de League of Legends, sino como que de verdad LoR aparte me gusta genuinamente. Bigote Power acaba de perder. A mí me flipa el de los sentinelas, Horizonte Oscuro, y también el de Horizonte Oscuro también es brutal. El de Horizonte Oscuro también me gusta. Ese tablero. Es que de los cosméticos de LoR está muy bien hecho. muy bien hecho.
Chenya had plenty of the cards to follow it up with.
Una belleza y tienen que hacerlo porque es lo que les da plata. Bueno,
Glad
acaba de
to
morir
be in this position regardless, and Chenya celebrating, locking in that spot. It must feel fantastic for the Ross to actually make an appearance. Normally, these matches are all about Aatrox, but the other champ came coming in strong. Big congratulations to Chenya.
Yeah, he played extremely well.
Y bueno, alguien nuevo, IoTD, hashtag, usuario y correo electrónico asociado a la cuenta. Entonces bueno, el primero que me coloqué de los que no hayan participado ya obviamente, bueno, bien si ganaron los datos que les pedí anteriormente aquí al correo o al Twitter. Bueno, el que me coloqué primero una emoji de una carita riéndose se lleva la siguiente moneda. O sea, bueno, suerte de que gane el mejor, el próximo. Vamos a seguir leyendo los comentarios. Yo soy otro casi acá en LoR. Juego en el LoR, juego LoR desde la Season 6, pero ni a palo juego a Felios en LoR. Sí, es a Felios en LoR desde hace 7 semanas. El peor de los Darkins. Ah, bueno, Juan Pablo Castro es el siguiente ganador de las 1000 moneditas. Lo mismo, felicitaciones. José Pablo, perdón. Lo mismo, mándame el RioTD, el usuario y el correo aquí al correo mío o a Twitter por un mensaje privado y con una captura también de pantalla que se me olvidó mencionarlo antes de sorteo. Con una captura de pantalla del stream. Entonces, felicitaciones también y gracias también por pasarte. Espero que sigamos compartiendo juntos el stream del mundial. Aquí la jugada clave fue esta, evidentemente, la mejor jugada de la partida. Como sobrevivió ese Aatrox. Y aquí ya no había nada que hacer.
It went from Aatrox, making a trade to dead Aatrox, and the board became Chenya's.
Si ganamos a todos y aún te quedan bonitas, bueno, que ver. Porque creo que creo que no las puedo repartir a la misma persona, pues, tendría que ver, pues, vamos a ver cómo hago.
Otherwise, you cannot afford to float 9 mana when you are, open on board in this mid-range style matchup. That was so heads up.
Well, I mean, when you look at it too, like poor Smooth, like 12 weapons was a boon, but it was also a bane at the end of the day when he just didn't find any in that second game. That was so unlucky.
Yeah, in the first game, he kind of had everything he wanted. The deck was doing exactly
what por lo menos hay 5 ganadores nada más. Bueno, yo a lo mejor le pregunto si le pueden dar 2000 moneditas en vez de 1000. Vamos a ver cómo
he puts all the pressure onto Chenya, and then Chenya barely able to flip that around off of Fan and the random generated card, but game 2 was not the same whatsoever.
Va Guillermo, va Matías, va todo bueno, Rubens, ¿quién más? Más ganó moneditas.
Then the quick attack comes down. All of a sudden, Caught in the Cold is not, sort of unforgiving cold rather, not trading onto both of the quick attack units like it could have had we diversified the threats a little bit. So everything was going great for Smooth in that opening game, but like you said, it did not play out.
Matías, José, Guillermo.
Was just like such a good sport about it though. Like it's been so fun to watch him like react. I mean, just like what he's thinking. He's starting to twirl that mustache a little bit. You can see the gears are turning in his head. But Chenya just what a masterclass coming out from this player too, to be able to stabilize and also find out in some of these more precarious situations. And he's moving on to the semifinals.
Yes.
Bueno, vamos a escuchar qué dice esta gente.
Okay, Boulevard. At the end of the day, though, Korea has been able to tie up the score 2-2 with Europe, starting the day with 5 players coming from EMEA. Now down to 2. Korea still holding on to their 2 representatives.
Wouldn't have had it any other way. I've been saying this since day 1.
I mean, when you do look at the regional matchups, both semifinals will be EMEA versus Korea. So I think that we have a lot of really intense action ahead of us. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, semifinals here at the World Championships.
Okay.
This is going to pull Aatrox into combat. Rost usurping the World Ender and going for the KO.
Beautiful. 5 minutos de descanso. A esperar un momento. Está el gato durmiendo allá atrás, no sé, creo que no se puede distinguir bien. Pero bueno, es como que la cara le... Bueno, ahí están todos los premios que se dan. $25,000 al segundo nada más, el tercero 18. Ah, no sé si saqué los drops de este. Coño, dice que se ha producido un error. Twitch, esto ustedes no lo pueden ver, pero bueno, ahí saqué el otro drop. A ver que me ha llegado solo me ha llegado el de Rubén. Voy a revisar en el poner aquí para que no vean mi escritor. El de Matías, el de Rubens y solo tengo 2. Acuérdense de enviarme los datos. Porque solo tengo dos ganadores, tanto en el correo como en Twitter. Así que mi cuenta de Twitter es scheletortcg, @scheletortcg. Ya quedan 2 minutos. Esperar a ver que... Ya sé que lo podemos abrir mientras... Déjame bloquear en LoR un poquito. Y así vemos que me salió del drop del... de Twitch. Icon. Bueno, aquí se movió hasta aquí, horrible. Bueno, vamos a ponerlo con la ventana aquí. Cuando abre. Esto de acá. Quitar esto aquí, el botín. Bueno, en mí había un cofre prisma, no sé dónde lo saqué. Debe ser del camino de los campeones o algo. Bueno, no me gusta ninguna, pero bueno, vamos a agarrar esta porque que si hubiese estado chido. Ey, microfepri. Bueno, de las más bonitas, así que más se usan. Pero no sé, no me dieron El nuevo cofre prisma, qué raro. Bueno. No hay mucho que hacer aquí. Vamos a poner aquí otra vez el
Welcome back to the 2022 Legends
ya va a
of
empezar la siguiente partida.
We have 4 players still in the running to get that coveted trophy.
Porfa, Guillermo, si, no sé si sigues ahí, confírmame si me enviaste los datos porque no lo he recibido ni en Twitter ni en el correo. Entonces, porfa, necesito que me los envíes a la brevedad.
We've seen some incredible play
Igual te
from
lo
Teddy,
recuerdo dentro de
and
un
he's going to
rato.
be coming up soon. I mean, Korea too. I mean, they have been on it.
Yeah, Korea versus
hablando esta gente ahí
EMEA
del
seems
poder de
to kind of
Corea.
be the narrative that's brewing here, and the players are backing it up. We don't have to make up anything, folks. The script is already written.
Solo tengo los datos de Matías y de Rubén.
Boulevard and Alan have just been going back and forth about this too, right? So we have our 2 champions of both of these regions, but looking at the semifinals, we will be having Teddy versus
semifinales, el
Reroll,
bracket
and also
es
Aragorn versus
Teddy,
Chenia. Those
Reroll,
are the 4 players
Juegazo
that are
y Aragorn
left
y
remaining.
Chenia.
But
Otro,
when we look at that
ambos
first
juegazos,
semifinal
obviamente.
matchup that we're going to cover, Teddy versus Reroll, let's talk about Teddy's performance so far in the quarterfinals.
I mean, there is
Coño,
nothing
como
to
que
say
quité- sí, quité el cuadro de chat.
about the Teddy. Like, it's been flawless, but also really,
Ay, no.
like, those
No se veía.
players are on point. Like, the level of this year Worlds is on top.
I mean, it's been insane to see the lines that these players have taken. They've been so strong at identifying what do I need to do
enviar
to
sus
win this
datos,
game. And it's
scheletor23,
lines that,
scheletortcg, perdón, arroba gmail.com, abajo, o arroba scheletortv.
I mean, incredible.
Yeah, there was an unexpected ban from Tenny, right, against Maddie to ban that
Un partidazo
conservatory. We know that
Teddy
he's a player
contra
that isn't
Reroll.
afraid to
Estoy hablando aquí como si los conociera de toda la vida, pero bueno, me gustaron sus partidas en punto que Mati se fue temprano.
Confident that his piloting skill is going to come out on
Una
top.
finalaza,
But
ojalá llegue a
Reroll as
algún...
well. That's
Bueno, no voy a dar
another tough opponent. We already
mi
saw
opinión.
how Reroll and
Con
Biattack
lo de
went
Mati fue
earlier
demasiado.
today, and that was a matchup we were all looking at because what a caliber for both of these players to be meeting each other in the quarterfinals.
He was very sharp in every line he took. It was the winning line. He didn't took any losing lines because you can sometimes play to win, but there are sometimes
Volví,
players
quien
who
ganó,
can play to lose.
en el último ganó Chenia.
What he did was winning.
Yeah, looking here, we
Chenia,
see
Chenia.
the aggressive lines that Reroll was taking in order to bully down
el bigote
Biattack
maravilla.
and that Red Gwen. Taught me how to play the matchup properly.
Oh yeah, I can't get over
Y ahorita,
setting
bueno,
up
ya
that Katarina
están
to be
a
able
punto
to
de empezar la
stun
semi.
the Eternal
Va a jugar
Dancers,
Teddy contra
and then as
Reroll
well as
y
that Ballista coming in
Aragorn
clutch.
con Chenia.
It was so cool to see all
El
these
icono
little
asiático
choices.
de
And as
del
we
bracket
look at the
final.
semifinals matchup 2, we're going to see even more
Hay
of
asiáticos
that
hasta en
as
el...
like how did
hasta
these
en los
lineups
comentaristas, claro,
really
representando.
compare?
Uf, se
Teddy
viene.
versus Reroll. What are
Juegazo,
you
Teddy
looking
contra
at to be
Reroll.
a highlight of this match?
Oh no, me quité los lentes, van a ser mi identidad secreta.
Letting that Seraphine through, in my opinion.
Oh no.
Reroll is a confident player. He has that Red Gwen in his pocket, knows how to play it, but we've seen it time and again, that back alley bar too strong.
I think Reroll's lineup goes really well into Seraphine. I would be very surprised if we're gonna see the ban, because first we have Red Gwen. Red Gwen doesn't like to play against Seraphine,
sarcasmo,
but
¿no?
that's from Shadow Isles.
De lo de los asiáticos. Me
Me
fui a preparar un mate y no vi el final. Bueno, no hubo mucho que pudiera hacer al final, como que la última partida, eso no le salieron muchos equipos a Smooth y Chenia, sí, pues, y le ganó.
We have seen the power of elusives too, so maybe that comes into play. I don't know.
It could be. I mean, the players are already getting in position. I know that we're kind of divided on who's going to come out on top, Alan, but
Yo coño, yo voy a ir temprano a comprar unas botanas así para picar mientras veía las partidas, pero preparando todo. Además que me paré medio tarde porque anoche me acosté tarde, estaba jugando de Witcher 3, juegazo. Y no me dio chance y a comprar otras cosas. Ahorita estoy así como que a punta de agua y aguantando
So let's go. Casanova Boulevard, take it away.
All right, thank you, Necro. We have an incredibly high-powered matchup coming to us, and you know, Boulevard and I have been at odds for a very long time, but for this one, we got to team up, we got to power up to become Bully Nova. Let's go by our powers combined. Bully Nova, let's get into this one. Excited to see Teddy versus Reroll, EU versus Korea, and these are two of our favorites for the tournament.
Oh, absolutely, Casanova. These two seasonal champions coming in to duke it out. The upper side of the bracket we said at the start of the day seemed to be the stronger one, and you know, we talked about Baya versus Reroll, a potential final survivor timeline. Teddy versus Reroll, it's just the same story over again.
Me sorprende es la Queen, pero o sea, no tanto, porque sí tiene su sinergia, pero como no se ve tanto en el mazo así competitivo. Pero tienen casi la misma idea que Kevin, ¿no? De la misma subida de nivel.
Vandal, you heard Alan say it. Some of these decks from Reroll might be fast, causing the Seraphine to be a weak link, but watching Teddy pilot this has been a thing of beauty.
But Reroll has been playing so much more aggressively with these mid-range decks than we see out of other players, so I understand the ban onto the Jinx saying, hey, you know, you can go 6 wide consistently, and that's a little bit tougher for me to fight through, but this Ezreal Seraphine is only playing 8 followers in the main deck. That is something that Reroll can push right through without as much issue.
Pero
it's going to be very tough to deal with the board. We look at a lot of the one-ups, we need to find some of these stronger ones against a strong board, things like Wallet to slow things down. It's also going to come down to what does the Conchologist generate. Can we get a Dark Ball backlight to stack up some attack?
And not just that, but I think this is finally the matchup where that one of Elise in Reroll is actually starting to look like an okay tech choice.
Yeah, we did criticize it quite a bit because in a lot of the mid-range matchups, she's pretty dead. She's not a very good spider. She kind of just gets squished. But going up against Seraphine, she actually can get underneath, get a lot of pressure in the early game, and you need to just run this deck over.
Yeah, there are actually 0 main decked fearsome blockers in this Seraphine Ezreal. The back alley barkeep, sort of the only one that you can guarantee coming out and getting online. And of course, we just see all of these different one-ofs, and a lot of the tech choices not lining up, you know, phenomenally against Reroll, like this new Caustic Rift card that we see from the new expansion, looking to clear out more champion strength boards than these more mid-range ones that Reroll has.
Absolutely. So now jumping over to Reroll to focus even more heavily on his deck list. This lineup, Alan said it very early in the week that he felt that this was one of the strongest in the overall field. One of the biggest reasons being that Akshan Varus Sivir, who's one of only 2 players to bring this. It's looked great so far, but on top of that, the aggression he's brought with these mid-range decks to get underneath people when generally mid-range does good into the aggressive variants because it slows it down, plays greedier. Reroll has still been able to go under.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the combination of the Absolver and the Varus just offers so much more overwhelmed options than you're really getting out of any other mid-range list. And of course, that one of Sivir still able to push it along. But of course, this Elise deck that we need to talk about, because it is the Elise might end up being the star of the show should she be able to show up on turn 2. But again, that Iron Ballista played so well earlier on.
Yeah, and even look at the bans here. We've got the ban onto the Jinx, Champion Strength, away from Teddy. We've got the ban onto Akshan Sivir Varus. So we will see that Red Gwen matchup potentially into the Seraphine later, but for now, it is Vayne Aatrox going up against Seraphine Victor.
Yeah, just a little bit too scary to play into the Varus and Absolvers. You need to take that one off the table. And instead, it is going to be a dark and heavy matchup still. You know, we don't see as many weapons out of this build for Reroll as we have from some of the other Aatrox competitors. Just 3 copies of Dark and Aegis and Dark and Heart.
And one thing that he's continued to do, though, is look for those weapons in the mulligan to make sure that he has one to enable his cards, enable his Ranger Knight Defector, right? He's always looking for that, trying to stack up for his World Ender, but like you said, he plays a little bit more aggressively, so sometimes he's not even looking for that World Ender, he's looking to finish a little bit quicker, and this is one of those matchups where you kind of want to do that. We saw Teddy mulligan very aggressively, only keeping the Victor. There was the option of, you know, one of his one-ups Wallop, which can slow things down. It slows things down, it doesn't stop it. And Victor, he's going to need to be able to stack up very high, get those keywords to find ways to turn this around.
And no catch in the hand for Reroll does mean that this Vayne is just gonna go down to the exact lethal 4 damage. Not quite enough to protect it, but there was a second copy of the champion in hand, so maybe we'll see Victor and Vayne just kind of square up against each other and see who can take it home first.
Yeah, Teddy just, you know, recognizing, hey, at this point, I just have to throw out this thermo. If I am able to grab one of your combat tricks from you for this, it's overall okay. And if I get to kill off a Vayne, that's perfect. So looking for that interesting play here to bring out the assault.
So the blinding assault I'm fine with. The question here is which weapon is reroll going to equip to it? You have the Dark and Heart for the quick attack. You have the Aegis for the tough. There is a group shot in Teddy's hand if you go for the greedier quick attack. Because at the moment, yeah, the Aegis is all it's going to take to safely kill the Conchologist.
Yeah, group shot, pokey stick, mystic shot. There's actually quite a few, you know, drop the bomb. There's quite a few ways to actually deal with this if the Aegis isn't on top of it. So being able to put that on your challenger, incredibly powerful. And like you said, being able to take out that Conchologist and still keep this challenger available, that's going to be a lot of threat later down the line.
And I don't think Teddy can afford to play Victor here because it's going to be really funny if we throw down, okay, it's no longer an option, but I was going to say, you know, if we take out the Conchologist, Teddy plays Victor, then we swap out to the other weapon now that you're tapped out, but instead it's going to be Vayne coming down, continuing to tick down this tumble.
Yep, here we go. So just take out that Conchologist for free. Teddy's still sitting on 1 mana. Not a lot of clean removal options in hand. Yes, he's got the group shot, he's got the pokey stick, but there's nothing on the board that he can actually do with it. Waits for the initial combat. He knows that reroll is tapped out. Now is the time that he can play his Victor down, and reroll only has the option to drop Victor down to 1 health, cannot actually take it out.
It's definitely awkward here if your priority is to level up the Vayne, right? You can't really send either of these units in. They both die to the Victor. You don't have the mana to re-equip the weapon, and while this Ranger Knight Defector coming down next turn is looking really strong into the hand of Teddy, at the moment things just a little bit more awkward than reroll would like. As we mentioned, he's been playing very aggressively, and this is a really big shift in tempo.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Teddy wants, right? He wants to stop the tempo, slow the game down, build up this Victor, get Seraphine online, because if this game continues to go fast, Teddy is going to lose. That is just how this works. Reroll wants that tempo to continue, so any little bits that Teddy can find to slow this down are huge.
We'll see the draw from Teddy. Okay, this is important. It has been a minute since we've seen Teddy not have that back alley bar on 6, that pivotal namesake card of the Seraphine decks, keeping everything chugging along with the reduced costs. And Challenger Fearsome, not the best combinations of keywords, definitely a little anti-synergistic.
Yeah, fully anti-synergistic.
Sí, es una porquería que le haya salido desafío y temible. Como que para qué. A ver, lo que tienen todos los asiáticos es que juegan con mucha tranquilidad, sí, mantienen mucho la calma. En cambio, tú ves a los otros así, llorando así, no sé qué tal, y broma, el latino cantando, y es como muy cultural todo este tema del mundial, ¿no? Como son las reacciones, mirarlos a ellos ahí mutados, ahí, ¿sabes? Como que se están jugando un platero y, claro, ya tienen, no sé, como 10.000, más de $10.000 asegurados, pero
with the mana left available, probably done playing proactively for the remainder of this turn.
Es lo mismo 10 que 40.
Just see what options you get and be a little bit more mana efficient than just throwing away, you know, an extra 2 mana there just to bank the 3. So instead, we get to play that out. We just go for the Otterpuss, get another blocker down just to continue to stall things out. And maybe that prank can find a decent target if we have some extra mana, which we do currently, right? We've got 1 floating that we could just squeeze a prank in.
I think it's a prime rummage target for Teddy, though, which might be the setup. If you do feel like you need to rummage earlier on, you want to have that
sonríen de casualidad, ¿no?
as a good discard target, not forced to discard.
Totalmente diferente la actitud de los asiáticos en comparación, por ejemplo, a la de Mati.
Okay, yeah, going Tellstones.
Las diferencias culturales son increíbles, sí.
Knowing that there's only 3 mana left for reroll, but feeling that this is a powerful enough swing, the Victor theoretically
si los del LoR casi, o sea, si este año por lo menos estaba T1 que...
And there was a little bit of a read that reroll didn't have a catch from
se me olvida siempre activar el audio a esto para tenerlo de fondo. Sí, apenas reaccionaron los que ganaron, claro. De uno sí lloraron y todo el tema de la derrota porque obviamente es más duro, pero sabes, otra gente hubiese saltado, hubiese hecho otras cosas y ellos y que gracias, gané $1 millón, gracias.
Victor is going to go down here. Teddy totally tapped out. Again, no bar online means that group shot is going to be 1 mana, not quite enough. Goodbye, Victor.
Yeah, very notably, one of Victor.
Adiós hace Victor.
We're not going to have to worry about
eso sí duele. Eso sí dolió.
Seraphine, Ezreal are the bigger win conditions as a whole, but Victor is a very nice mid-game bridge against these kind of mid-range deck lists if it can continue to stack up those keywords.
And we see The new Vandal City spell, Puzzling Signpost, top deck for Teddy. Not a great target in this deck, although the World Ender, I would say, probably primo, right? It's absolutely the biggest thing that you're going to hit, but reroll seems so far away from an Aatrox big Darken game plan.
Yeah, you can look for that. You can look for Condemn in certain spots. It's not always going to be your favorite, especially if it's been reduced quite heavily, but there are a few targets that you can hit with it. Of course, the World Ender is the biggest, and Aatrox has now been pulled out of the deck, tutored by all these weapon types.
And I love reroll slipping in the Darkened Harp while Teddy's defenses are down. Priority goes back to me. The first thing that I do, get an extra health and a tough back onto my Valor. Absolutely phenomenal play from reroll here.
So much mileage out of this Valor so far in this game, and it's not done yet. It's still here. It's still causing problems. Teddy has so much stuff that deals 1 damage in this deck. It's a problem we talked about with Conservatory, actually, being able to not deal with things, getting the tough keyword from the Harp, or even just the tough keyword from Ranger's Resolve. In this case, it is the Harp, and it's giving Teddy so much trouble.
And now the Ranger Knight Defector, again, another card that just has tough. It works out so well into this ping-based matchup. Literally half of Teddy's hand says deal 1 damage to a unit.
Bueno, yo estoy hablando como solo aquí, pero es que estoy escuchando los narradores lo que están diciendo, un poquito más de volumen. No quiero que me interrumpan tanto y se mezclen los sonidos, pero están diciendo eso, porque ahora tiene doble amenaza el reroll.
And since you mentioned the bar, we talked a little bit earlier, is Teddy going to rummage aggressively for this? What Teddy might be puzzling out here is, what do I discard alongside this prank, and is it Puzzling Signposts?
No sé si estunear al 4-3 o al propio Valor.
You know there's a lot of weapons in hand, and that World Ender is going to come pretty fast because of all the attacks.
Here's where it gets awkward though. Reroll, only playing the Darken Aegis and the Darken Harp, his World Ender is probably the lowest impact in the tournament. Unless you have a Harp out, once the spell is put on the stack, Aatrox will level up and you get the cost reduction, which I think is what he cares more about. But we're going into combat, full scout attack here from Reroll.
Alright, so here it comes through. We've got 2 spells being pulled out. One of them is Pokey Stick and the other is Puzzling Signposts.
Destroying the equipment. Does have that alternative mode, and that is going to be Valor taken down, the Darken Aegis destroyed.
And that's actually a really good point because of the fact that World Ender, maybe not as high impact in this specific version of Vayne Aatrox than anyone else. Teddy recognizing that, hey, actually this equipment is giving me a lot of trouble right now, and using this later on a World Ender is maybe far less impactful than just removing the equipment in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, the Giral is a huge difference maker in a matchup like this. Teddy really needs to be able to play things out as cheaply as possible, put multiple spells on the stack, and combine these different cards together so Giral can really upset that, knows that Reroll has a second copy of the card in hand. It might be a little while before it comes down, and this Hexbliterator, can you afford to save this for Aatrox? This Ranger Knight Defector is not slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, getting Hexbliterator is huge, though. You need some bigger removals into Demacia because of just the fact that, hey, the units are bigger. You need to have big number, take out the big health. That's what we need for Teddy. And he was able to also find this Squire. The Yordle Squire is going to be able to create another card. So that might be that discard fodder we needed for this rummage if we wanted to dig a little bit further.
Yeah, and now Teddy, the rope has come. Actually, just going to immediately pass back over, and Reroll has quite a few options on how you want to play this one. The Fleet Feather Tracker top deck does leave Aatrox open as an option, but actually just going to immediately throw the Aatrox down and get the World Ender in hand, and Teddy might be eyeing up that Hexbliterator, although Sharp Sight and Catch both still available on turn 7. It's been a long time since you checked.
Yeah, the last time he checked was, I believe that was turn 3 that he went in with that thermogenic beam. So we've had 4 draws since then. I'm sure Teddy's been tracking if some of those draws have been played. I think maybe 2 of them have, so there's 2 that he doesn't know. Still going for that Hexbliterator though, and he's going to be able to handle this first Aatrox.
Although, now that Aatrox is gone, that clears the way for Seratu. The 8/6 quick attack Darken, the Harp in hand for reroll. No clean answers for Teddy if that were to come down. And Seratu is the best way Demacia has ever had to draw cards in the later stages of the game and really get back into things.
Yeah, Seratu going to be able to let reroll kind of keep up in value at Teddy and also start finding these answers to the removals, especially because Teddy has already played some of his bigger removals. So having any other way to kind of stop that, slow that down. Pings are already doing nothing to tough. They'll do even less when you have tricks.
This is so unfortunate. If Reroll had 1 more mana, they could catch to swap out the weapon and then summon Seratu, but on 8 mana and the Harp locked in on the Ranger Knight Defector, we're just going to have to go for a more honest, traditional Demacia style of building up the board and going in for an attack.
Yeah, not going to be able to play Seratu as an attacker until turn 10. That is very slow against Seraphine. Teddy has kind of stabilized for the moment. Right now, this board is still horrifying, but at least Teddy is not dropping down to, you know, sub 5 HP here. I believe. Is he going to take 6?
It depends on what comes out of this combat, Cook, because we're going to have 2 challengers. If we see Reroll take the lines that Chenia has and go for the can't block weapon, get this really big, could be falling as level 6 here.
That's true. This could be a bigger swing than it initially looks, but Yordle Squire are going to be able to first off beat a jump, still have the Dark Bolt back.
Shepherd's Authority offered up a Pan of Pain. The tough has been so pivotal in this matchup. Getting that keyword onto the Cook could be huge here.
What is that blocking? I mean, of course it blocks every single ping, but is there any bigger spell that is going to make a big difference to go that instead of just the extra HP from Shepherd's Authority? Reroll deciding immediately that it is going to be that Pot of Pain, however.
Yeah, it just plays so well in the later stages of the game. Reroll not tunneling on the opportunity immediately in front of him, saying it's not lethal either way. I'm missing out on what? 1 damage by going this Pot of Pain rather than the Shepherd's Authority. Just deciding that it's not worth it.
Yeah, and I mean, it does have that future proofing, of course, right? So when Seraphine starts to double up spells, doubling up those 1 damage pings, well, they're still 1 damage pings. It's not like they're doubled at the moment. They're not doing 2 damage now. They're doing 1 damage twice, and that still does nothing to these types.
Yeah, and now, honestly, this is probably the first time that Teddy has had 2 good discard targets for the Rummage. You know, leveled Seraphine, we could see draw 4 here.
Yep, being able to hold the Rummage the whole time, very important. We talked about how he wanted to keep this Rummage for the leveled Seraphine.
Oh, and Troll Chant.
Troll Chant is massive for these combats to save damage. That's a huge pickup on the generation.
Yeah, Teddy might be able to start swinging this back now. I think a bar might still be necessary in order to get everything down, but the tough, such an important keyword to fight through, and Teddy gonna have to play with the cards in his deck at the end of the day, and even if you draw a lot of 1 damage spells, they won't do anything against these weapons.
You know, and one of the big things is not having Seratu being able to attack on this turn. We see Reroll starting to run very low on resources, and Teddy is gonna be the opposite with the Seraphine and the potential to cast this Rummage.
Although, if Teddy takes too much time setting up next turn, you know, maybe he plays an Ezreal and a back alley bar, that'd probably be lethal. But if anything similar happens, anything less powerful than that, where it takes a lot of mana, Reroll could just resolve World Ender.
That's true. World Ender could be solid enough, but as you mentioned, it does feel a little bit weaker. It would get a Seratu. You're still going to get
a Scout Seratu.
That's a lot of card draw. That is a lot of power. It more comes down to, at that point, does Teddy just have lethal?
Oh, Song Spinner
is so big.
This is the card. We've talked about Seraphine decks in the past. I've talked to some of the players that said, hey, it doesn't look like your deck has a win condition unless you find specifically this other champion. And they've told me, no, what are you talking about? Stuttering Song Spinner with Seraphine is just a win condition.
Alright, there we go. Teddy wanting to take a look into the hand of Reroll. He gets to find everything. He knows exactly what he's playing against. And this is big for Teddy. He's been very methodical. He's been great against playing around what potentially the opponent has. But now guess what? We know exactly what the opponent has, so let's see exactly what the play becomes for Teddy. It's going to start with Rummage.
And we've got Ezreal. We don't have Bar, but that might not matter. We've got Seraphine and Ezreal both online, but Giral available for reroll still. Might be able to pump these spells up to too high of a cost for it to matter, because looking at all these different pings in hand, I'm seeing 3 tough units on the side of reroll if this Giral were to be played.
Is the level Ezreal, so there is a lot of pressure, but as you said, if Giral comes through, you can't cast on the stack, so if reroll can present lethal, then he can push that through, and Teddy will not be able to push the gas on the other side. There's a Condemn.
But there's a Troll Chant. We knew this Troll Chant was going to come in big, although in this case, now it's no longer available to Teddy for the next turn, when you might be dying.
And it's burst speed and a target, so it just puts a ton of damage into reroll's face.
Yeah, no mana left available for the Mystic Shot, though, but also no mana left available for the Giral.
No era ese el motivo por
lo que lo habían baneado, pero... Reroll, and instead, Teddy is going to be able to refill this entire mana bar. Only needs to deal 11. He's leveled Seraphine, leveled Ezreal. I mean, that's just got to do it, right?
Yeah, without the open attack from the Giral to up the cost of the Stuttering Song Spinner, as well as the cards coming out of it, you have to assume that Song Spinner, Seraphine, Ezreal is just going to be lethal.
I mean, it's just 11 damage. He's absolutely got to be able to get there, as you said.
Pero tiene demasiadas cartas que
to find more burst, more targets, cheap spells, of course, because there should be new every single time you're picking through. Teddy gonna think this very heavily. What can he lose to? But he knows the entire hand except for one card. He knows there's not many things that can actually beat him here. Yes, lethal will be presented, but there are ways to answer through here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out right now if Stuttering Song Spinner only offers up slow spells, does Teddy still... Okay, yeah, there's a burst speed spell. Throw that one out the window.
One burst,
and
two bursts.
Two burst spells. No targeting spells yet, though. Not that I think it's going to matter too much. And Trail of Evidence, probably a phenomenal pickup here. We're going to see a lot more random generation as Ezreal continues to tick down the Nexus.
Teddy continuing to be so perfect on this Seraphine Ezreal list. An absolute masterclass of how to pilot and being able to survive in those early games against the pressure that Reroll was able to exert. Always checking to see, you know, what does Reroll have? This is low impact. If I lose my thermogenic theme to a buff, I'll have recourse against it later. Not ending up getting punished, recognizing, okay, no catch, likely no sharp sight. What can we do from here? What can we use with that information? And Teddy being able to punish.
Yeah, Teddy from a losing position from the get-go. No back alley bar, no combo on the Ezreal Seraphine, at least for the first half of the game, and then losing the Victor rather untimely, but just able to bring it back at the end stages of the game where it matters the most, being able to stall it out. Reroll played as aggressively as he could, but Teddy just kept checking for things that Reroll didn't have.
Yeah, Teddy being able to also recognize that he needed to hold that rummage. It didn't matter if he had bar. What mattered is that he can draw 4 cards off of that rummage, and by saving that rummage until the Seraphine level came down,
y antes del nerfeo de Seraphine era tan cero. Era divertido, pero uy, no tiene unidad. Bueno, tenía
Teddy playing with a couple of copies of Quinn and only one Aatrox, while Reroll keeping it nice and honest. All 3 copies of Aatrox.
A really nice combo picked up by Teddy here to start things out. He's got Blinding Assault into Harp with Catch, so he can use Catch to actually surprise, get that Harp on, and be able to push some extra damage with this Blinding Assault to clear a bigger unit.
Reroll has the same thing, and Reroll gonna have the attack token on too for the Valor, but again, no mana in order to equip that weapon, no surprise factor, and no units outside of this in the hand for Teddy.
Champion Strength for Teddy, which usually you would be like, this is a huge thing, a huge deal for Teddy to have his Champion Strength, his 1 of Champion Strength, or I believe it's actually 2 for Teddy. 2 of Champion Strength here. He has 1 in the hand. If he can set up and win on turn 5 when he has the attack token, that would... We'd be just talking about how Teddy's walking home with the win here, but as Boulevard said, no units just yet outside of this Blinding Assault. Quinn helps quite a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say this deck isn't really built around the Champion Strength. It feels like more of an identification that this is a strong card, one of the cornerstones of the meta.
Divertido cuando uno lo usa, exacto.
Really does
Divertido cuando uno lo usa, cuando lo usan en contra de uno es un
We're not looking for it on curve here, right? We're not looking at the What Am I style play, the Oro Cannon into the ending the game on turn 5. It's going to come down much later on, maybe even test the waters for a
palabras de Camuflayer.
That's true. It's a way to actually win out if we go World Ender into World Ender.
Oh, and Riposte actually going to blow out this combo. Reroll picking it up with a spell that there are 0 copies of from Teddy.
Yeah, just holding on to yet another tech card coming from Korea that's coming out big. We saw the Riposte helping Reroll win earlier against Baya as well, so this is like a very big pickup.
And now we see Vayne picked up for Teddy. Might actually have a little bit of a blowout here with the catch, as well as the 2 challengers from Reroll. I think it would be a big trade of units, which would actually favor Teddy in the end, as a big trade of resources. When Reroll has no more units in hand, Teddy gets to safely drop a Quinn on the following turn.
Yeah, Reroll's opening hand was looking kind of similar to Teddy's. They've both drawn primarily dead spells and things that are not being used in the early game, but since then Teddy has picked up both of his champions, or at least the 2 major Demacia champions, since you'll tutor out the Aatrox later, being able to pick up Quinn and Vayne. The power level of what Teddy has picked up has been much stronger than Reroll recently, and I think Teddy's going to be able to grab the momentum in this match.
And Reroll might have to play it a little bit slower here and just kind of cycle through the weapons to find the Aatrox faster than Teddy does. Once you lose all your units,
¿Cómo viene el mundial? Bien, excelente. Bueno, nuestro favorito perdió en la primera ronda, pero nada, ha habido partidas realmente buenas, sobre todo la de Smooth con el otro asiático, ahorita no recuerdo el nombre, Chema, algo así.
Trade up for that. Reroll can
Ahora Reroll se le está escapando el mundial.
Pero excelente, excelente, han estado entretenidas las partidas por lo menos. Y se ha visto alguna que otra, uno que otro mazo, digamos, diferente. Pero ahora reroll ya, bueno, mal que tiene un top deck ahí de utilidad.
So important. If reroll doesn't pick up a unit, this game might actually just be over because he's essentially skipping turn 5 with, you know, 6 mana just going to the dirt. So being able to find a unit, he's at least going to be able to put something on board, but Quinn is so powerful into this.
And reroll, understanding that, yeah, there is still a Darkened Harp in Teddy's hand. I cannot just throw down and sacrifice my unit. Pretty much exactly what Chenia did earlier in the day. And Teddy, are you going to hang on to that scout attack? Is this where you throw down a weapon and it's just going to be a full float of rerolls mana pool?
I like this from Teddy. Yes, you can push that additional 5, but here you're going to actually hurt a lot of value from reroll if you had a unit to play. The call out there is that yes, you have a unit and you just don't want to play it into me, instead of Teddy reading that, hey, you don't have any units and you fully bricked here.
And funny enough, this actually isn't that big of a punish for reroll. His hand, his development was very weak, but Teddy at the high level play, you know, just saying, I think that you have things that you want to develop, I'm not going to take the risk, and it's one that actually I think favors reroll in this situation.
It does, because he's able to get this.
Champion strength is resolving.
Is massive. Just going to go for the rally. Wants to put the pressure on, push reroll down.
And I don't think reroll has the mana or time to do much about this. You can equip the Darkened Harp to the Geralt to trade onto the Valor, and then Quinn knocks you down to 1 HP back into Teddy's attack token.
Exactly, takes 14, and then you have the immediate. This is 3 attacks in a row from Teddy, and this should be able to actually seal the deal, because you're going to be able to open attack after this. Teddy has just immediately turned on the gas with that champion strength, and he's going to push himself towards the grand final.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, that Quinn champion tech in so good with the champion strength. We even get to see the level of Valor joining the party at the very end hole, and reroll
la coste 80 en cualquier deck, está muy rota, sí.
To the lower bracket play for 3rd or 4th place later on in the day.
De las mejores cartas la mejor carta ahorita en lo que va del mundial. Ha dado demasiadas partidas. Tiene que ir nerfeada.
And now he's moving on to the final of the World Championship. He'll be the first player to ever complete a feat like that with the Triple Crown. Teddy, outstanding, still flawless on that Seraphine, and beautifully showcasing why the Quinn is so important in this Vayne Aatrox deck, the power that it can provide, turning that game completely into a stop of what looked like very rough draws on those sides.
And
not just that, finally showcasing this champion strength at the beginning of the day. We were like, okay, is this just thrown into the Aatrox deck, sort of double down on some of the more powerful Demacian win conditions of the day? Or is there an actual strategy here? How well does it pair with Quinn? We finally got to see it play out in the most important game of the tournament.
Hashtag y todo, y el correo electrónico que tengan asociado a su cuenta de Río. Además de mandarme una captura de que, bueno, que están viendo el stream aquí, me lo pueden mandar a mi cuenta de correo o a mi cuenta de Twitter, que la pueden encontrar en la descripción de este video. El correo es scheletortcg@gmail.com. La cuenta de Twitter es scheletortv @scheletortv. Bueno, para la siguiente skin, el primero de los que ya no hayan participado, que me escriba aguante Mati, se lleva el equipo. Entonces, suerte para los que no han participado. Sepan llevar sus moneditas para que completen, para comprar una skin o algo que quieran hacer. Ya que dice, pocas veces vemos la evolución de Quinn. Sí, es muy raro. Y verla en una final, bueno, una semifinal de mundial o en fase final de mundial es lo mejor. Dame un segundo mientras empieza la siguiente partida.
You're lacking reactivity to the plays he wants to make. He steamrolls you.
I mean, especially using that Quinn to his advantage. It's not the first time we've seen her be a great one-of slot in. Instead of saying, do I really need all these Aatrox? You know, this Quinn looking really good. I mean, that was another win condition besides the World Ender, and it paid off big.
As much as Game 2 was an autoplay pretty much, Game 1 Like that was a very hard game to pilot for the Teddy because the Vayne Aatrox matchup is really hard to beat with the Seraphine bundle, and you have to you can't even kill there anything. All you have to do is just reach stalemate until you draw your win cost without losing all your cards from the hand.
Yeah, in that first game, a lot of Teddy's like techs came in. We had the one of Victor that forced a response from reroll, and you have to keep that scaling threat from taking over the game. That thermogenic beam coming in on Vayne early on gave him the read that there was no catch, and he used that information to just bully down further and further. Reroll ended up stranding the Stratu on the Ranger Knight Defector, trying to go all in on this tough unit to keep up, but didn't have the extra card draw potentially.
Well, we will see Teddy move on to the grand finals match with that 2-0 victory, but we're not going to say goodbye to Reroll yet because we will be playing a third place match as well today. So we will get a chance to see Reroll again.
Y el ganador, bueno, de las 1000 moneditas es Jack.
Really tough as well.
El aguante Mati. Muchas gracias por participar. Envíame, como te comento, los datos de Riot ID, usuario, correo electrónico asociado a la cuenta de Riot, al correo electrónico scheletortcg@gmail.com o al usuario de Twitter @scheletortcg. Entonces es importante que lo hagas ahí y que bueno, si puedes confirmarme por aquí porque todavía no tengo el correo de otros dos de los ganadores, de José Pablo y de Guillermo. Entonces es importante que me lo envíen y si pueden confirmarme para yo revisar y no haya ningún tipo de problema.
I mean, if that gets through,
ahorita
and also
semifinal.
The last deck with like Aragorn,
con Aragorn y Chem, no sé cómo.
Aragorn has played so far this weekend, but on the other side too, Chenia, Aragorn's opponent, been playing such a solid game so far.
All right, guys, how do you feeling about the finals being most likely 2 EMEA players and
you're already counting him out?
And top 3 being just fighting between 2 APAC players, most likely.
The best part about Chenia's lineup is that if the opponent plays too slowly, it gets set up and takes over the game. If that Talia Ziggs doesn't get a nasty Rock Bear parade up and running, he could just get the World Ender online.
Yeah, completely, but we cannot
y bueno,
importante
también que se suscriban al canal porque vamos, gané, llegué justo para el sorteo. Sí. José Pablo, Riot ID completo con el hashtag y todo, Riot ID, usuario y contraseña no, usuario y correo electrónico asociado a la cuenta de Riot. Sí, llegaste justo para el sorteo. Excelente. Excelente. Bueno, tenemos varios ganadores. Quedan para las partidas que quedan como 3 más. Estuvo interesante, sí.
Sometimes you just channel protagonist energy.
Sí, bueno, ahorita viene el otro bracket. Ahí están, creo ya, sí. Aragorn y Chenia.
You gotta agree with me on this one. Chenia's got it.
Let's go, Chenia!
Let's go! Okay, guys, come on. Black Flame energy will prevail. 4-0.
I mean, the Ionia took into Telia. It's definitely
let's go! Black Flame, go!
Oh, I see it. We're gonna let the casters talk about the bans a little bit more when we get there. But Aragorn versus Chenia is absolutely going to prove to be another.
Que no estaban preparados o algo así. Creo que hubo un error ahí.
Yeah, that will be definitely tough for you. Let's see if he can do anything about
de coordinación, no sé.
Supremacy.
como que no estaban listos los jugadores.
Well, you're jumping the gun a little bit there, Alan. We've still got one semifinal ahead of us, and it's time to see the action between Aragorn
y eso,
and
recuerden a los nuevos, a los que están llegando, que estén pendientes del canal, porque este mes también hay sorteo, un tablero Darking, va a haber 20 ganadores, entonces bueno, voy a anunciar en los próximos días en el canal cómo voy a hacer el sorteo. Aragorn, claro, ya decía yo, no he mostrado los decks ni nada. El gran Sixta Liga.
Yeah, both these players have brought some incredible tech cards, specifically Ionia tech cards, which is weird because I believe this is, well, there's some of the very few Ionia decks in the tournament, and actually Shenya not being able to ever get through with the Lulu Jinx, but yeah, this Unworthy Soul, not only has it played so well for Aragorn throughout the day, but I think it's going to play specifically well into the two very mid-range focused decks that Shenya has left open.
Yeah, if you can bounce the big boys back for 3 mana, that's exactly what
vamos a ver el otro finalista. Me imagino que bueno, después viene el tercer lugar.
Flame on Talia as a finisher has been huge, being able to fill up the stack and not allow any defense. Yes, filling the stack against the decks that we have from Chenia is not as massive because they're not looking at a ton of removal spells, and the ones that they do have are the burst speed, but still it is important because there's just so much damage anyway.
Yeah, and you know, this Unworthy Soul actually playing double duty against the decks that Chenia has left. They're both very weapon focused. And I don't think it's come up before, but Unworthy Soul actually will destroy any attachments before recalling the unit.
Entonces todavía tienes chance de participar. Pero así que bueno, tienes que estar pendiente en el stream para no quedarte sin nada.
Darkened list, granted, the Vayne Cane is a little bit lighter on weapons. It still matters to get rid of them. As we take a look here, the ban being Lulu Jinx away.
Importante estar suscrito al canal para que entre semana cuando yo haga el video no avisar cuando lo voy a lanzar, porque todavía no lo sé. Y bueno, ahí anuncio cuándo será el sorteo y cómo será el sorteo para el del tablero Dark.
Ahí
ya va a empezar la partida. Chenia Aragorn.
Towards the end with just playing towards his outs and finding them. The Blooming Cultist was one that was called, getting that elusive and being able to just take down Roji earlier on in the tournament. And then as well, we've seen the ban bail out this Varus Aatrox deck a couple of times for Chenia. And the thing is that's not saying, oh, Chenia is just lucky. He's setting himself up for these spots, but it does feel like his lineup has been a little looser than some of the others.
And now he's got one of the most aggressive hands you could imagine coming out of this deck.
¿Cómo la están pasando? ¿Cómo la están pasando en el stream?
Of one drops as well
gustando las partidas.
I guess what has become his signature Blooming Cultist over the course of the weekend. As you mentioned, stealing so many wins with that elusive keyword.
Nice early start from Chenia. We talked about, hey, the good players, the world champion caliber players in these Darkened lists are always pulling the Forsaken Bakai on one. Generally, though, they're hitting a weapon, and Chenia did miss, but this is, I believe, the Vayne Cane. Yes, this is the Vayne Cane, which does have a lot less weapons to actually hit.
Okay, we didn't find a weapon, but we could hit a combat cook here. You know, we do have a couple of these cards that need to get turned on by weapons. These Blooming Cultists not having elusive unless one has already been equipped, but it will retroactively gain it. It's not an on-summon effect, so you can throw it down on 3, still play the cook on 4, go in for your elusive.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive start from Chenia, but missing out on the weapon actually makes it significantly weaker. It won't matter too much in the long run since he is going to need to block down against this Red Gwen. However, not hitting it on one of the cultists doesn't let him block the Butler yet, and the Buru cultist can't block it either.
And it's interesting to see this dynamic, right? Because the hand from Aragorn, not aggressive at all. 2 copies of Ravenous Flock, not what you want to be seeing in a matchup like this. We're still top decking Reckoners when it's turn 3. There are a lot of great options we should have found here, and actually Aragorn has the most aggressive Red Gwen deck in the tournament with 9 1-drops, the Crimson Pigeon and the Legion Rearguard. This is a terrible start for him.
Yeah, only finding one of them with the host going alongside this Butler, potentially looking to just trade down. Aragorn may not need to block here. This is not a very threatening attack. Only taking 4 damage. Will start to go towards those Minotaurs, but you don't actually want to play the Ruin Reckoner because you don't want that
un poco que fuera a haber alguna partida muy lenta, muy tediosa, muy larga, sí, pero no, estaba realmente Al menos las que pude ver, sí, en general todas han estado buenas. Y nosotros que la hemos visto todas, no hay ninguna queja. Ha estado brutal. Ojalá llegue Aragorn al final, bueno, ando mufa como dicen por allá en el sur. Pero bueno, porque quisiera ver ese más total y ya Six en la final para ver algo un poquito más variado. Viene Katarina. Ahorita pasa a la final y le van en el mazo de Six con Tali. Y yo no.
There's also 8 1-drops left in the deck.
Yeah, that does reduce the quality of those top decks quite significantly by not finding those early on in the game. And Chenia setting up for the single combat play by going for the Blooming Cultist, holding on, not improvising a weapon just yet.
And this is scary. So there's no Mark of the Isle in the list for Aragorn. Not that it plays too well into single combat, but you know, with the Blade's Edge in hand, you do have to be cognizant of Vile Feast. There are 2 copies with only 2 health units on the side of Chenia. The single combat might look a little risky.
Quiero ver cuál mazo me llevo para subir el ladder nuevamente. Sí, no sé, como que pinta que sea otro. Yo voy a ver es qué cosas se puede medio jugar con Kale, pero a ver si traigo algún video interesante al canal o algo así. Y se puede jugar, pero
Cook on the following turn. He's worried about some of the bigger bombs coming down. It feels like the position isn't good enough. So it feels like going for this single combat is necessary. And yes, Aragorn has a glimpse to answer it, but overall for Chenia, I think that's kind of what you needed to do.
Yeah, and not only that, but this actually works out okay for Chenia, just keeping wider on board, not actually losing the Buru Cultist to this Katarina, while Aragorn finds the Crimson Pigeon, which probably just going to have to be used as a blocker here as Chenia continues to just steamroll this aggression, and Kane likely to come down on the next turn.
Aragorn going to just try and chop down this board a little bit. It's from 5 wide, being able to have that Blade's Edge to take down one of the cultists, try and go a little bit lower, but that does mean that if you go into the next turn, you only have the 5 mana for the Reckoner and nothing else.
So next turn, Chenia plays Kane, right? All of these cards activate. The Blooming Cultists get elusive when you attack. You know, you're going to activate these other cultists as well, so that's 8 damage coming through that cannot be blocked by Aragorn. That's a 1-turn clock.
Yeah, and Aragorn not having enough answers in this hand to finish
porque las últimas partidas también ha ido más o menos rápido porque todas las últimas partidas han sido un 2-0. Creo que el único 2-1 fue el propio match.
And Gwen does reduce this clock a little bit, you know, being able to get a little bit of health back for Aragorn on these attacks. And if we can set anything up for a Ravenous Flock, we could slow down Chenia. But for the time being, Kane gonna come down, activate all of these units. Now we see the elusives that have been so pivotal in Chenia's success up until this point in the tournament back online. He's in his comfort zone.
Here comes the Gwen, gonna push forward that damage, keep the cultists back so they can continue to have that pressure each and every turn. Chenia is setting up that 2-turn clock. As you mentioned, Gwen will be able to buy a little bit of time, but that is assuming that Chenia can't increase that damage.
And there's no Ravenous Flock available because Kane killed a unit and was able to pick it up. That Heedless Resurrection top deck from Chenia. No champions in the death pool just yet, so not going to be able to throw that one down. But if we want to put the Kane's life in danger and, you know, bait a Ravenous Flock out of Aragorn, we do have a Resurrection available.
All right, so now it's just a matter of what Aragorn wants to do at this point. We know he needs to heal with this Gwen. He generally is just going to want to slam a Reckoner and be able to start pushing forward damage.
¿Cuánto contenedor tiene? No me he fijado. Debe tener uno, dos, ¿no? El 2-1 y el... No, mentira, debe tener uno solo. Está pensando atacar.
You know, you're looking at just the elusive damage. Okay, that's 8 exactly. Chenia's 5 wide. They have other units to attack with, and they could even get down another unit this turn.
Yeah, so if Aragorn is not actually wide enough to block, you can come in with the Cultists next time around because they've got those 2 extra damage on the side as long as Chenia is wider, especially since Chenia still has 6 mana to develop here into whatever Aragorn is doing.
And it might be Geralt. It's looking like a pretty appealing option here. It would actually survive a trade with the Gwen, and Eternal Dancer is going to be the play. I believe this will revive Katarina. A Blade's Edge set up for a flock on the following turn, but here comes not Geralt, the Darken Aegis.
Yeah, Darken Aegis, I'm wondering if this is just going to go on an elusive, make it a little bit beefier into potentially, you know, Blade's Edge plus Vile Feast, something of that nature. Instead, we're going to swap back. We're going to go to the Combat Cook, Combat Reel, and Pot of Pain, given as the options.
Tiene que ser Pan of Pain, ¿no? Sí.
He doesn't know what he's cooking up, but it is going to be a Pot o' Pain, as we saw in the previous match against Teddy. You know, that top key we're doing, dividends there. Not so much in this one, but will at least protect it from that Blade's Edge setup. And actually, going to get very close to trading with the Eternal Dancers.
Yeah, I mean, this is forcing enough damage that Chenia does have to play defensive, right? He does have to
tiene la chita de Katarina para matar al Kane.
Only this 8 damage as threat on the back foot, right? Because Kane is not going to be able to push through anybody.
Bueno,
will have to just
en la otra mano él tiene letal con...
It's still going to be just 8 damage, and the Gwen healing will be enough for now. Does depend what
claro, no tiene letal porque es curador. Pero
Blade's Edge top deck so important for Aragorn. Actually, yeah, if we see the block lined up onto the Gwen, you know with information available that your Kane will just go down. And then the Blade's Edge, you know, if it doesn't go onto Kane, could go onto one of these blooming cultists, and that'll really upset Chenia's lethal potential. But things looking like they might finally be swinging back into Aragorn's corner.
Yeah, Aragorn's stabilizing a bit here, but still it is 8 damage that is being threatened. Yes, he's got the Katarina, so now he can rally and turn the pressure around, not letting Chenia spend too much time, but there are weapons to be equipped that is going to add additional damage. That's 3-1. That's elusive. That's all the damage being able to push forward. Looks like you can take out one other elusive with the Blade's Edge. Keep it at 8 damage for now. It's a really tough spot here for Aragorn.
Yeah. Expanse protection, but there's 2 copies of Ravenous Flock in the hand for Aragorn. And just enough non-elusive blockers left for Aragorn as well that the cultists and the Kane cannot push through any additional damage. Chenia might be thinking that he has it with the Expanse's protection, but it is just not quite enough through the answers Aragorn has.
It's going to be so incredibly close, but as long as Aragorn does not misstep here, overplay, tap out of double flock, which is going to be very difficult for him to do, especially since for Chenia it makes more sense to go for an open. You know, Katarina's on the back. You don't have time to sit back and develop. You don't have units to really develop here unless we go for Geralt.
Le quiere quitar
the ability to do that, but then you just fire out flux for the attack.
Yeah, it's sort of this awkward line where if you had enough time, you could actually swap the weapons around and sort of full heal your cultist. I don't think it actually works out in this exact instance because a weapon was equipped before the Blade's Edge came out. Maybe if we had gone for waiting for the Blade's Edge to be played and then equipping the weapon, Chenia might have had some different ordering to go through here. But if Chenia doesn't kill this turn, we see the harrowing off the top of the deck for Aragorn.
Yeah, the power of Red Gwen coming through, that Gwen draw being so important to find the healing. Do get the rally, but here comes the attack right now, threatening 16. Of course, we see those flocks. Expanse protection will come out to stop one, but now with the Katarina being able to be replayed, the Blade's Edge is even a way to stop the spell shield.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Chenia here. You know, if you go in with the Kane, maybe you can bait Aragorn into putting both flocks on the stack at the same time. Then the Expanse's protection actually does work out, but with the Blade's Edge also available to pop that spell shield, I'm not seeing a lethal here for Chenia.
Tiene letal, pero bueno.
All right, here we are. Aragorn gonna be able to turn this around. What looked so favored for Chenia with the slow draw for Aragorn, especially being on this faster version of Red Gwen, running 9-1 drops, but not bricking into them in the late game. Finding the champions, finding the units that he needed to hold on, and though these flocks initially were just clogging up the hand, they're coming in clutch at the end of the game.
And this Heedless Resurrection is something that we've seen a lot of players cut from their list, and I have to wonder if it was a different combat trick that was available to Chenia. Is this tech choice now doing the opposite of what we've seen so many do for so many players over the course of this event, and actually being the sort of a detriment here?
Yeah, the Spell Shields comes down, but we know that that's going to be pinged away with information that we had from the Katarina hitting the board. So we saw Chenia think about it as, okay, what am I doing here? Am I actually playing this out? He does play it out. but you know that you're likely dying to the Katarina, to the Gwen, especially with the fact that there is an attack token on Aragorn's side, and your defense is not nearly as strong as your offense.
Might just end this turn, and actually we don't see the Ravenous Flock to kill the Kayn either. You know, playing it very safe, not getting baited into a momentous choice or something along those lines. Which actually would have been a huge point here, as it would have put it up to 4 health tough. The spell shield's already on. You would have to use the second flock to spell shield. It wouldn't work out. That's not the case, though. The case is going to be Aragorn looking like they're going to win. Maybe not on this attack, but certainly on the next one, as we are rolling back into Aragorn's attack turn.
Yeah, of course, Chenia does still have the units to slow it down, but Aragorn does get the attack token. So it's not the rally attack to finish it, but it is the second strike. And from there, Aragorn left with his clutch deck list, his finisher, his closer. He's had it at the end of every single one of his series. It has been that Ziggs Taliyah. He's brought it out. He has yet to lose with it.
And speaking of yet to lose with it, with Chenia going down a game here, if Aragorn does move on to the finals against Teddy, Casa, that's both 3-0 players out of groups meeting in the grand finals.
Yes, it would be 2 EMEA players, 2 3-0 players, 2 players with a deck that is unique to them and no one else in the event. These 2 had been playing outstanding, but Aragorn has to finish it off.
Victoria de Aragorn. Estuvo bueno. Ahora se viene el mazo Shurima con... No le van a poner Donut, por favor. Bueno, pero pongan el nombre por lo menos.
Again, just how good Unworthy Soul pairs into these darkened decks.
Well, and the big thing to talk about for that Ziggs Taliyah as it's coming up is the fact that it doesn't feel like it has many break draws. It doesn't feel like if you're not hitting your main game plan of Taliyah with the Black Flame,
siempre que lo ponen a él ganador lo dejan como un rato,
¿no? You're able to go and use the Ziggs in the early game to get a lot of pressure down. You've got a lot of these units that are working
bueno, ahora se viene el mazo de
that will buy time to eventually hit your win condition, or you'll win with Swarm and Beatdown.
Yeah, the Rock
muy buena partida, sí.
Impressing on the weekend.
Muy
so incredible. When we thought Champion Strength was going to be the defining card, but no, it might end up being the little Rock Bear who could.
The little Rock Bear who could. We had one Rock get destroyed by Chenia yesterday, but this time we've got a little Rock Bear trying to chug along and make it to the finals for Aragorn. This hand from Aragorn is more of that swarmy side. You get down those rock hoppers, and then you have a desert naturalist to get a rock bear and kind of create a much bigger, wider board.
Ahora juega el rock hopper y lo próximo que juegue Chenia a lo mejor lo desafía.
And while Chenia looking for a weapon to turn on the Blooming Cultist again, finds that sort of dead top deck of the Heedless Resurrection, really looking for that Dark Ages to combat Cook of Vein, another Cultist to tutor the Kayn. A lot of options available, but luckily, you know, Chenia is going to be able to have a Kayn on curve, can throw down the 2 Blooming Cultists, might end up losing them if they get vulnerable, but we actually do draw a weapon as well.
Yeah, and one of the big things about this Rock Hopper is generally the elusives of the Blooming Cultist is very difficult for this deck to deal with outside of things like Rite of the Arcane. But because of the Rock Hoppers, these are being given vulnerable, so you're not actually going to have as rough a time dealing with them, and Chenia doesn't have too many options. His only 2 units right now are Blooming Cultists, and Aragorn is very likely to be playing down these Rock Hoppers.
And Aragorn's actually already down to 12 here on turn 3. That is more aggressive than you get out of some burn decks.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to Fan being a bit aggressive for Chenia at this stage because Aragorn was not able to develop too much, and you don't really want to block those Dragonlings. So that's 6 damage that is pseudo-unblockable. You have an elusive plus a Dragon.
Here's what I'm looking at, Casanova. Follow me here for a second. I see a Furious Wielder to defend my elusive. Then I see another elusive and an Expanse's Protection to save it from an Unworthy Soul.
No sacó.
There's an opportunity for Chenia to just win this out of nowhere. Find the first game, snap the 100% win rate of this Taliyah Ziggs deck.
And that's been his signature move. We even see Momentous Choice offered up for a little bit of additional damage off of this prediction. We still do have mana for the Furious Wielder. I'm kind of curious how aggressively Chenia wants to play this. How much do you want to play towards this copy of Blooming Cultist?
I think he does it. He absolutely does it. Here he goes. Beautiful call, Boulevard. He's looking for this lethal as fast fast as possible. He understands that the longer this deck goes, the more trouble he's in. He understands that his win condition is vulnerable currently with one of his elusives.
And there are no blockers for Aragorn if he wants to play Unworthy Soul, which means that this Expanse's protection and this Dragonling is actually going to get through for quite a lot of damage here. I believe 9. Both cultists will be vulnerable, but then we see Aatrox come down.
Yep, here we go. This is already 9 damage being presented by Chenia on this attack if Aragorn does not have blockers. And the only blocker that you can send is blocking a Dragonling. You're not actually dealing with the threats, and Ziggs is just going to be the slam.
Yeah, Aragorn playing, you know, sort of respecting the Expanse's protection, but more than that, I think, saying, I need the vulnerable to stay on these elusives. I cannot afford to just keep resetting these and letting Chenia replay them, and beating down my Nexus. Down to 5 now is Aragorn, but he's got a really strong Taliyah turn coming up.
Yes, he has to deal with these elusives now, though, because Chenia can easily sneak 5 damage by with them. But without them, Chenia does struggle to find that last little bit of damage. He can get overwhelmed with the Kayn, he can get overwhelmed with the, with the Varus, and he can with the Aatrox. These decks are very similar, but it is the Aatrox Varus we are looking at. But we do have to still look and see if Aragorn can put Chenia in a position where he has to find the overwhelm.
And it's looking like a pretty cut and dry turn for Chenia. You either run out your other cultist or you play Aatrox, get that online and start pushing some more pressure onto Aragorn, though, without elusives to run it through. This board is going to be very wide for Aragorn by the time the attack token comes back around to Chenia. A couple of champions, a couple of fearsome 5/3s. It is going to be the Aatrox coming down. I don't know if we can actually stall out until turn 9 to play Pra the Breachwalker, the Darken that comes out of the fan.
Yeah, the Breachwalker would be big. We've seen it win multiple games for Chenia, but at least Aragorn is able to wipe up these elusives for now. That 5 HP might just be enough to chug along. It really comes down to this Aatrox, to even potentially a World Ender needing to be played.
And it's so awkward, right? Because if the World Ender is played, that will be all of the mana for Chenia on the following turn, and the Unworthy Soul could just bounce the Aatrox right back to the hand without the cost reduction. We might not be able to get it done. I'm starting to get a little bit worried here for Chenia, because that Heedless Resurrection would look so good into a Vengeance, but that's not what we're dealing with. And finally, the Expanse's protection. We were wondering how this was going to get used. It will actually protect a cultist from the Ziggs to get a combat trade.
Yeah, just going to be able to take the Ziggs down, slow down the return aggression from Aragorn, but that Taliyah is still there, the crux of this deck list, and we're having both of those landmarks pop into 5/3 fearsomes. A massive board has just sprung up out of nowhere, and that is what this deck can do so well.
And Aragorn thinking, how do I want to block this? I'm curious to see if he's actually going to finish off the Aatrox, and maybe we finally get to see some value out of this Heedless Resurrection. But Chenia probably really hoping for a third cultist top deck, just another final hour bailout from his elusives that have been so pivotal throughout the World Championship.
Yep, Keeper of the Box going to come down for now. Ban will be able to equip to that, get more lifesteal for Chenia, trying to just keep him topped off. But Aragorn is going to be able to set up and try and look for a kill in a single turn. That is what this deck has been able to do. So 20 might not matter. We will finally see that Heedless Resurrection potentially see play.
And I think Chenia, you know, not very far off of tutoring another copy of Aatrox. He is on the full 3. So, you know, getting access to that Aatrox spell, once you resurrect the first one, it's going to be pivotal for dealing with this Taliyah. Aragorn doesn't look like they have lethal now or anytime soon. It's really that Unworthy Soul Tech coming in so big, stopping all of these big, beefy, expensive units.
Yep, Heedless Resurrection comes out. Aatrox is back. We get the Varus. Another Keeper. So there's
another Unworthy Soul.
Did not want... You did want to find the elusive one. You weren't really looking for another lifesteal.
Yeah, this is not the matchup you were looking for this in. Maybe against the Red Gwen a little bit earlier. Could have played out a little bit better, but it's too little, too late. And now you can't even block the Taliyah with the Aatrox. Would just lose that champion. We've got World Ender mana. for what it's worth, but again, this unworthy soul just reset the Aatrox, play it next turn, reset the Aatrox again, and then Aragorn into a clear board would just have the win.
Yeah, especially since you're getting to push 8 damage here. We talked about having multiple lifesteal cultists, but realistically, they're not even pushing you back up to 20 after that. And 20, again, not safe against this deck.
And it almost doesn't feel worth it to block with this cultist, right? You could, it only prevents 4 of the damage. You can just swing back in, get another 2, or block something else with it and get another 2 on a future turn. And this is where I become critical of the Varus. We are not leveling this Varus now, or really anytime soon. We just don't have the mana to sort of get down the weapons. We would need a double up spell like the Momentous Choice.
It was realistically our only criticism of Chenia in this tournament, because his play has been pretty immaculate, is the choice to put Varus with Aatrox instead of Vayne and taking Varus into a deck with Pantheon, or taking Varus into a deck with Akshan, where we've seen such success with that Varus. Trying to split up both the Aatrox and the Vayne to get 2 decks with these 2 powerful champions, maybe costing Chenia here, but costing you in the semifinal?
You're not going to be too upset about that. You have made it quite far, and we are going to see the World Ender cast. Aatrox leveling up, going into the attack turn of Chenia. Aragorn going to fire off that Unworthy Soul.
The tech card decision, wanting to have very few Ionia cards, but the 2 that were picked, the Black Flame, Unworthy Soul, both times, both of these cards being the reason this deck is so good instead of a tier 3 list like we thought.
And now, though, Chenia picking up a second copy of Aatrox. If you throw down this Aatrox, then Aragorn really has to Unworthy Soul immediately so that you cannot take advantage of the cost reduction. You know, you throw down a Varus for free. You might even have the mana left to play Proc. But the Aatrox spell in response could kill the Talia.
And if you kill the Talia,
es la que le puede hacer todo el daño del mundo.
Quite a large attack from Aragorn, but it's not lethal. You're not dead, and you can look for a redevelop.
It might actually be lethal with Black Flame and Desert Naturalist that will get you another Rock Bear.
You'll have enough mana. It would be a Rock Bear.
And yeah, the immediate Unworthy Soul, not letting Chenia get down that Varus that Aragorn knows is in hand, right? It was tutored up a little bit earlier, and now the question is, do you throw out this Aatrox spell, and you do, you kill the Talia.
But now Black Flame into Desert Naturalist. You've healed up to 14 with the Aatrox already. You have Lifesteal on board.
Bueno, ya no tiene mana.
Effectively 16.
Lo que tiene que hacer
it's close.
It is
preparar una mesa.
I haven't mapped it out, and if Chenia lives, Aatrox comes down. There's no answer. No answer from Aragorn left. It depends on the top deck. There are still quite a few things that you could top deck from Aragorn. I mean, we talk about the Absolver. It's only a 1 of in this list. It's not the all-in sort of Ziggs that we're used to in the past. Maybe another champion. And yeah, here we see the Rock Bear come out, the uncapture happening, restoring the Devout. And like you had mentioned, yeah, it is going to be just shy.
It is a big board, but it is not 14 big. Actually, these Keepers of the Box being able to do enough to hang on, just a little bit of HP was necessary. Yes, an elusive would have ended the game, but at the very least, these have kept it alive for the Aatrox to potentially come back down. Absolver, you saw that coming up on the screen, looking for that buff.
And this is what we were talking about. 13 damage lined up before you put the biggest attacker at the end. Not able to get a second Sarcophagus down. Talia gonna come down. Does this change the math? Aatrox gets to come down in response, and that really gets just more healing back into Chenia. Does Talia outpace that healing?
Being able to get the healing, it is a lot of damage from Talia.
Lo puede perder.
It will prevent some healing as well, because you do have to put Aatrox.
I believe if the Keeper blocks the Talia and then Aatrox blocks a 5-attack unit, I think it's less damage than was originally presented, but I can see you doing the math there, Casanova. I don't want to yet. Or we could just see Pra the Breachwalker.
Getting 3 blockers out.
We've seen it bail Chenia out before. We saw it almost come up in previous matchups, and Aragorn, you know, just coming in now with just the Talia, an ephemeral unit going to be thrown in front of it. But Pra the Breachwalker, an elusive unit. Casanova, there is a quicksand in the deck for Aragorn, but there's no reason for Chenia not to develop.
It has to be quicksand for Aragorn to even survive. Just the elusive.
And it's a Talia. Aatrox comes down. Now we're going to see more and more copies come down. And the first time that Aragorn's Ziggs Talia loses, Chenia picking it back up.
We've mentioned it on the desk. The fan. It is
bueno, lo que pasa es que si no era letal, sí, no era letal porque más bien lo iba a curar, iba a quedar como con 5 o algo así.
The only one to bring this weapon. Not only did we see it create early pressure with the Dragonlings, because you don't want to block them.
Verga, Cheni ahí le remontó la partida
and then at the end of the day,
el mazo más poderoso de todos los tiempos.
Once again coming out, stopping a wide board from attacking in, and then this time even the elusive setting up to get the lethal.
There are so few Ionia cards in this tournament, Casanova, but they have been some of the most pivotal. You can't keep the pink region down.
You really can't. We thought we got rid of it, but it keeps coming back. This time, yeah, it's not the main threat, but its supporting characters are definitely winning Best Supporting Actor at this competition.
And now we have to ask the question, Chenia picked up a win with the Varus Aatrox, but the Vayne Cane, one that has failed to go tall enough in a lot of more mid-range matchups. Can you do the impossible twice? Can you 2-0 Aragorn's previously undefeated 6 Talia Black Flame?
His closer, this deck, was unstoppable in the group stages. Unstoppable during the quarterfinals, but here in the semifinals, Chenia has done it, and now he has to do it once more. Vayne Cane has its weaknesses, but he already has Cane, so the weapon will come out on turn 5.
And this is a rather good hand from Aragorn as well. We have one of our pivotal champions, we have a Desert Naturalist to combo with this Devout, as well as the Rock Bear, but almost more importantly, Rite of Negation for protection, Absolver for game-ending potential.
Alright, so things have slowed down in the early game. Couple of low drops from Chenia out on the board already, a pair of 2-2s. On the other side, Aragorn has an Absolver, he's got the Rock Bear Shepherd to try and start amping things up. Get a bigger, wide board to try and help protect against the early onslaught from Vayne Cane. Aragorn just needs a little bit of setup time, but having 7 mana at his disposal, he should be able to get there. Chenia, the threat happens once he gets Cane, but it is still a little slow.
And it depends on how aggressively Chenia wants to play this, because the tempo can swing significantly once that Endless Devout dies, and that sort of big swing with the Desert Naturalist turn is available. Chenia actually looks like they just want to go in for the attack, gonna pull it back. I really don't think he likes the idea of taking the pass here, but it might be the correct play.
He may need to, and it looks like he does just take it for now. Aragorn does have the option to consider. There's not really any spell that you would like to play at this stage, so he's thinking more about his next turn before he passes this back.
So much restraint shown by Chenia there. I saw how much he wanted to just ship that attack, but pulling it back, and now Aragorn, not a very clean turn 5.
No, it's not perfect, but Raveled Earth is a good start, right? You've got Desert Naturalist that can turn one of these into a Rock Bear, but ideally you want to use that with the Devout once it goes down. Get the big swing, get the 5-5 Rock Bear, the 5-3 Fearsome on the line at the same time. So this does just turn on things like Rite of the Arcane, and it's also helping your Ziggs.
And now Chenia actually drawing a 1-drop could bait out one of these Roiling Sands, get Aragorn to develop further, but says, hey, I'm just fine throwing the Cane out there. We do have the catch in hand for a little bit of protection, but now the Desert Naturalist is going to come out, the Rock Bear coming out, and actually another Roiling Sands off the board does mean Chenia is free to play his units without fear of vulnerable.
Yeah, not going to save up for the greedier turn of trying to get that Sarcophagus out. Instead, just going to go for the double Rock Bear, create the pressure now, go for the kill on Cane. Catch is there, but still, this is a favorable trade for Aragorn. This is the pressure that this Rock Bear Shepherd has been creating throughout the weekend. The reason we said this may be the best performing card for this expansion, which still, every time I say it, it sounds crazier and crazier.
Yeah, just not what we expected at all, and now the catch committed onto the Cane. But no great target. We might end up being stuck in a position where the Cane spell is what Chenia tries to use in order to level up this champion, get the vulnerable off of it, heal it back to full. The Rite of Negation available for Aragorn could mean that 2 Cane go out in the meantime, and an Unworthy Soul in the predictability.
Yeah, gonna give you the option to deal with some of the bigger threats and also try and stop things like Tumble, stop things like
regresar, ¿no? Porque es una carta tech contra el propio
Aragorn with all the pressure. All cards on his side.
Not a bad pickup if Chenia doesn't try to send in this Cane this turn. Ambitious Cultist with Retreat. Not a bad pickup, especially considering you could get that Vayne back to hand.
Yeah, being able to get her back, send her back in as well, being a 3 cost. It's a very powerful way to save this Vayne, get her healed back up.
And Aragorn, a lot of the economy committed to the board already. Once those rock bears go away, get traded down, then what Aragorn has left is not looking as impactful, but still a bit of card draw to go through. We've got the Preservarium, and Chenia gonna be looking on how can I get this rock bear shepherd off the field. I cannot let this thing stick around and accelerate what was otherwise a rather slow and predictable deck.
All right, Aragorn having all the pressure right now.
A ver qué hace.
Chenia starting to try and build.
No sé, no me gusta mucho la mano que tiene, pero tiene buenas defensas.
Aragorn with the Talia, not quite drawn, but having the Ziggs in the back. We have to watch out for that Absolver as well if Aragorn's able to push damage, but right of the Arcane.
Right of the Arcane onto retreat, return. One mana Vein back online, no vulnerable onto it, and Tumble gonna go down to 1 mana once this unit is recommitted, which Chenia, if they want to pass it here, could just kind of bring it in at burst speed, but does have the attack token, pretty likely to just take that mana cheat.
Yeah, the mana efficiency of this gonna go for the Buru as well. Having the Tumble, having the attack token.
And do you just send this Kane into one of the rock bears? Or the answer apparently going to be no, maybe saving up the Concerted Strike or that Riposte that we mentioned a little bit earlier. 9 mana enough for 2 combat tricks.
Leveled up 6, right when he comes down. A lot of restraint from Chenia. He needs to try and find the best way to win this board. Right now, a lot of the trades are even. I don't think Chenia feels confident in rebuilding a board after this. He needs positive trades to be going into Aragorn. He needs to find value because he will get outvalued slowly by this list.
Oh, and we've got potential for a big punish here. Chenia casting the Cane spell onto the Rock Bear. Aragorn could commit the first half of an Absolver and still have Rite of Negation mana. So if Chenia commits, say, a Riposte into this, then, you know, you can just write the Cane spell. Now you've got a vulnerable Cane ready to get taken out by a Ziggs.
All right, but it looks like just the right gonna come flat out, wanting to hold on to that resource of the Absolver. It's a great way to find the finisher, especially because there are a lot of these beefier units that are on the board for Chenia right now.
And this could be a Concerted Strike from Chenia in response. Not going to be the case. Wait until attackers are committed so that Ziggs not going to be able to take out the Cane in this instance, because Absolver could have saved Ziggs from everything, but now a lot of the board coming in and getting traded down for Aragorn, it looks like.
This is dark and power. Here's the play through. A lot of power from Aragorn, pushing 10 currently with the way the blocks are set by Chenia.
And hanging back that Cultist, not trading it into the 5-2.
Concerted, this is committed. So valuing that extra point of damage that can come through from this Cultist, not wanting to change it into a 5-2, losing out 5 HP. This is losing 8. This is going down to 8 HP. Getting the Concerted on the Ziggs. Kane gonna level, and is still there to try and provide threat. Can Ross do enough?
I don't know, Casanova. This is a tight situation. Aragorn has a second Ziggs and an Absolver in hand, and Chenia took a lot more damage than he may have needed to in this situation. But we see the Cane in hand. We see another Elusive in hand, a Blooming Cultist hanging around, and a 0 mana Tumble from Chenia.
Alan said it in the last one. He wanted to have, he made a $10 bet with Skarsgård and didn't get it. But this time around, Chenia seeing the line. There is not a lot of ways for this deck to deal with Elusive. We talked about the Rockhoppers helping out in the previous matchup. This time around, that Cane unfazed, the Tumbles in hand as well. There is a lot of power coming through.
El asesino sombrío que no aparece nunca, pero cuando los pros lo juegan, sí se juega el elusivo, sí, ahora cómo lo va... Bueno, le puede tirar devolverlo en la mano.
Unlikely to die on this turn, but how big is the swing back? Do you need to save this unworthy soul for the Absolver play to actually have a shot at lethal?
All I know is I asked you if Rost was enough, and Chenia says no it isn't, but Shadow Assassin might be.
Yeah, Chenia going full send on this one. Not enough mana for the cheeky Riposte and Tumble that we might have seen earlier in the day. And Cass, I think it might come down to this single combat. Are you going to have a unit large enough to stop the Ziggs from cracking back on the lethal? We are down into the last few turns of the semifinals, no matter which way you slice it.
Intentar robar y intentar quitarle algo de eso, ¿no? Pero
hay un poquito complicado. Yet another tech card that not a lot of players brought, and Chenia maybe finding a victory. With that, the one-ups have been lethal throughout the entire event.
Sí.
So many one-ups, stealing so many games, and a rather weak prediction from Aragorn, not able to find a Talia to maybe secure the victory on the following turn.
Sí,
now we get the full send, not even a half send, just going all the way with it, looking to trade down a little bit of Aragorn's
Tiene otro ataque
trade down the board, make your 8 HP last a little bit longer, threatening 12. We're going to, of course, see that unworthy soul bring back the cane. It's gonna buy a little bit of time for Aragorn, but I don't know if he can find the victory, especially considering that riposte plus single combat.
Yeah, he's going to have the Rost, or the Darken, whatever its name is, the Shadow Assassin, back available. The problem is, with Unworthy Soul killing the weapon, it's gonna reset the attack.
It's true, slows it down quite a bit, but we still have the Blooming Cultist on the board as well. That's an additional 3 damage, so when Kane comes down, I haven't counted that out, but I think we're still pushing over 6 with those two.
And it depends, does Aragorn want to play the Preservarium? Do you think that you actually have the win with the Ziggs and the Absolver? Because if Aragorn waits until next turn to play the Ziggs, Chenia can attack it with the Shadow Assassin, and the Riposte will guarantee a kill onto that champion.
Single combat already being committed to keep the Vayne alive. Losing this is a defensive measure. This might open the door for Aragorn. This might be the first time we see a slight slip here from Chenia trying to keep the Vayne.
Yeah, we don't have mana to replay our Darken, but yeah, 6 attack, not enough to kill the Ziggs.
Tumble. Nothing to follow it up.
Saying, Aragorn, you have to win on the open attack, and at the moment, Aragorn is presenting lethal on the open attack. There's top deck options here for Chenia. 1 HP is all he needs, but an Unworthy Soul is going to make an issue out of it. Heedless Resurrection, Quicksand off the top even, and Aragorn Lightning does not strike twice, and once the Absolver is committed, I do not think Chenia has an answer for this.
The whole time, Chenia has played around so many cards. He's played around so many different outcomes in his matches. He has won despite feeling unfavored in some of these deck matchups, but here he uses the single combat preemptively, not saving it for the defense, and it opens the door, it opens a window for the bomb to fly through. Here comes Ziggs.
Ya ganó, no tiene arenas, trata de robarlas. Ajá, se lo cogió, no tiene nada. Robó las arenas, LOL, sí.
About the cheeky one-ups. This is a single Absolver coming out of Aragorn. We saw it very early on in the hand. We were questioning whether or not this was going to come up later on, and Chenia, not understanding the situation, not respecting the one-up, is going to move down to the lower bracket, and we have an all EMEA finals between
del torneo.
undefeated competitors.
And while Malphite
Porque tiene arena, sí, no, brutal, brutal. Igualito sin las arenas ganó.
Aragorn from Greece playing the Black Flame, a deck that no one else was
qué bueno. A veces robar en los juegos de cartas es la clave. Ese jugador ojito. Bueno, Aragorn Teddy, ¿no? La final va a estar brutal. Bueno, el tercer puesto entre entonces, bueno, vamos a hacer el siguiente sorteo. Lo mismo. Yo llegué con el hashtag, usuario, correo electrónico asociado a la cuenta de Riot. Y me lo mandan aquí al correo que está abajo, scheletortcg@gmail.com, o al Twitter que está aquí abajo, scheletortv, @scheletortv. Bueno, no, lo caro es en ese ataque. Sí, sí. La cagó fue en ese ataque, sí. Bueno, para hacer el sorteo, y un pantallazo, me envían lo que les comenté anteriormente, y el primero que me comenté, bueno, grande Aragorn, se lleva las 1000 moneditas en el sorteo. Hay que atacar con calma, sí.
If he doesn't dagger Kane, he levels up, he can play elusive Kane and have a guarantee.
Grande Aragorn, la palabra clave que
then he doesn't get the dagger on the elusive unit.
que la coloque. De los que ya no hayan participado, se lleva las 1000 moneditas. Y bueno, ya quedan 2 partidas, o sea, 2 rondas nada más, el tercer lugar supongo y la gran final. Ya, bueno, ya estamos cerca del final del stream.
Aluzi from the combat cook, and he had guaranteed lethal. There was no cards in Aragorn's deck that could have stopped that lethal.
Reroll versus Chenia y Teddy versus Hara.
Call it that Chenia did have that X factor to find a winning situation.
Grande Aragorn, bien, Sir Diego, ADM, llevado las 1000 moneditas. Por favor, envíame los datos que te solicité, realidad. Usuario, correo de Riot, y me lo envías al correo y al Twitter, y más una captura de las partidas del stream, bueno, de la partida no del stream. Si no me lo envían, evidentemente no puedo hacer el envío a la gente de Riot para que lo haga, entonces porfa, lo más pronto posible para tenerlo ya. Sí, dice el Siu. Hablando de Siu, a Siu lo eliminaron hoy del mundial. Me quitaron mi oportunidad de ver Messi Cristiano. Lástima que no puedo compartirlo, no puedo ver los dos porque si me tumban el video por copyright. Pero bueno, muy buena la partida, o sea, brutal como se ganó al final. Y bueno, es verdad también, en el último ataque de Chenia definió la partida.
When you play a style like that, that's just trying to race down and end the game, you run out of your options to respond to your opponent's game plan. And if he were, of course, if he were to play another set, Chenia maybe might be able to take it because it was incredibly close. We were worried that these darkened lists would be too clunky. It still was a pleasure to see that game come down to the wire.
No sé si van a hacer otra pausa así grande para el tercer lugar o la final, pero esperar, ya tenemos 4 horitas en el stream. Quedará una más o menos. ¿Quién ganó las monedas? Sir Diego ADM. Había que comentar, poner el comentario grande a Aragorn y él fue el que lo puso. Bueno, quedan todavía tercer lugar y final de moneditas, y creo que quedarán 2 cupos ahí, cualquier cosa al final. Entonces bueno, para que estés pendiente de Campus Slayer todavía hay chance, pero bueno, hay que para que estés activo para la siguiente sorteo. Y bueno, esperar otros 5 minuticos. Aprovechar para ver qué me dice la gente por aquí. Estaba bueno el mundial. Menos mal que bueno, que me ofrecía hacer el co-streaming, porque lo estoy disfrutando mucho. Estoy disfrutando bastante. Estoy viendo en Twitter un poquito cosas. Hablando ya del megamazo de 76% de win rate de Shurima. A revisar qué dice aquí la gente. Vamos a ver en Twitter, fotos de Cristiano llorando, contento. Pero bueno, evidentemente no lo voy a mostrar, pero aquí están. Voy a poner los tweets de los Legends de Latinoamérica. A ver qué se dice por ahí. la transmisión. Isar Queen, Celo. Bueno, no sé, yo no soy... Yo estoy desde caster viendo la... De caster no estoy como caster, mejor dicho. Estoy viendo la transmisión. Pero bueno, perfecto. Pero 5 minutillos más. A ver qué han dicho. Bueno. Ahí están el dinerico que están repartiendo todos los jugadores. Creo que bueno, si estás en la comunidad de tu casa... eso es un premio bastante atractivo. Solo dos rondas se han ido a 2-1, que es la de Argon y la de Teddy, la primera. Contra el chileno Mati, el gran Mati. Ahí está en eso, $6.000, casi $7.000 por llegar a la ronda del mundial. O sea, una locura. La locura. No sé, eso. ¿Será que ponen los dos partidos seguidos o nos van a tener esperando 5 minutos más? Lista la final, deberían ser los dos seguidos, ¿no? Para ya dar por finalizada la transmisión. ¿Alguno de ustedes, bueno, ahorita creo que la gente aprovecha como para tomarse una agüita o comer algo? Tengo hambre. ¿Alguno de ustedes llegó por el Twitter de Legends of Frontera Latam? Coméntame aquí abajo. Bueno, en los comentarios, yo los estoy viendo aquí al lado, que ustedes no lo ven. Aquí. Si alguno de ustedes llegó por el anuncio de Legends of Frontera Latam, Twitter o algo. Va a estar buena esa final. Ojalá gane Argon. No estoy diciendo que lo apoyo ni nada, sino que ojalá gane. Mati tiene que ser vengado. Pero bueno, ya con esos $1,000 Mati puede hacer mucho.
Hello everyone, my name is Boulevard and welcome back to the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championship. Me and Casanova had to watch Korea get eliminated from the upper bracket, but now Alan is going to be joining me to cast a Korea victory.
Yeah, I think you'll be very happy after the outcome of this game.
So there's one thing I want to ask you about, Alan. So Reroll and Chenia are two players playing in this 3rd and 4th place decider match. Over the last couple of weeks, Chenia has had Reroll's number, knocked him out of the upper bracket in the qualifiers. A couple of weeks later, played another tournament, beat him in the finals. When we look at the deck list here, turning off the nameplates, who are you feeling more favored for?
So considering the bans, it's really tough to call, because reroll bans seems pretty obvious. Like either you want to ban Lulu Jinx, it has too big of a hero potential, and it takes out all your units early if you get Lulu. So it's probably the ban. The question is, what strategy will Chenia take? Because again, if he started respected more Red Gwen, we might see the ban on it. If not, then it's most likely gonna be Action Civil ban.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Chenia get to play this Lulu Jinx pretty much all weekend. You know, elusives have kind of been his bread and butter, so players wanting to keep that Poro Cannon deck a little contained, as it is one of the scarier elusive decks that we've seen, but it's also played very well within this dark.
Yo me asusté cuando vi el Weekend Elusivo, yo verga, ¿cómo lo va a parar el...?
Mirror matches here, a lot of dark decks coming out of these players, a lot of, unforgiving cold and combat tricks, riposte, and all these kinds of different games.
It's really annoying to attack into unforgiving.
Es lo que están diciendo los comentaristas. Se ha visto bastantes mazos Dark y mucha... Está bueno porque como era la temática de estos últimos, o prácticamente este año, bueno, del último medio año, de los últimos 6 meses, Está bueno, más toda el adorno y la cosa. Está bueno que se estén jugando dorado. Bueno, los típicos mazos que ya vimos: Red Gwen, Bane Atrox y de Action y la región de Corea, reroll. Bueno, estaba bien, pero perdió contra Teddy. Llegó bueno, en rondas eliminatorias. Como bajaron bastante los espectadores. Como se nota que el partido por el tercer puesto no lo quiere ver nadie. Siempre es así. Siempre es así, es el partido muerto de todos los campeonatos mundiales. Y Chenia, que bueno, con Jinx, con Lulu, Atrox, Varus y el de la discordia, el Bane Kane.
That 3 mana for nothing, and then if you leak additional 1 or 2 points of mana, then players can expose that weakness very well, where they just end up killing the Cat Gwen before they even play their Katarina for the second time.
Yeah, you know, we saw Red Gwen do very well day 1, not so much day 2. Even worse here in day 3 is we get more players that are prepared for the matchup, like Chenia might be with this Kane deck. We've been a little critical of it not going tall enough to deal with other mid-range decks, but Red Gwen keeping the health totals pretty low to the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Todos mañana a jugar, o hoy en la noche, a jugar Six Taliyah.
Sorry, not reroll. Chenia might actually ban Vayne Aatrox, expecting Lulu Jinx ban, and he might try to take it down with the
third place, juego 1.
Yeah, we've got the bans here. It is going to be Lulu Jinx.
Banearon otra vez a Jinx con Lulu. No se ha jugado en todo el mundial. Y el Atrox.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Red Gwen will perform into
ese Atrox está fuerte, demasiado, muy fuerte.
Red Gwen historically very good into pantheon decks because they go tall. If you get your Reconner, they don't kill you fast enough, and your Reconner takes out the units.
En tercer lugar se lleve, si es Chenia, que se lleve más figuritas. Se va a comprar más figuritas de LoR. Me imagino que se están preparando, eligiendo los mazos, esas cosas, porque ya banearon y todo, ya deberían estar a punto de jugar. Y creo que ese Red Gwen se le viene nerfeo, está como que muy potente y, o sea, está potente y tiene rato dentro del meta, o sea, tiene meses siendo jugado. Incluso antes de la expansión anterior, hasta el nerfeo de Seraphine, antes de ese lanzamiento era el mazo tier 1. Viene Seraphine, toma el control del meta y viene viene otra vez a el mazo de Red Entonces sí, ya tiene demasiado tiempo en el meta, ya tiene que irse por el bien de la humanidad. Ahí están los van, Lulu y Jinx y Atrox. El Red Gwen tiene respuesta ante todo y tiene demasiado finisher, sí, o sea, tiras el Halloween y no hay mucha respuesta para eso. Y eso sí, si al principio de la partida empiezas a cultivarlo, los consagrar, se vuelve una bola de nieve y es muy difícil de parar en late game. Y eso, o sea, jugando unidades pequeñas con consagrar de coste bajo y vas aguantando la mesa hasta que llegue el final de la partida. Más que ya está listo, tiene que irse baneado ya, nerfeado.
And we actually do see the Sivir kept there, and I did want to ask about this swinging blade. We don't see it in too many different decks. We've seen it in some of the Varus Sivir auctions that we've seen before, and I think you were pretty big on this deck, you know, highlighting it in Grandpa Roji's lineup.
Ya están más relajados, supongo, porque ya no se juegan nada. Mira, un solo espectador. Que es la partida del tercer puesto, ¿no? Esto no estoy que lo corto yo también y me voy que si agarra aire o algo así. Pero no, vamos a seguir aquí, era joda. Ya en late tienes que bloquear sí o sí. Sí, exacto.
And actually, speaking of the Swinging Blade, we do see it off the prediction here for a reroll. Going to have that weapon available with the Sivir, which honestly, for how few Sivir and how few Swinging Blade we're playing, this is a very powerful, potent combination of cards. But Chenia has his signature Blooming Cultist.
but you have to plan how to play the following rounds, because there is no action, no action to make the deck infinitely worse.
I think that's why we haven't been seeing the more traditional like Sivir Auction Demacia, and actually Reroll did keep 3 cards in the opening hand, so not aggressively mulliganing for that auction. Do you think that might have been a mistake here?
I didn't have enough practice on this deck, but feels like this is like the Demacia matchup, and you need to go tall. The way you to go tall is getting early action, getting the Warlord Sword going, and potentially getting +2/+2 spell shield on all of your champions.
Alright, instead it looks like Chenia going to be able to take over the early game here in the lack of Akshan's presence, getting that Darken Aegis down, following it up with a Blooming Cultist on the following turns. And unfortunately, Kane drawn here for Chenia. You hate to see when the champions that you can tutor sort of naturally find their way into your hand and brick one of your draws.
I mean, as long as it's like not one-off, it's fine. Like, Kane's spell is pretty good because it allows you to just flip, even when he's like 1 HP, granted the
apoyando a Reroll al principio.
And the great upside
creo que los nervios le ganaron y eso fue lo que hizo que perdiera.
Unlike Katarina, where she even gets +1 to the cost.
We get our first bit of action here. Momentous choice used to protect the Bakai with the Swinging Glaive. We're actually about to get into the Sivir turn, which Chenia doesn't have a great answer for. Yes, the Blooming Cultist has been doing very good on the day, but it's not going to outrace a Glaive Bakai and a Sivir.
So if this is very key moment, deciding between +2 and Challenger, if Reroll realizes that pretty much one of his lose conditions is elusive, getting Challenger might be the key play.
Actually goes for the attack buff instead, saying I'm gonna summon this Sivir. My one drop is so large here. I know you don't want to block this, but you're probably going to have to. And it's actually just gonna be the open attack for another lucky find.
He might have done the math on the Sivir level up. That's why he decided to go +2. If the Sivir level up,
streamer que de streamean todo el día y se lo pasan hablando, no sé,
+2 might be stronger.
Todo el rato. Por eso que bueno, me sacan videos de reacciones y esas cosas, porque siento que la garganta, coño, son 4 horas y media hablando.
Borderline comical at this point, but another lucky find. It looks like this one went on to Sivir.
Camuflayer necesita action para empezar a ciclar.
You've already got the quick attack. Your units are safe in combat when you spread it around.
Bueno, es que bueno, ya tiene que ir con ese, bueno, pero contra esa mesa está jodido. O sea, bueno, el Chenia, exacto, el action es en el otro. Pero sí, no tiene tantos recursos, pero tiene una mesa potente.
No attack buffs for the Kane. The spell shield's still going to prevent the concerted strike, the Kane spell, the cataclysm. There's really no way through it, and the Blooming Cultist has pulled out some miracles before, but it is definitely not large enough to outrace the threats that Reroll has already presented. So I thought it might be Gerald to try to get down the Sivir, but no, Chenia still wants to race this one.
This is a very interesting play. Considering that he's behind on the board, he's staring at 11 power on the enemy's board, he chooses to go with the Cultist.
Swinging Glaive now equipped, and that is a very large Sivir, a very large Cultist. Chenia, your Kane does not look good here, which is why we've been so critical of the champion. I know the Vayne Kane is one of his favorite decks, but in situations like this, which have been more common situations here in the World Championship, it hasn't looked great, but he has been managing to pull it out every time.
Mira, sacó las líneas temporales.
I don't think you're gonna be playing that. All your units are pretty premium. And yeah, he just took a blocker. This is just 4 mana, block a unit.
Yeah, we've seen some randomly generated cards really swing the way that these games play out, but I think you're right. Concurrent timelines, not great when you only play 1 through 4 drops, and they are well statted for what they do. You'd almost be downgrading in every scenario.
Yeah, but in this spot, when you have one ambitious Cultist in the hand, and the timelines, you might be tempted to look for something like another elusive to try to find that win.
So something that I think might come up here, and this is actually really interesting to me, Chenia needs to deal with this Sivir. Has the Cataclysm, has the Concerted Strike, can't really sequence them onto the stack together, but you are playing against a deck that plays not just Rite of Negation, but the Expanse's protection as well. When you're going to pop spell shields, are you throwing everything on the stack at once, or are you spacing it out?
I think your game plan is just ignore Sivir, champ block her, deal with the rest of the stuff on the board. As long as Sivir is not finishing you off,
And if
there's the overwhelm on the lucky find.
Well, but that's a problem.
Nightmare scenario for Chenia.
And we see only 2 copies of Absolver in the action Sivir. Usually you go to 3 to have that maximum amount of the threats, so Sivir cannot be just chump blocked.
I guess the swinging glaive, you know, expecting that this card is going to stick around for a while. I can probably find the overwhelm. I don't need the dead draws here in the Absolver. And while I've been talking about Chenia having reroll's number for the last couple of events, none will be more important than this 3rd, 4th place decider for reroll to finally get the revenge.
This is a very rough spot for Chenia. There is not many lines he can take that are winning for him.
Okay.
You are looking for some... Ooh!
Okay, so I've been calling the Unforgiving Cold, Caught in the Cold, pretty much since it got released. I'm 90% sure this is actually Caught in the Cold.
Yes, it has got in the cold, but... Oh, and he actually could target for it. It's gonna play on the Varus. But
do you play it on the Varus or do you pop the spell shield on the Sivir? It is 0 mana, will frostbite the unit and give it vulnerable if it resolves. The Expanse's protection available for reroll.
I mean, you can threaten killing Varus with the Kane spell as well, Cataclysm, Concerted, so I think you just go for the Kane. Sorry, for the Varus.
It looks like that is going to be the option. Not quite enough power on board to kill it with any of your units. You've already equipped this cultist. No way to get its attack up with another weapon. It's actually going to be a bit of a pushback here from the Varus as the momentous choice, getting this up to 5 attack, actually going to be a 6 attack. It just keeps going up, going to trade it back onto the Cane, and Chenia not happy about
this. It's going to be a concerted,
le va bastante bien para no tener action aún, sí.
Casi
que no necesita.
Yeah, the Expanse's protection going to protect this Varus, and I'm pretty sure there's nothing Chenia is going to have left to deal with this giant Sivir open attack spreading overwhelm to the other units. And we even see the level up.
This flipped Sivir on top. There is just nothing that Kenya can do. The only possible out, Unforgiving Cold, that pops the spell shield, unless he can make...
Chenia playing the timelines, understanding that the game is over, throwing up the Nocturne emote, and just a surrender, understanding that even with the Unforgiving Cold, the Varus probably too powerful. And actually, this is Vayne, only 1 copy of that Unforgiving Cold in this list.
Before we jump so what he should, going in the next turn, what Riro should be going to play around Unforgiving Cold, he should be bumping the Varus with the Varus spell, with the chain, so the Unforgiving Cold targets him, and since the spell sheet from the Sivir is aura, it stays permanent, so Unforgiving Cold would have no effect as long as Sivir has lower damage than any of the other
dijeron rápido, esta es la tercer lugar.
We've talked about, mentioned a couple times on the caster desk, haven't seen it come up in practicality yet, and Chenia denying us a chance for that, but we are right back in to game number 2. Chenia still on the Vayne Cane, this time has to get the revenge kill on Red Gwen.
Ooh, this is very exciting. Like the Red Gwen matchups into all those Darkins, we have been going back and forth.
Súper bueno ese deck de Action Sivir Varus, sí. Está bastante divertido. Lo bueno es eso, que no es es un poco atípico.
Prodigy into another host into Gwen. This is a very good spot for reroll.
And Chenia, I mean, I feel like Keeper of the Box.
Sí, Sivir siempre me pareció un muy buen campeón. Lo que pasa es que bueno, hay que saber cómo jugarlo también. Cómo responde.
I think it was a Kane prediction, the way this Bukai got the +1/+1.
The problem is you have no development next turn if you predict Kane here. Like, Chenia might not have fought this through.
Yeah,
for the next turn.
And now even going for a momentous choice to protect the 3/2 Bukai. Gonna live as a 3/1, no weapons have been played. Actually, it's been a while since I've seen a momentous choice that was not doubled up.
I mean, so this is making up for the last turn because, yeah, you draw another Kane, but when you're left over with 3/1, that's not really accomplishing too much.
And reroll more than having to go to 17, not going to come out. And a rather weak development out of reroll also. Both these players going to bank some spell mana into turn 4 where, you know, this Gwen looking rather appealing as there are already 2 hallowed triggers in the pool for reroll.
Oh, this is, so Chenia might take a risky line. Okay. Risky line, pass, repost. But then this could get punished by Valfist, by Flock, so probably a bit too risky.
Sí, demasiada presión.
Put that
presión que pone la Red Gwen, demasiada.
Basket, where he has 3 of them already.
Yeah, when you know that there's Vile Feasts and Ravenous Flocks alike that could pop your barrier and really just kind of take all of the wind out of your sails when you need to get online, and we'll see what this triple Kayn hand can accomplish. Kayn healing back up actually does play through the Ravenous Flock pretty well, but with the Glimpse Beyond as well, we might be able to deny the level up.
So this is very good play by Real if he doesn't attack, because the 2-1 that just trades with the 3-5. So what he does instead, he wants to keep the flock for the Kayn. He knows there is a Kayn in the hand, and he wants to prevent that level up, because that's the only way
ronda de ataque de reroll le evoluciona esa Gwen.
And I'm not sure if it's going to be possible. Chenia just has so many additional Kayns that the spells will keep coming through, but we see the Katarina out of the hand of reroll. And while Kayn, going to heal back up after dealing damage himself, but we're not going to get to Kayn just yet. It's going to be Combat Cook first. Upcycled Rake an option and going to be picked up. Chenia has really loved this forged Rake with elusives this tournament.
This is a very surprising play. Chenia could have had a developed Kayn this turn, and next turn he has double Kayn spell into riposte. He had a lot of options. He just locked himself out of the options by playing Combat Cook.
Y de paso,
it might not even get to attack, right? There is an Arachnoid Sentry in the hand of reroll, not able to develop the Dancers this turn, but instead it's going to be Katarina, and I wonder if the pick a card is going to get used on one of these Kayns, maybe in the future, maybe not necessarily right now, as we look to potentially drop Kayn and Riposte on the following turn.
Tiene por si acaso mano la Catarina de alguna forma.
What was the Chenia's plan? To play Riposte now, perhaps? Because a reroll doesn't
have se tiene que quitar un Kayn porque para que va a tener los tres en la mano.
Soft pass.
Mejor que robe otra carta en el siguiente turno.
Burst pass, which doesn't exist anymore, but still he wants reroll to play something else to find out if he wants to go for the riposte and play this turn. The dagger mixed up his plans, I believe.
Yeah, at least, man, we've seen this Katarina Gwen combo be so potent over the course, not just of this event, but the entire
muy
meta.
Favorable para reroll,
looking to be in a very dominating position.
Por lo que está robando.
As you mentioned, not
tiene robo, tiene limpieza,
tiene champions. And once the Cook was complete, reroll was safe to get down an off-turn Katarina, so now that can get paired with the Eternal Dancers, which at the moment actually going to revive a Redeemed Prodigy, get another Ghastly Band. Things looking very strong for reroll's next attack turn.
I think Reroll is more likely looking for the next turn to be just open swing into Katarina instead of Dancer. Dancer reviving Prodigy is not that premium, but just going for that attack again, pretty much from the attack token from the Katarina might be stronger.
And you are going to level up Gwen. She has already struck once. There's about 7 power dumped into that already. So on the first strike, going to level, get that second attack off with the Katarina, go even bigger.
Okay, there is no shot Chenia can attack here. Like, he's gonna spend riposte to trade with 2-1, and then he's gonna attack again and push, 7? He spends 4 resources to do 2-1. This is the problem. He put himself in a very bad spot where there is no good play. Where at least before, he had to play with the Kayn, and
Okay, we pick up Concerted Strike and Momentous Choice off the top, so that will upset the Katarina plays from reroll this turn.
Yeah, he's very happy about that Concerted. And that should stop the both Katarina and Gwen, because he'll just riposte block 1 and he'll Concerted the Katarina. And possibly get him back to the game.
Yeah, things starting to look really good for Chenia. It is going to be all of his mana. It is going to be a Momentous Choice lost, but it just kind of is what it is in a situation like that. And no Vile Feast, only a 2-of in the hand to reroll to pop this barrier and actually push through a commanding position.
You could go with Momentous Choice instead of riposte. You could go for a risky play. You don't have to go for riposte here, technically. But I promise you don't kill Gwen.
And, it is important to note that this Gwen is at 7 out of 10, so even just the snip, not going to be enough to level her up. So future Gwen's still going to be stuck at that level 1 if this one does go down.
La Catarina la va a revivir después con la
bailarina. 2 of Valfist right here by not doing the riposte play.
Oh, and he actually rearranges the blockers, so now the riposte play totally off the table in the face of Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, completely. Again, he was too scared of the Valfist to blow him out of the water.
La mata el mismo.
And we're gonna see a perfect response with the glimpse on the Katarina. He most likely reroll is looking for the Minotaur Reconner to attack again with the Gwen.
So actually Chenia here can use the Momentous Choice. Now it only gets you up to 4. It's not going to quite be enough. I don't know why I thought it was going to give +4 health. That'd be insane for 1 mana. I've just seen it doubled so many times. I'm like, yeah, so it gives +2/+2.
Animación de subida de nivel de la guardia estelar.
The Gwen level up as a kill onto the combat cook comes out. Chenia not looking too happy about the way this one is playing out.
So he didn't find the ruined Reckoner. That's a bit unfortunate for Reroll because he doesn't get much pressure this turn left. All he can do is just develop Dancer into pass.
And the momentous choice used, it was fleeting. We did only have 1 mana left, so might as well get some additional health down onto our unit. We're still going to bank the 3 spell mana into the next turn. Unforgiving Cold finally picked up, but things looking a little dicey for Chenia as Reroll still has many powerful top decks.
Now the question is, do we definitely not a takedown on the Gwen? If you attempt, you take down the Dancer because the Dancer would have brought the Gwen back regardless.
Necesita bajar a Kane para controlar el tablero, sí. Pero es que igual, bueno, para lo que tiene Reroll,
going to be leveled, but it will return to hand and give Reroll a potential 2 rallies next turn.
And it'll give you Dagger that counters the riposte completely.
Poco a poco lo va a ir desgastando la Gwen.
Yeah, we are looking down potentially into the final minutes of this 3rd, 4th place decider match, and it looks like Reroll might finally be picking that win up over Chenia.
I would be very surprised not to see a flock here, so he doesn't have to like on either of the targets.
Still thinking it out is Reroll. And it's going to just be a Legion rearguard. Non-committal pass here. Mana still available for everything.
What he could do... I'm thinking about flocking the Kane possibly and just passing, so on the next turn he doesn't have to worry about potentially flipped Kane to bring him back to the game.
Oh, looks like we actually are going to get a Kane spell in this.
And there is a Valfis plus Flock to punish that play completely.
Yeah. It's going to be 5 damage, no mana left on the side of Chenia. Unfortunately, we could not hang on to that momentous choice as it was fleeting, so not going to be able to save the Kane. That is actually going to be 2 copies of the champion dealt with as well. Nope, Kane going to go back into the deck anyway.
Well, that looks like a game. Will be sealed.
Sí, parece ya partida.
See what Reroll goes for here. Even if they don't go for the attack, I mean, Caught in the Cold is still an option, but the Spider Link going to be the one taking in these 3 hallowed triggers. You would hit Gwen, you would hit Eternal Dancer, you would even just hit the Spider Link, and with that, I think Chenia going to have to use it, but the rally going to come through from the Katarina. No answer for that one, unless we could riposte, move it back over to the Katarina, but as you mentioned, the dagger, able to pop the barrier, the quick attack still goes through, we still go back to the hand.
Pero está dando patadas ahí,
So, going to attempt to kill the Dancer, and that's not going to work either.
Sí, está ya prácticamente debería...
Katarina will jump back to the field.
La vuelve a bajar de Katarina. Nuevamente ataque, open attack. Y listo. Victoria para Reroll.
Katarina level up from Reroll this tournament, going to be taking 3rd place at the World Championship. Chenia, you beat Reroll a couple of times earlier in the month, but Reroll gets it where it matters. Top 4 all Korea. But the Titan of Reroll, the one that was talked up as the best player in South Korea for this event, proves it here in our decider match.
Well played. I mean, as you guess, that's
bueno, tercer lugar no tiene mucho que reprocharse Reroll. Como siempre, yo apoyé a Chenia y perdió. Entonces, bueno. Nada. Vamos con el sorteo, bueno. Lo mismo de siempre, prioridad completo. Si ponen una captura de pantalla del stream, usuario y correo de Riot, correo asociado a la cuenta de Riot. Me lo mandan al correo de scheletortcg@gmail.com o a mi cuenta de Twitter @scheletortcg. Y bueno, lo que habría que hacer para este sorteo es que creo que nada más está Camuslayer, pero bueno, vamos a estar atentos. Poner en cara lo que había pensado. Bueno, Atrox está fuerte. Atrox está fuerte. Esa sería la palabra para participar, para ganar las 1000 moneditas del concurso. Eso, bueno, mucha suerte. Que estén aquí viendo, creo que hay más de... Lo podemos enviar por Twitter, sí, perfecto. Pero tienes que poner el comentario, pues. Para ganar las moneditas. Atrox está fuerte.
fuerte. Porque entonces lo pone otra gente y entonces hay un conflicto ahí de...
Third, and he was the player that Pegasus had told us was the best in Korea coming in, and he placed the best.
Yep, many years ago, Chania was crowned the King of Korea or King of Runeterra in Korea.
Está la repetición,
but
sí.
Now Reroll, kind of said, hey, maybe that crown belongs to me now.
It's always nice when players can go against one another and increase that skill. You hone yourself as a competitor by playing against very strong opponents. I can just plant the seed for next World Championship that Korea is just going to be a powerhouse region no matter what.
They keep getting
better and better. La partida de tercer puesto nadie le para pelota. Vamos a la final ahora. Aragorn versus Teddy. Estuvieron buenas las partidas, sí. Sí, creo que Kamui ese de ayer no había entendido que había que copiar. Aatrox está fuerte, menos mal que tú ya ganaste.
So you need to make sure that you work together, and as you said, putting the regions together, more players to work with and more things to learn from.
These deck lineups were so cool, and the way that both Reroll and Chania had navigated not only through their group stage matches, but also in this final bracket was super inspiring, and I am so excited to see what they are going to do in the future.
Bueno.
Yeah, Reroll had, I think, just raw power.
No, pero puedes hacer, ya él ganó.
Lineup against the metagame. Chania with that X factor, the blooming cultist,
no hay tanto rol.
Just kind of having consistent pressure.
Pero bueno,
to take games away
si
from
no hay más nadie,
and at such a high level,
si están ustedes dos nada más, bueno, te las dejo así, pero era poner en los comentarios Aatrox está fuerte y participar, pero como más nadie lo ha puesto. Está fuerte la final, sí. Teddy versus
I mean, yeah,
¿Se escucha bajo la voz?
Was fantastic. I mean, the Lulu Jinx got banned so much, and even if it's not getting the wins, if it's getting banned,
no sé, bueno, no le he bajado el volumen ni nada.
I also want to point out that on Reroll,
pero no, tranquilo, creo que fueron ustedes dos los únicos que vieron la final y como ya la tercera partida, el tercer puesto, como ya ganó el tour el otro amigo Rubén, Aatrox está fuerte, perfecto, bien, excelente. Y ahora sí, mándame los datos, mándamelos por Twitter y perfecto. Ya, bueno, yo mandaría todos los datos esta semana. Y no sé cuándo sería la entrega porque eso no depende de mí. A lo mejor sería en 3 semanas, por ahí. Esta semana tienen que entregar. Entonces, mándamelo por Twitter, mándamelo por el correo y cualquiera de los dos sirve. Se escucha más fuerte el audio de Words, pero si lo tengo muteado, se escucha bien. Es raro. Sí, exacto. O sea, exacto. Si yo lo tengo, si tengo muteado el audio de fondo del Word. Pero bueno, vamos entonces a la gran final. Después del Ragnarok, Atreus se volvió caster. Sí. Mira, ya está ahí el trofeo de la final. Y así la sesión está bella. Esa es la que nosotros nos pasaron unos assets y unas cosas, pero yo no iba a tener chance de editar eso. O sea, tenían que pasarnos un marquito, una cuestión ahí especial, algo así. Pero bueno, 5 minutos más de espera para la gran final. Vamos a ver, bueno, quién se la lleva, si va a estar potente. O sea, ¿cuánto se llevó? $18,000. $18,000 se llevó Reroll. Y el cuarto 15. Bueno, no era tanta la diferencia, pero bueno, esos $3,000, con eso hace uno desastre. Bueno, $3,000 aquí en Venezuela te compras un carro, por ejemplo. Medio chimbo, pero te lo compras. Bueno, ni tan chimbo, un carro más bonito, bueno. Ahí 5 minutos, como 10 minutos más para ver la final.
ya casi 5 horas. Bueno, vamos a llegar a un poquito más de las 5 horas. Y ya ahí, que bueno, estoy muerto prácticamente. Por razón veo que los streamers comen y hacen esas cosas así que yo digo, verga, eso es como una falta de respeto, pero no. Hacer 5 horas de stream sin hacer nada, bueno, sin comer, sin pararse, está difícil. Si en algún momento me da la vida para vivir de streaming, bueno, lo haré, pero es un trabajo. Ok, checando aquí que todo esté bien. Lo que no vi fue el drop o sea, me decía que ya lo había reclamado. Vamos a ver si de verdad. En un segundo. Listo, bro. Listo, Camus. Listo, ya leí el Twitter. Perfecto. Ya me llegó. Bueno, yo lo paso al final de la transmisión y ya ahí tocaría esperar entre semanas, como con la skin de la vez pasada. Entonces, bueno, me envié a Twitter. Ahora tengo que salir a comer las hamburguesas con la chacha. Oye, no vas a ver la final. Al menos dieron drops, sí. Pero bueno, sí, está ahí. Ojalá que... Porque creo que el primer drop subió... A mí me subió y se transformó en un campeón dorado en vez de una carta épica dorada. Entonces, ahora me pase lo mismo ahorita. Watch words for exclusive drops in English. Bueno, cerca de la final, muchachos. Queda un minuto para saber quién será el campeón mundial de Legends of Frontera. Muchas partidas. Six, demasiado poderoso. Sivir, Action y Varus quedaron ahí. Y veremos quién se va a llevar los $40,000. Bueno, en premio son como $100,000 hechos los locos. Parece poca cosa. Un poquito más de $100,000 quizás. So, bueno, vale la pena jugar Legends of Frontera, muchachos. Quizás mañana lo que haga para el canal sea como una especie. Había 2 drops, uno hasta ayer y el otro de hoy para hoy. Sí, yo, bueno, el jueves también creo que había un drop en Twitch. Yo reclamé las dos cajitas, pero eso como ayer no me pude conectar. Entonces no pude reclamar la cajita de ayer. Pero bueno, que a lo mejor lo que hago mañana es como un video resumen de mis impresiones del mundial, de todo lo que pasó y bueno, se los dejo ahí en el canal de cómo vi esta fase final. Y bueno, ya entre semana, lo que les comento, suscríbanse al canal y ahí entre semana haré el sorteo final de... bueno, para ver. Ok, que está desaparecida. Aparentemente Atrox la destruyó porque no se ve.
Entire 2022 Legends of Runeterra season has led to this moment. We are at the grand finals now of the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championships, where we will be crowning a new world champion. We've got 2 incredible players heading into this grand finals matchup, and it's been an incredible 3-day event to get to this point.
Aquí está Necra. Alangs y los demás. Vale la pena, solo con quedar entre el top 16 ya tienes un buen dinero asegurado. Sí, por eso, $6,000 mínimo. Está súper bien. Y eso que no tienes que pagar traslado, no tienes que pagar hotel, no tienes que ir allá al sitio, estás en la comodidad de tu casa. Y ahí juegas, pues. Oye, por lo menos a lo mejor en Asia no es tanto dinero, $6,000, pero aquí en Latinoamérica, oye, se resuelve bastante bien, creo que en todos los países de acá. El sueldo mínimo de latinoamericano son de $300 a $500. Resuelve bastante, son comprar alguna que otra cosita. Y bueno, con los 40,000 ni se diga.
Oh, by far the most clean player, the most accomplished, one of the most accomplished
EU Master winner,
and such a background,
campeón del seasonal, his league winner.
Steady plays, zero shakiness, like just
y ganó el seasonal. Su momento favorito es cuando ganó el seasonal.
Teddy has really come out of every group of death we throw him into, right? In the group stage, we thought his was one of the harder. Then we got to the top 8 bracket, we're looking at the top. It's all these seasonal champions, and it's Teddy.
Aquí está la gran jugada de Quien, que nunca la hemos leveleado, pero se leveleó.
On top of that, he has the experience that most players don't have. He's been to EU Masters,
en que le ganó al
champion. I mean, he's just looking for the
Reroll que le ganó relativamente fácil a Chenia. Entonces, bueno, eso te habla un poquito del nivel de Teddy, ¿no? De Wong, como le dijeron por allá al principio de la transmisión. Uno pudiera jugar más y dedicarle, pero el trabajo y los deberes lo hacen difícil para ponerse a vivir de LoR. Sí, dímelo a mí, que hago contenido, pero no me da para vivir de esto. Ojalá que más adelante eso, pues, ojalá que el juego siga creciendo. Siempre va a ser un juego de nicho, porque lo que he dicho siempre de los juegos de cartas son para un público muy reducido, o sea, nunca va a ser League of Legends o Dota o Counter-Strike, Valorant, pero sí va a tener su nicho de jugadores. Igual que el juego de peleas probablemente tenga un nicho mucho más grande y un competitivo un poquito mejor elaborado, va a ser quizás más cercano a Valorant, pero bueno, también es trabajo de nosotros los creadores de contenido hacer este tipo de esfuerzos, ¿no? Y hacer contenido, ver qué se puede hacer siempre para hacer crecer el juego. Y bueno, muy bueno el apoyo de Riot, que bueno, con los creadores de contenido, con los influencers, siempre está muy pendiente. Eso, bueno, nada que reprocharle a ellos.
As well as the Rangers Resolve coming in clutch as well, saying, you know what, you're trying to clear my board, Rangers Resolve, no problem.
Looking into another deck from the Teddy's Seraphine Ezreal
mazo de Jinx no brilló en la primera, en los cuartos, pero no le dejaron brillar en semis. Está el mazo con el que ganó, creo, bueno, con uno de los que le ganó, con el Real Seraphine. Una vez que ya juegas, los tienes a los dos leveleados, ya... Bueno, es devastador el daño que hace el Next. O sea, ese es 11 de daño en 2 turnos. Pero sí, ojalá, bueno, haya maneras futuras de monetizar más, que el juego siga creciendo. Y eso.
All throughout this World Championships,
está Aragorn,
especially when
un europeo,
you guys have been kind of stating that
favorito Serat, logros, top 32 en 2 torneos seasonal, top 8 en uno de ellos. Fíjate, el otro es el gran favorito entonces. Esta es la jugada de las jugadas que le permitió ser campeón. Bueno, esa fue la última partida. La partida con la que le ganó a Chenia, que era un pasito de la final. Qué increíble eso, ¿no? Que estás como en un... como que tus logros sean estar en un top 32 de seasonal y top 8 en uno de ellos. Pero que no, o sea, no eres como Teddy, que tiene varias ligas ganadas o varios torneos y de repente quedas en la final del mundial con
con
posibilidades de quedar campeón. Es bonito. Exacto, como todo, trabajar e ir creciendo como creadores de contenido y apoyando, exacto. Y que otra gente se anime, porque mucha gente se ha ido porque creen que todo es, o sea, que LoR es lo mismo que League of Legends, y la verdad es que no. No van a ser nunca los mismos números. Nunca va a ser igual de masivo, pero igual, bueno, la comunidad como que juega esto realmente ama el juego, porque es así con todos los juegos de cartas. Las personas que lo juegan es porque lo disfrutan y lo aman mucho, pero por eso no es masivo el número de jugadores que hay, pero la comunidad que se crea es bastante fiel, entonces apoyan mucho más, comentan más los videos, ese tipo de cosas. Entonces, bueno, desde mi experiencia, por eso muchos creadores se han retirado y bueno, otros surgirán más adelante, pero hay que apoyar, y nuestro deber como creadores también es apoyar al juego a que siga creciendo, ¿no? Por eso nos gusta. Yo no sé si en un año estaré haciendo videos todavía para Legends of Frontera, pero bueno, mientras me entretenga el juego, la pase bien, seguiré creando contenido para el canal. Y bueno, si después se me hace redituable, se hace rentable,
With the expansion entering into the fold, these players have really had to test their limits when it's come to their preparation as well as how they are going to approach this game.
Una música fastidiosa de fondo de los vecinos tierrudos de enfrente.
Rose to the occasion and find themselves in the grand finals now. Teddy and Aragorn,
no sé si me escucho bien o si se escucha la música, pero bueno, disculpen de antemano, pero cosas de Latinoamérica.
Yeah, exactly. What do you guys think? Who is gonna
Aquí
take
ya van a ir al juego 1.
I want to see Talia Ziggs be able to win it out, but I mean, I have to go with Teddy too. So clean.
Look, I'm talking Korea ball event, but Teddy was very, very high on my power rankings.
Okay, I mean, I cannot go with
la leyenda, el hombre,
all the way through, and that was my prediction. But I hope Aragorn will put up a good fight. I know
aquí se ve, o sea, hasta hace nada, o digamos prácticamente hasta estos días del mundial, no había salido de este mazo de Taliyah y Ziggs. Es eso que comentaba hace rato, hace unas horas, que a veces estos mazos que no son tan meta o tan conocidos llegan y rompen el juego. Los jugadores les cuesta un poquito más reaccionar a eso. Que bueno, por lo que se ve es como un mazo bastante anti-Atrox, aunque en la partida de semis que tocó contra Atrox perdió el mazo, pero bueno, igualito. La ventaja de LoR es que es accesible. Los juegos de cartas tienes que gastar plata para ser competitivo y es un pasatiempo de gente con real. Sí, eso sí. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links es una estafa, es un robo. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel un poquito no tanto, pero por lo menos Hearthstone es bueno, cómprame mi... Bueno, no sé, yo tengo como 2 años que no juego ese juego. 2 o 3 años ahí, perdón. Y conseguir cartas ahí era comprar los prelanzamientos, y eran como $50, creo que era, o 20, no me acuerdo cuánto era, pero era plata. Comprar 50 sobres ahí y bueno, gastarse un dinero en eso. Yo nunca lo hice por eso, y tenías desventaja contra otros jugadores cuando empezaba la se llama la temporada, por decirlo de alguna manera, pues la expansión. Los que pagaban y se compraban el prelanzamiento tenían mucha ventaja, comparación con uno que tenía que ahorrar sus polvos arcanos para crearse las cartas en primer día. Bueno, aquí está el primer juego, es el Dark King versus Bane Queen con Kane. Uy, la final, muchachos. Gran final.
from Reroll, helping Teddy march to this grand finals. These were our two players that started 3-0 in groups. They both had very dominant roads towards the final, each dropping a game today. One, Teddy dropping to Maddie, and Aragorn dropping one just to Chenia, who was able to take down his Tilia deck.
So we know these players have some weaknesses. Hopefully the competition has picked up on that. Teddy's going to be trying his best to explore every possibility to take down this World Championship. Already starting off with massive pressure with the double Fleet Feather tracker. Aragorn, because of the champion strength, is forced to play a much more tempo-oriented style to keep the board clear.
Yes, and this is a beautiful answer, though, to these early challengers. Having the keeper of the box with the spear, you love having the spear on this first attack token to get the buffs early and often, and it's being put onto a lifesteal unit that is going to help temper the early aggression and allow Aragorn to make it towards the Kayn and the Aatrox.
Hopefully the Darkened Spear buffing the units on top of the deck will come into play. With that Bloodletter, it means a Darkened Thrall is still on the board. Teddy remains wide. It doesn't matter that this unit cannot block. It's still going to be another factor, another wide swing coming through and offsetting this lifesteal.
Here we go. I like this re-equip, putting on the Harp instead. Now if the Broadwing comes in and pulls the Keeper of the Box, you're at least getting the trade.
Tiene los dos campeones en la mano, pero tiene que esperar para jugarlo.
I wonder if Aragorn is really so all in on this Keeper of the Box to carry the early mid game.
El cultista este le da aguante.
Willing to utilize that large tool so early on. Furious Wielder, very important. It's very strong with Kayn as well to help get more strikes. So you generally are going to want to hold on to that. It feels like the pressure is maybe not quite to the point where we need to use that, especially with the lifesteal. You are getting value even if this is pulled full left. Yes, you're going to still be taking quite a bit of damage, dropping to maybe 13, but overall, I think this is safe for Aragorn to hold back, conserve some resources, and then look to re-establish a board with Kayn.
Teddy just having his way with this early game.
Si baja Kayn, gana. Ellos no tienen remover fuerte.
So much pressure and a wide board.
Sí, bueno, y por lo que tiene en la mano, eso le permitiría controlar un poquito mejor la mesa. Y limpiándole los cultistas y cuando ya lo lee, bueno.
But you can just play towards the Quinn, play towards Aatrox, naturally covering. Aragorn with no fast developments has to go all in on a big mid-range plan with the Aatrox and Kayn in hand.
And Teddy has curved out beautifully, right? Having those Bloodletters early on to keep the pressure up with those early trackers. And now he's got Quinn on curve into Aatrox. Very powerful plays that it will be difficult for Aragorn to actually deal with, and that's going to set up for Teddy to bring towards a world ender.
This is a mechanic that a lot of players underestimate, Casanova. Being able to develop two units in one play, so powerful. And Aragorn forced to make one.
Incluso lo puede salvar con el coste 1 que le da vida.
Don't line up quite enough and get kind of a freebie on the Darkened Thrall, but from this position, we need a little bit more reactivity. Kayn only has 2 base attack. The Furious Wielder isn't going to be hitting the stats you need it to.
And exactly, we're looking at Aragorn developing a big unit with Kayn and looking at a turn 6 that feels like it's likely Aatrox. We do have the Ranger Knight Defector, which would leave open some more mana for some more flexibility. But Teddy, having the Quinn into the attack, into the Aatrox potentially as an attack, or things like Condemn, things like these combat tricks that we've got in hand, Teddy will be able to set up for even more, might even be able to threaten to put Aragorn to sub 5 HP on the next token.
Teddy already sensing that Aragorn is lacking pressure, just stacking this Bloodletter. The Darkened Thralls are so
ahora es el problema que para limpiarle
through even without the Quinn development. With 3 mana up, you can play the Quinn. Is Aatrox going to take down the Valor? It doesn't matter. You still have a 4 wide swing alongside the Broadwing.
Sí, tiene mucho daño en mesa, eso es lo malo, tiene mucha presencia.
It slows down to Aragorn. What can the decisions be on turn 6 to defend? He can immediately go for Valor. This was one of the options that is afforded to him by holding the attack token for so long and forcing Teddy to develop first. You still want to play this Quinn on curve. But now there's the opportunity to open attack and pressure through with 11 damage straight away, pulling Kayn to the side.
if this does go through, Teddy has so much consistent pressure. Now, if Champion Strength comes through, if we find a way for Quinn to scout, keep up that pressure, Aragorn isn't going to be able to keep up. When you drop down to that low of HP, you can't block every possible attack from a wide swing. Aragorn has to somehow find the cane carry with this Furious Wielder. So many weapons in hand, but no one to wield them.
Yeah, and Teddy is now looking at two options. Open attack can threaten 11 damage, set Aragorn to 2, barring any tricks, combat tricks, spells, things that happen with the 9 mana that Aragorn has. Or he can look to Blinding Assault into Aatrox, try and develop a full lethal swing going into Aragorn and saying, hey, you're not going to have enough answers, and even if you do, it will set you far enough behind that I should be able to close out the victory.
And now Casanova, the skill that Teddy has showcased over and over again, he has the hand read, knows Aragorn cannot respond to this 6-drop. I can tap down under all combat tricks, I'm coming for you. Aragorn has a 7/7 Aatrox thanks to the Darkened Spear earlier.
Eso le complica un poco el ataque hacia
Assault there for 2 mana. Comes down, able to use the Broadwing plus Valor, pull the 2 blockers away, and now you have a lethal swing coming through. You would be pushing 17, there's only 15 remaining for Aragorn. Yes, there is 3 mana remaining, but that is not enough to play out Unforgiving Cold to stop it. It's not enough to play out the Furious Wielder. These are not things that Aragorn has access to here at 3 mana.
And Teddy doesn't take the attack, doesn't want to give any sort of leeway, says now that I have this wide swing, I want to go into next turn with even more mana. We see the Condemn in hand. Because he has the read on Aragorn, he knows there's not really too much that he can do from this position. Here comes the World Ender on Aragorn's side.
Teddy playing cautiously, knowing that if he plays Blinding Assault, he can't follow up the next turn with World Ender. So instead, he holds back. He knows this World Ender is massive for him, and he should be able to close it out regardless of if Aragorn plays his own. This is where Teddy is thinking, and I think that it should be enough considering these cultists are going to bring down Jelani.
Teddy recognizing that if
range deck,
I have a massive swing, I set you down to 2, 3, 4 HP, but if I can't seal the deal, Aatrox comes down, heals for 2, strikes, heals for more. If you've got Deathbringer Sweep, you're healing for a ton and stabilizing. If Aragorn pulls off a big World Ender into Jural, this thing can spiral out of control.
Yeah, this is a pivotal moment in this matchup and this series between the two. Furious Wielder going to be cast through, trying to take out the Aatrox. You have the 7/7, trying to exert the force instead of going for a World Ender, because you know if you pop World Ender now and Teddy answers, you are losing. You have to find other ways back in. And Aragorn's initial decision is going to be this Furious Wielder.
I love backing off of the World Ender play.
Sí, ahí le va a empezar a jalar todas las fichas
instead, rather than going all in on something that is vulnerable to getting disrupted, you're going to go for a lower mana play. Try to keep the board under control. Aragorn still aware of the potential of Champion Strength. Teddy has the catch in hand to put +1/+1 on this Aatrox. It's not going to be enough.
Yes, in this spot, how these players use the resources can decide the course of this series. Aatrox going to be allowed to be killed off by Teddy. Does have the weapon available still, so he can resurrect it via World Ender. Gonna play down just a 1-drop. It looks like he will develop weapons into looking for a big World Ender open on the following turn. It's just about trying to hold on to as much of a board as possible.
With Aatrox now taking down his doppelganger, it looks like he's cleared a path to safely strike. In this matchup, when you don't have the stats to compete, you have to take a back seat and use your Nexus health as a resource. Teddy, with just 7% to draw the Champion Strength, and convert this small board into an 8-game winning one.
Yeah, it would be really nice to pick that up just below 7%, being able to buff up this entire board. Trying to push that in, Darkened Sight destroyed. There's going to be...
That's pretty funny, yeah, because the hand is full after Kane bounces back to the hand, but it is an auto-equip. He's just going to recreate the Scythe out of thin air, so we now have Kane online with Rost. That's even more potential healing that Aragorn is going to use to stabilize this position. Now Teddy recognizing the implication here, throws down the Valor, going to continue to go wide, hoping for this champion strength to seal the deal before Aragorn claws his way back into a stable position.
You had the Bash Bros of Darkin, Aatrox, Rost, trying to continue to help heal Aragorn up against this, but you're not too worried about healing, you're worried about dying in one fell swoop. And that's what we're looking at to set up for Teddy. Bloodletters once again, just looking to create the most massive world ender we have seen, trying to put down that Darkin sword as well onto the Valor.
If this does go through, Teddy has a beautiful split decision.
Sí,
if I draw
yes,
champion strength, awesome. If I don't, I can still world ender to assimilate these darkened weapons, get my Aatrox back into play. Aragorn already used that Furious Wielder, has the Deathbringer sweep in the far left side of the hand, and if this Aatrox stays small enough, it can still snipe out these units before the world ender resolves.
Well, here is the moment for Teddy. Can you cast the World Ender? There's a large hand for Aragorn to try and defend.
Also
Furious Wielder picked up.
Va a jugar Warren, pelea de Warren. Vamos.
The World Ender from Teddy. He's looking at it for now, and it's committed. How can Aragorn respond? Can he do enough? Can he stop enough of these Darkin from unleashing
devastation on Runeterra? Both the Deathbringer sweep and the Furious Wielder knocking down these units so that their darkened forms cannot shine through, keeping the board under control. Aragorn has done it. Stabilized. Teddy couldn't find the champion strength when he needed. Aragorn had the buff on the Aatrox. His was bigger. That Furious Wielder allowed him to stop Teddy in his tracks.
The Darkened Spear making a huge difference, being able to draw that Aatrox with the buff that it was granted early on in this game. We have seen these weapons make huge differences in the game. The choices of the weapons, the techs. We saw the fan with Chenia. Here, it's the spear with Aragorn being able to help create a differential in stats between the Aatroxes in this game. And now Teddy's still going to create a big board with World Ender, but not getting the Aatrox back.
You can see Teddy's really not phased by this. Even though this looks bad, he's the type of player that's going to stick to his lane. He's constantly calculating, what can I do to keep up the pressure from this point? Still sitting decently healthy at 13 HP. The Dark Enthrall can't block. It's getting pretty dicey, Casanova. The difference made by +1/+1. Zolani still able to pop out from the remaining units.
Yes, but we still have these sweeps coming through. You can take out Vayne. You can even sacrifice Aatrox to take out a Zolani, trying to continue to utilize everything from this Aatrox champion spell and push through Teddy's board. Stop what looked like maybe the biggest world ender to maybe it's a small world after all for Teddy.
The sweep, every single part of it gets cheaper. Now, Teddy trying to force with Catch, a card that he had held earlier before to buff up the Quinn so that Aatrox trades down. This covers the momentous choice, and if it's used, that means he can't use the third sweep to clear Zolani. So now we have 18 damage worth of overwhelm about to come through onto Aragorn's Nexus.
Yeah, board's still going to be towards the favor of Teddy, but the hand size for Aragorn will allow for some redevelopment. Of course, these Darken cost so much to play. It's going to be tough for Aragorn to match what Teddy has already created.
If this attack isn't lethal, we could see Aragorn dip all the way down to 1 or 2 Nexus health. Re-equip the Darkened Blade. We've got an incredibly inexpensive World Ender now at 5 mana. So then we can revive the Aatrox.
Después juega Warren.
Have Heedless Resurrection as well in the hand for Aragorn.
So plus the HP on the Aatrox does survive here.
Se cura, sí. Está muy jodido que gane.
Holding now. Teddy thinking about his next turn, thinking about this attack. Pushing forward with Zolani.
Without the mana here to re-equip the Darkened Blade, Aragorn is incentivized to keep the Aatrox alive, but with the rest of the board going down in order to save the Nexus, especially with that Challenger on the Zolani, massive here, we can't get a big assimilation turn. Is a 10-10 Aatrox going to be enough?
Yeah, you can create a Scout Zolani potentially, but also the Spear. Maybe you look for the high roll to pull more out of your deck, but you already have so many of your weapons in your hand, it's unlikely that you will be able to find more. But the Unforgiving Cold can be a matchup decider, as it will allow for favorable trades for Aragorn.
So Aragorn's looking at perhaps equipping the Darkened Harp here. This, with the assimilation of World Ender, makes a Scout Straw 2. This is going to draw many cards and discount them with